Jurassic Park is a success story about failed ambition. It might be a cautionary tale of cutting-edge technology gone wrong, but the comeuppance to humanity's hubris has never reached beyond the confines of the silver screen, and it very easily could have. The film gambled pretty much everything on CGI to bring its prehistoric stars to life, and for its efforts was rewarded with Academy Awards, and over $1 billion at the box office as of 2024. It ended the use of stop motion in mainstream film overnight, and turned computer-generated imagery into the ubiquitous behemoth of special effects it is today. There are some effects shots in Jurassic Park that still hold up today, and the same is true of its sequel, The Lost World. While movies released within the last couple of years look obviously fake, it's a triumph of ambition, but could you imagine what the world would look like if it had failed? If the special effects artists hadn't been up to the task? The movie's ruined. The franchise is dead on arrival. CGI as an art form is pushed back by years, to say nothing of what happens to the cast and crew. Hell, what if the cast and crew had perished when Hurricane Iniki swept through Hawaii during filming? On a slightly less morbid note, what if David Coep never cracked the screenplay, which suffered multiple rewrites across production? Film looks different without Jurassic Park. It's weird to say out loud, but it's true, though I never knew how much until I sat down to read Jurassic Park: The Ultimate Visual History by James Mottram. It's also where I learned Ian Malcolm was almost cut out of the film in certain script revisions, something I brought up in my previous Jurassic video about the Lost World licensed games, and then straight up forgot to reference it in the bibliography. Oops. Sorry about that. I've since finished the book and I wish I'd done so sooner because it's one of the only recent sources I've come across to remember Jeff Goldblum reprised his role as Ian Malcolm in Chaos Island, a matter I also got stuck into in that previous video. The book is a very comprehensive look back at the franchise, but it could have gone deeper, and it does feature one glaring omission in my opinion. Not once in all 255 pages does it bring up Trespasser, and why would it? The book is a celebration of the franchise, a retelling of how Steven Spielberg and Industrial Light and Magic and Stan Winston Studio changed the way modern blockbusters are made, despite the reliance on untested technology, despite natural disasters out of their control, despite the parallels to be found in the subject matter of the film they were making. Jurassic Park is a success story about failed ambition. By contrast, Trespasser is a cautionary tale that failed to heed its own advice. Developed by DreamWorks Interactive over a 3-year-long nightmare production cycle, the first-person shooter crashed through store shelves in 1998, and the gaming press were only too happy to crowd around and gawk at the wreckage. The reviews were scathing. Trespasser even made it to the top of at least one Worst Games of the Year list, and the low scores weren't unwarranted either. Trespasser had aimed to be a groundbreaking achievement in real-time physics, artificial intelligence, and video game storytelling, but ultimately it was released broken, unfinished, and unplayable by the vast majority of computers, a victim of its own hubris. It is a spectacular failure, comparatively the biggest bomb in the franchise's history, a disaster that at first glance doesn't fit easily into the story of Jurassic Park's ongoing success. So, what went wrong? Chapter 1. Introduction. Hey everyone, I just played Trespasser, and it was a journey. I've never played a game quite like it, and I don't think I ever will again, so let's talk about it. The story of Trespasser's troubled production and disastrous release is well known in the gaming community, and well documented too, and we're going to talk about that a lot. But we're also going to talk about the game itself in all its systems and mechanics. And I know it's well-trod ground by now. There have been countless reviews, critiques, let's plays, essays, retrospectives, interviews, and everything in between produced about Trespasser. But rather than feel daunted by that mountain of media, I think it just speaks to how fascinating a topic the game is. I said in a previous video that no matter what angle you look at Trespasser from, there's something interesting to find, some rabbit hole to go tumbling down. And in the process of making this video, I went tumbling down down quite a few. I don't know if I can find a new perspective on Trespasser as a whole, but I do know I can be comprehensive. My background is in history, and I approached this project as a historian, which is why this video is going to be a little different from the ones that came before, more scholarly than foul-mouthed. Case in point, this is the only script I've ever written to include footnote references like an actual academic paper. Because there are just so many sources to draw from, I need a way to keep them all straight, but that's also one of the benefits of covering a game so talked about. I had dozens of sources spanning nearly 3 decades offering different perspectives, different opinions, and different interpretations on every facet of Trespasser. So, this is its story, from 1995 to 2024, and it all starts with the question, what went wrong? But before I get my hands into the guts of this game, this video is the third part in an ongoing retrospective about the video game adaptations of Jurassic Park, and it's going to act as though you've seen the previous two. So if you haven't watched them or need a refresher, I'd suggest doing that now. If you don't mind jumping in the deep end or just don't care, feel free to keep watching. I also expect there are going to be some of the Trespasser old guard watching this video, so I just want to say thank you for keeping this game alive. I hope I've done its story justice. Also, this video and everything I make on the channel is now made possible by the generous people supporting me on Patreon. So if you enjoy the video, please consider donating so I can keep making stuff like this. If you don't want to give Patreon money or can't support monthly, Ko-Fi is also an option. Links are in the description. And if financial support isn't an option but you still want to help the channel grow, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Let me know what you think in the comments, and especially share it around because the YouTube algorithm sure won't. One last thing, Trespasser is a game you can really only play once, and this video is going to spoil absolutely everything about it. So if you've never given it a go yourself, and this introduction has piqued your interest, please go do that now. Even if you end up unimpressed, I'm certain you'll come away with a unique experience. As usual, there are also going to be spoilers for all things Jurassic Park. But anyway, for those of you still watching, we've got to ask, what did go wrong with Trespasser? Honestly, the real question we should be asking is what didn't? Chapter 2. Beach. It's almost too perfect that such a notoriously broken game as Trespasser begins with a crash, but here we are. It's one of those fantastic ironies that only real life is capable of conjuring up. You couldn't write it if you tried. It's so prophetic of things to come, or at least it used to be. Right now, it's just an easy way to get us onto Isla Sorna. Anne, the lead, has left her city life behind for a trip through Central America, and while island hopping around Costa Rica, she and her pilot go down during a spate of turbulence. You wake up on a beach beneath a brilliant blue sky, and that's really all the setup you get outside of the opening cinematic. It's only later, as you travel further inland in search of escape, that any sort of narrative presents itself, and that's how I've chosen to structure this video as well. We all know why we're here, and the game knows it too, but it's willing to show restraint when it comes to its storytelling and encounter design. You won't be seeing a T-Rex for at least an hour, but that's not to say the game doesn't come out swinging. Trespasser's open world, and the tech working behind the scenes to run it, were just as much a selling point as the dinosaurs, and so it makes sense that the very first thing you see in the game is an example of that. Beach, as the first level is appropriately named, begins with Anne overlooking a door floating in the surf, as rocks tumble down into the water around it. It's easy to forget in 2024, but this sort of thing would have been groundbreaking back in 1998. Of course, it's also easy to forget that in 2024, you can run Trespasser in a state approximating what the developers at DreamWorks Interactive were trying to achieve back in the 1990s. It might surprise some of you to learn I'd never actually played Trespasser before sitting down to work on this retrospective. I know, not even I believe that. But it's true. What you're watching in this video, for the most part, is my first playthrough of Trespasser. I don't know why it took so long. I have vivid memories of coming across it for the first time on some old, long-defunct Jurassic Park fan page in the early 2000s. In fact, I remember that was also the first time I ever heard of Chaos Island, another game I wouldn't get around to playing for 20 years. I knew Trespasser was buggy to the point of being unplayable back then. The fan page said as much, so did everyone else, but I didn't care. I wanted it anyway. I have memories just as vivid of scouring second-hand bookshops and electronic stores, hoping I might come across a used copy because it had left the shelves long before I finally took an interest. But I never did. I even remember hoping that whenever my parents would drag me along to one of their friends' places, that one of them might happen to have a copy of Trespasser lying around, and perchance they'd let me borrow it. Unsurprisingly, that didn't happen. The closest I got to playing the game in the 2 decades leading up to the production of this video was the demo. I didn't know it at the time, but I was getting the best possible experience you could out of Trespasser back then. One of the very first comments I got on this channel was on the first part of this retrospective, suggesting that I give Trespasser a go in the state it was on release when I finally got to the game. I ultimately decided against that because I wanted to play Trespasser as it was intended to be played, although as we'll get into later on, the game did its best to make the suggestion a reality. On release, the sight of this floating door might have been a slideshow running at less than 10 frames per second, or the water might have been turned into an oil spill thanks to a graphical glitch. It's come so very far from the release version. But even with over 20 years of community patches holding Trespasser together, it's impossible to remove all of the jank. Not that you'd want to. Trespasser's jank is among its most charming qualities, and it's right there in your face from the opening moments of the game. There's just no simple way to ease the player into all these strange new mechanics, as alien to genre convention now as they were at release, so the game doesn't even try. After leaving the beach and the comically small wreckage of Anne's plane behind, you quickly come to an abandoned construction site overlooking the water. The place is littered with crates and boards and barrels, all of which are physics enabled, and it's here that the game lets you run wild to figure out the controls, as well as enjoy its groundbreaking tech. There are stacks of barrels to run down, crates to knock off ledges, foundations to climb, and a seesaw to operate, and all of it is surrounded by dense jungle and open sky. Valley walls and cliff faces do keep you from venturing too far off the beaten path, but you can go further than you might expect, and you can see for miles. Past the construction site is a shooting range, with a collection of weapons to try out. It's not like a lot of tutorials where you're pushed down a rigid path until the game is satisfied you've learned what it's trying to teach. It's a playground, pure and simple. It's the game trying to put its best foot forward. On release, it tripped and fell flat on its face, but patched into a playable state, I think it works really well. There's a very old, very famous Let's Play of Trespasser by Research Indicates that suggests this playground of a construction site was thrown together and littered with crates to wow the player with the game's physics model and distract from how jank the rest of the title is.
Here we enter the Foundation graveyard. Piled all around this area are stacks of junk meant to show off the physics engine. No ace in the hole for these guys. They put it all out on the table right from the beginning, but it wasn't enough to save this game. Now you see there are piles of barrels and crates and just things sitting around for you to knock over for absolutely no other reason than just to prove that you are able to knock them over, which was a big deal at the time. Now we'll run up here and see what happens when you don't code friction into your physics engine. How about that?
But I don't think that was the intent. It was certainly meant to show off the tech, but I don't think it was meant as a distraction. I think it was meant as a tutorial. Austin Grossman, Trespasser's lead designer, said he found Super Mario 64 hugely exciting in an interview during production, and is paraphrased in another preview by Doug Lombardi, of all people, as having stated the 3D platformer was a huge inspiration on the game. Super Mario 64 famously featured one of, if not the first example of three-dimensional camera controls, and a huge amount of effort was put into tutorializing the mechanic for an audience as yet unfamiliar with the concept concept. The construction site overlooking the beach feels like the same idea to me. A physics model had never been successfully attempted in a video game before, nor had such a strange control system, and both require a safe place for the player to experiment and familiarise themselves with the mechanics. Of course, research indicates is correct when he suggests this is all the game has to offer in terms of its physics model. This is not a starting point on which to build more dynamic and engaging puzzles, this is the whole shebang. That is certainly disappointing, but it doesn't make the construction site any less interesting to explore or goof around in. That doesn't make it any less of an effective tutorial. But what I like most about the construction site is that it lays the foundation for the story.
The southern beach looked out over trackless ocean, down past Peru all the way to Antarctica.
It's the first sign that the island was at one point inhabited, but also that work was halted so long ago here that they've barely finished the scaffolding. Even so, there might be a satellite phone or a radio to find and call for help. It's unspoken, but the evidence of human habitation gives Anne and the player a goal in following the trail of ruins in the hope of finding an escape. Beyond another fence is a narrow valley that opens up into a massive patch of jungle peppered with the odd crashed truck and overgrown road. A little further along, you and Anne learn just where you've crash landed.
InGen. Some kind of... Wait. International Genetic Technologies. That was the company from the dinosaur trial.
And not too far from the billboard, you have your first encounter with a dinosaur. Two dinosaurs, actually. A pair of brachiosaurs bouncing around at the bottom of the valley. It's a far cry from the majesty of Jurassic Park's first glimpse of a living, breathing dinosaur, especially separated by 25 years of video game graphical improvement as we are now. But when the music But when the music swells and Anne's jaw drops and Richard Attenborough's voiceover begins, it's hard not to get swept up in the moment.
Oh man. He really did it.
Brachiosaur, oldest of our recreations by 50 million years. The only true Jurassic native.
The brachiosaurs might move with a goofy shuffle, and it's funny when they bump into each other, but you're also not confined to the role of passive observer. You don't have to stay on the ridge overlooking the brachiosaurs. You can jump down the hill and join them in the valley if you want, and that active participation does go a long way in making this first appearance something special. Further up the road you come to an abandoned truck among a bunch of boulders. The spectacle of the brachiosaurs quickly fades as you're faced with your first enemy, a lone velociraptor. The way it spawns out of sight means you'll hear it before you see it, and by the time it appears you'll have your hackles up, or at least I did. There's something chilling about the way they charge you down, especially if they're able to get in close, but they'll turn tail and run if you manage to hurt them. It gives them the appearance of a living, thinking animal, in spite of it all being a clever trick, but we'll put a pin in the discussion on the AI for now because in the heat of the moment, you're not thinking about any of that, you're just trying to survive. Down another slope and past another raptor, you come to the remnants of a half-finished monorail system, the Atherton Causeway. Climb across its uncompleted tracks, hop on down, and the level is over. Beach is a really cool opening level. It's a great introduction to Trespasser's gameplay mechanics in spite of the game's jank, but where it really excels is the pacing. You wake up after the crash, and Anne spends a little time worrying that she's stranded on a deserted island, but the construction site instantly fills her with hope. Then you explore a little further and realize just what island you're on, and you get that cinematic moment of prehistoric wonder when you stumble across the brachiosaurs, before a velociraptor arrives to show you it's not just going to be a walk in the park. And the monorail says it's not even going to be a walk through the jungle. The foundations by the beach give a hint at the scale of construction on the island, but the monorail is on another level. Anyone can build an island resort, but this is major infrastructure. This requires capital and manpower and a lot of time. Time Hammond and InGen ultimately didn't have. The monorail was never finished, and 8 years past its opening date, the half-built tracks stand rotting in the sun, waiting to be reclaimed by the surrounding surrounding jungle. It's a great hint of things to come, and exactly the kind of frivolous addition you'd expect John Hammond to want built, especially before the disaster that befell Jurassic Park. But what I love most about it is the name. Norman Atherton is a very, very minor character from the original novel. So minor in fact that he's long dead by the time the story begins. Before his death, Norman Atherton was a skilled geneticist who laid the foundations for the technology behind Jurassic Park, and was instrumental in helping secure funding for InGen. Hammond's literary incarnation, being the callous arsehole he is, bemoans Atherton's death as inconvenient. But I think it's sweet and definitely true to the character of his cinematic counterpart that he would choose to honour Norman by naming a part of Site B after him. Whatever your thoughts on the gameplay, at least you know the story is in safe hands. Chapter 3. I met a traveller from an antique land. Speaking of hands, I feel we need to talk about the gameplay. Trespasser's bizarre mechanics are kind of infamous by this point, but they warrant examination over just how weird they are. Movement is fairly standard, if a bit slow, unless you're bunny hopping to build up speed, but the way you interact with the game environment is entirely unique. Pretty much every action you do in the game is done through Anne's right hand, opening doors, throwing rocks, swiping keycards, hitting buttons, gunning down dinosaurs. All of it has to be done as you would do it in real life, or at least as close as Trespasser can manage. Is it jank? Oh, absolutely. I completely understand why some players might bounce off the game because of it, but it's also weirdly immersive, and by the end of the game, it's second nature. If you've played Trespasser before all the way through, you know what I'm talking about. It is more than possible to get good at playing with the arm. You learn to judge the angle of a throw to gauge distance, and how to move things around so that they don't slip through your fingers the moment you accidentally bump into a wall or a tree. You can turn Anne into quite the gunslinger once you learn how to line up a shot in the heat of the moment. If you've never played the game before, I bet it looks like torture, but you're not actually controlling the whole arm, or even the fingers, just the hand. You move it around by holding down the left mouse button, and can pick things up or drop them with the right. When not in use, the arm will follow the camera if you turn far enough. You can also flex the wrist and turn the hand from side to side by holding down shift and control, but I never found a situation where it was useful. Certainly not in aiming. Bringing the default hand position into the center of the screen in order to look down sights was usually much easier than trying to contort the arm into some random angle to try and hit a moving target. It's one of the reasons why I was barely ever able to hit anything with the mounted guns littered around the island. You can throw whatever you're holding with the F key, and it's great. Throwing an empty weapon at a dinosaur never got old. Guns and small rocks and keycards will go flying if you toss them at the right angle, but bigger objects like crates and barrels are more of a struggle to move. Have you ever tried to move something big with one hand? It's not easy, and Trespasser reflects that pretty well. Trying to drag a barrel or a crate around will more often than not just knock the thing over and cause the hand to let go. Though it is possible to swing some boxes up onto Anne's shoulder for long distance travel with enough effort. You can forget trying to stack anything but the lightest of boxes though. You won't be building a tower of crates to get over a wall here. Unwieldy as it is to move the larger physics-enabled objects around, it does actually convey their weight without any of the physical feedback you'd get doing the same thing in real life. They lack friction, which is certainly a problem in its own way, but they've got heft, unlike the weapons which might as well be made of smoke, be it an itsy-bitsy teeny-weeny pistol or a full-on elephant gun. Anne's got the muscles to wield them one-handed. Recoil? What's that? It looks a little silly, yeah, but it's hardly the most frustrating thing about the arm. The hand getting stuck in point mode after coming too close to a keypad was way more annoying. The hand randomly dropping things was a constant issue too, but I never really minded because it's almost always the player's fault. Items and weapons will glitch out of Anne's hand if you run into a wall, or bash into a crate, or go through a doorway with whatever you're holding at a weird angle. But if you're paying attention, you'll always hear when they slip through your fingers. Stashing something in Anne's belt will stop you from losing it at all anyway, so there's really nothing to complain about here. At least not anymore. I believe that melee weapons used to just kill you when Anne went to store them in her belt, but I was never able to make it happen, so it appears to be fixed, if it was ever a real issue at all. Sure, it's all still a little clunky even after you get used to it, but it's way less complicated than it seems at first glance, and the trade-off is an experience like none I've ever had in a game, or at least certainly not one from this era. If you can see it, you can touch it, you can pick it up, you can take a closer look. Want to give a raptor a scratch behind the eyes? You can do that. Want to shoot some hoops? You can do that too. And it is you doing it. It's not like you press a button and the game does it for you. You actually have to reach out and perform the action with the hand. It's a level of environmental immersion that doesn't really exist in games unless you're playing with a VR headset. In every other first-person shooter I've played, the fourth wall has remained solid between me and the game throughout, but Trespasser breaks down that barrier, and truly allows you to reach through the screen to interact with the world, with one arm at least. As for what happened to Anne's left arm, according to Rich Flyer, DreamWorks Interactive's PR guy, she broke it in the plane crash. Though, if you're able to go into third-person mode, you'll discover she broke a lot more than that too. Anne's nothing more than a right arm and a pair of breasts balanced on top of a rotating cube. Chapter 4. The fourth best pair in gaming history. But no, you don't understand. Anne's boobs are actually very important. The little heart tattoo right there is how you check your health. And once you learn that, you will be ashamed of your words and your deeds. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Anne's breasts do make it easy to read the tattoo that serves as the game's health system. Yes, but it is just way too in-your-face horny for Jurassic Park. It's not like the franchise is completely chaste. Both the original novel and the first film make note of Ellie Sattler's legs. The second book really wants you to know how muscular Sarah Harding is. The Jurassic World films absolutely love Bryce Dallas Howard's feet. Resident hunks Jeff Goldblum and William H. Macy will have their shirts off at the drop of a hat, and the casting directors consistently found the hottest people alive, not you, to star in each movie. To say nothing of the very occasional glimpse of cheesecake, but it's never this blatant, or this present. It doesn't even fit the tone Trespasser itself is aiming for. The game wants to be this immersive fight for survival on a dinosaur-infested island that recounts the history of John Hammond's folly through his memoirs. But then every time you glance down, Anne's breasts are staring right back. That tattoo might give the cleavage a purpose. There's not really anywhere else you could put it that's easily legible in the game as it is. But even then, it doesn't really make sense. A tattoo that turns red the more hurt you are? I'm sorry. An island of genetically resurrected dinosaurs, I can believe, but a magical tattoo is just one step too far. It's pretty useless in gameplay anyway. Trespasser is one of the first FPS titles to feature regenerating health. It's not like there are any bandages or first aid kits to use. Stay out of trouble long enough and you'll be back to full before you know it. And if you do happen to find yourself in a situation where that's not possible, like a dinosaur attack, you probably don't have enough time to look down and check what Anne's tattoo has to say about it before a raptor disembowels you anyway. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Anne shouldn't have great boobs, or that she should dress modestly. Costa Rica's hot, I get it. She's not Ian, I wear leather jackets in Central America and can't hold a pair of binoculars properly Malcolm. But let's be honest with each other. Anne's breasts are there for the player's gratification more than they are for the heart tattoo, or even to hide her feet, which is probably the actual reason why they're so big. I get the sense even the developers were a little embarrassed about it. If you go take a look at the manual, you'll not only find a lot of photos are awkwardly angled to crop out as much of Anne's chest as they can, but they use a different texture that covers up more of her cleavage too. To sum up my own thoughts, the whole thing just comes off as an immature attempt at maturity. Sex is a serious adult thing, this is a serious adult work, therefore this work should contain sexual content regardless of whether it fits the plot or tone. And as I've talked about in other videos, that isn't a problem specific to video games, but it stands out a little more with Trespasser not only because it's tonally discordant, but because it's a constant thing. The first time you look down you might get a bit of of a rush or a chuckle. The textures are pretty good for 1998 after all, but I think it's insulting that the developers thought it would remain that effective across the entire game. The worst part is, it wasn't even a selling point. Have you seen these sales figures? Far out. You know, if the developers were going to go through with this anyway, they might as well have left in the jiggle physics. And speaking of physics, no, I'm not using that as a segue. At least Anne came forth in Gamefront's greatest boobs in video game history list. Yeah, this is a real article, or it was. Quote, sexist? Often. Sleazy? Probably. End quote. But enough about the list itself. I mean, I can't imagine why this got deleted. Putting Lara Croft 34th? Are you insane? Oh, the Broodmother from Dragon Age Origins is number 1, but Clotho from God of War 2 isn't even on the list? This is an injustice. Samus is on there twice. There are 5 characters from Soul Calibur and 4 from Mortal Kombat, but not a single person from Street Fighter? And where the hell is Chris Redfield? This website is run by Philistines! Anyway, what the hell were we talking about? Chapter 5. You know the first attraction I ever built when I came down south from Scotland?
This is Edward Diego from Trioptimum. The charges against you are severe, but they could be dismissed if you perform a service. Who knows, there might even be a military-grade neural interface in it for you, if you do the job right.
The 1990s was an era of rapid change for video games, as an art form and as an industry. The age of the arcade was coming to an end. Home consoles and personal computers were becoming more and more powerful as the hardware behind them grew smaller and stronger. New contenders like Sony and Sega would climb into the ring to challenge the industry titans of the 1980s. 3D graphics and online multiplayer would both debut before the turn of the millennium, and bring with them their own concurrent revolutions in game design, a pair of tidally locked hurricanes tearing across a previously two-dimensional landscape. As technology advanced, artists were only too happy to experiment. It was a strange time when developers could work on projects as different from each other as a first-person immersive sim and a flight simulator, and that's exactly what Looking Glass Technologies did. System Shock released on the 23rd of September 1994 to critical acclaim. 8 months later, on the 7th of June 1995, Flight Unlimited hit store shelves to reviews equally as glowing. Both titles changed the game in their respective areas. System Shock not only popularised immersive sims as a genre, but codified a lot of design tropes still common today, like the audio log.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. I hope your somnolent healing stage went well.
And while Flight Unlimited has left less of an impact on the industry overall, it did pioneer aerobatic gameplay mechanics. One was a glorious experiment in interactive storytelling, the other was a brand new take on a well-established genre using technology no one else had, and both were emphatic endorsements of player freedom. They are also Trespasser's parents. Meet Seamus Blackley. You may have already, even if you don't know it. He's almost the Halley's Comet of the entertainment industry. Every few years or so he rockets in, helps to change everything, bakes some bread, and then zooms back off into the outer solar system. But that's Seamus Blackley in 2024. In 1995, he was merely the designer of Flight Unlimited, the first aerobatic flight simulator on the market. He was also a massive hothead, by his own admission. Flight Unlimited sold very well, enough so that Looking Glass wanted a sequel. Having conquered aerobatics, Blackley wanted Flight Unlimited 2 to be an aerial combat simulator, but Looking Glass had other ideas.
The problem was that Flight Unlimited had made a lot of money. And because of that, in this crazy way the world always operates, new management had to come in, and everything had to change. This pivotal meeting where he looked at me and he said, well, if you're not going to agree to start copying Microsoft Flight Simulator's features, then you don't have a place with this company. And I said, this company's not going to exist if you do that, which was accurate, unfortunately.
And you're in your 20s at this point, right? You had
I was 23.
You had that's quite a wisdom for a 23-year-old to...
Wisdom, it was like pure peak ego and bullshit. But
Blackley left Looking Glass at the end of 1995, but he'd joined the company in 1992, the same time as Austin Grossman. You may not know his name or his face, but you've certainly heard his voice if you've ever played System Shock, because it's him playing Edward Diego in the opening cinematic.
So that's another interesting authorship question. So you were there in...
I was there early. I was there with a lot of basic plotting, and the basic conceit of the audio logs, and some of the level high concepting and interface high concepting, and furring up a bunch of the goals. I wrote the original design document, but I was replaced pretty early into actual full production. I came back to do some of the writing, and of course some of the voice acting.
Do you remember what you did in the game?
I was Edward Diego. I was...
oh my god, you're him? Oh my god.
And it's him we have to thank for the audio log as a concept. Ken Levine may have popularised it as a storytelling device in System Shock's sequel, but it was Grossman who codified it here in the 94 original. Grossman never envisioned a career in video games. When asked in interviews, he's always quick to say that his job at Looking Glass was meant to be a stepping stone on the road to something else. But the game design bug got its hooks into him. He saw an opportunity to change the way stories are told in an interactive medium, and he took it. When Blackley left Looking Glass, Grossman went with him, and by the end of the year, both had been hired by DreamWorks Interactive. DreamWorks Interactive is an odd duck of a development house. It was founded in March 1995 as part of a joint venture between DreamWorks Studios and Microsoft, though really it was a partnership between Steven Spielberg and Bill Gates. The two men had always influenced the orbit of gaming as a medium in their own ways, so it only makes sense that they would want to be even more involved. I've spoken in earlier parts of this retrospective about Spielberg's very hands-on approach to the video game adaptations of his films, at least when it comes to Jurassic Park, but they're hardly the only examples of his interest in the medium.
Do you remember your first meeting with George Lucas?
Yeah, well, what was interesting is that so there are two sides to that. He was and is not a gamer, but he just believed in the potential he had. And then Steven Spielberg, who is a hardcore video gamer and just loves games, threw out an idea actually to Ron originally when Steven Spielberg was calling Ron for hints on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and the project leaders alternated at intercepting his hint calls so that he didn't have to go through the normal paths. And he told Ron, I had this idea for an Amazing Stories TV episode, but it got too complicated. I think it might make a good game. And that was the basis of the dig.
Yeah.
He confirmed it himself at the press conference held to announce the creation of DreamWorks Interactive, as reported by Leslie Helm, James Bates, and Amy Harmon for the LA Times. Quote, a self-described video junkie dating back to the days when the ancient video game Pong was popular in the 1970s, Spielberg insisted that he and his partners commit the necessary time to interactive projects despite their busy schedules. I have not lost my interest in this technology, he said. My interest grows every year, end quote. The article goes on to report, quote, we're not interested in standing on the shoulders of giants who've already created a hip game or other product, Spielberg said. We're interested in forging ahead and finding things that haven't been done before. Whatever it is will be very, very stimulating, end quote. With a philosophy like that, it's no wonder a project like Trespasser got greenlit, though ironically Helms, Bates and Harmon make a point of how, quote, he, Spielberg, said it is possible that DreamWorks could make interactive licensing deals involving films that he has made in the past, but stressed that he is more interested in ploughing new ground. I'm looking ahead at original ideas, not looking back at some of the things I've already created, Spielberg said, end quote. And I guess The Lost World is technically something new, even if it is a sequel. Not everyone was impressed by the venture, as Helms, Bates and Harmon mention in the article. Indeed, they themselves seem wary when they write, quote, Quote, "The venture is the splashiest entry yet in a fast-growing industry about which there is considerable uncertainty. Few have profited from the millions of dollars spent thus far on chasing the nebulous interactive market, though many are convinced that the market eventually will be huge," end quote. Which, let's be honest, is very funny to read in 2024 now that the gaming industry has metastasized and calcified into a billion-dollar behemoth so big it's starting to collapse under its own weight. But the point is, DreamWorks Interactive was a new development house founded by veterans of the entertainment and tech industries, ready and willing to throw movie budget money around with the ferocity of a movie studio's mindset in what was then a much smaller gaming industry. They wanted the best programmers, the best designers, the best artists, and they had the money and the clout to get them. The company just didn't have any idea what to do with them once they had. Blackley and Grossman both recall when they arrived at DreamWorks Interactive they were given nothing to do, so they took it upon themselves to change that. What happened next varies depending on who's telling the story and when they're telling it. Blackley has said in an interview with Jurassic Time from 2022 that he and Grossman approached DreamWorks with a pitch for what would become Trespasser, but in order to secure the budget they were after, it would have to be set within the Jurassic Park universe.
And it came to pass at DreamWorks that, no matter what a hotshot weirdo I was, in order to get funded to make something where I could push those ideas of emergent behavior and, autonomous locomoting characters and all sorts of stuff we could talk about, I really had to put it into some kind of property, and Jurassic Park was the property it landed in.
In another interview done with the Adrenaline Vault way back before Trespasser even released, Blackley claims it was DreamWorks, or more specifically Steven Spielberg, who approached them with the idea of doing a Jurassic Park tie-in game. In an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun from 2023, Austin Grossman says it was they themselves who pitched the game as a Jurassic Park tie-in because it was just sound strategy. Around a decade earlier in his own interview with Jurassic Time, he elaborated a bit more on that, saying, quote, "When they were gearing up production on The Lost World, we saw the chance to do something really interesting. Outdoor gameplay, dinosaurs, a great story," end quote. Richard Wyckoff, in his 1999 Game Developer Then Gama Sutra post-mortem, claims that Trespasser was pitched as a Jurassic Park game not only because it made economic sense, but because Blackley already had an unfinished bipedal monster model he had been working on at Looking Glass for Terra Nova before leaving the company. In yet another interview from 2013, this one with Trescom, Seamus Blackley suggests he and Grossman were already tossing around story ideas for the game before they even left Massachusetts for California. The truth is probably somewhere in between, but regardless of the specifics, by early 1996, development had officially begun on Trespasser, with the release date already set. The Lost World Jurassic Park was due to release in spring of 1997, and Trespasser was expected to fall out the door soon after that autumn. From the time the game was greenlit, they had 21 months of development to work with. Many years later, Blackley would claim they could have finished Trespasser in at least 42 months. It would only be given 30. Chapter 6. Jungle Road. That lack of polish becomes apparent the moment the next level loads in. Weapons and items aren't carried through loading screens. Every area wipes the slate clean for a fresh start. Not that it's ever really much of an issue, because Isla Sorna is also littered with weapons. It's impossible to go too far without stumbling over one, even in out-of-the-way places like this crashed jeep in the middle of nowhere. It's easy to grow complacent with the constant supply of firearms the game provides, but that also makes the few moments where you find yourself without that much more effective. Let's put a pin in that for now, because it's not really relevant to Jungle Road. Not much is, really. Trespasser's second level is massive in scale and scope, but that's all it is. Most of it is spent following the abandoned and unfinished monorail tracks north across the southern valleys of the island. It's certainly a spectacle, The contrast between the artificial white concrete supports and the surrounding green of the jungle is great. Technical limitations of the time kept the devs from recreating the kind of natural density of trees you'd see in real life, but clever use of rolling hills gives the impression that you're weaving in and out of dense jungle and open clearings. Following old ruts in the mud for so long, it almost feels like you've lost the rail corridor until you turn a corner and see another section rising out of the trees. The tracks curve up along a steep rise toward the end of the level, giving you a great view of the valley below. The draw distance falls across the jungle like mist. There's a sense that you could leave the trail and lose yourself in that digital forest, that it's a living, breathing place and not just there for the player's benefit. It really does feel like you're trespassing through this space. Along the way, John Hammond narrates the origins of the idea that would become Jurassic Park.
An idea brought me awake one morning in New York. I almost didn't write it down.
Most of them are given to the player just through the act of following the jungle road for which the level is named, but others require a closer inspection of certain out-of-the-way areas. A crashed jeep left behind by the hunters from the Lost World.
InGen standard safari vehicle. State of the art.
Anne gives a little insight into her own journey at this waterfall.
I rode south along the coast, bus stationed in the early morning, eating vending machine food in the fluorescent light, stepping out of the bus in Mexico City. I shouldered my knapsack, felt the heat wash over me. It was good to be alone, to be nobody for a while.
There's even an Easter egg hidden in this out-of-the-way beach.
Are you hungry? Take a bite. Come on, I won't hurt you. Mommy! Daddy, you're supposed to come see this! I found something!
When I first found this little hidden part of the island, it blew me away. Sure, the beach looks nothing like its film counterpart, but who cares? It's a great little nod to the Lost World, and the best part is, it's completely missable. If all you do is follow the monorail, you'll never even come close to finding it. Or these Mayan ruins, or this crashed hunter's jeep with a pair of shotguns. Jungle Road seems quite linear and empty if you play it to win. A lot of Trespasser does in fact, but like when hiking in real life, if you slow down and take the time to look around, there's a surprising amount of hidden stuff to see and do and explore. One of my favourite memories of Trespasser was when I climbed up a hill, turned around, and thought, hang on, that's a fucking house. In any other game, it might have been built into some huge set piece, and in fact that was probably the intent, but Trespasser was happy to just let it be a weird thing off the beaten path. It's not walled off behind an invisible barrier either. You can explore every part of it. There are even a couple of secrets to find beneath its crumbling ceiling. Finding the house led me to find the valley with the crashed hunter's jeep, and the beach where Kathy Bowman had her unfortunate encounter with a gang of compies in the film. Not one bit of this whole area is necessary to explore in order to finish the level, but I can't imagine playing the game without taking the detour. Slowing down to wander around and explore the out-of-the-way places lets the player set the pacing of the experience, and helps to break up the scripted puzzles and story beats. Pretty much everyone is going to stumble across this phone along the rail corridor, and pretty much everyone is going to hit a few buttons to see if it works. Absolutely everyone is going to suffer through these box puzzles and seesaws, but not every player is going to stop for a moment at this waterfall, or bother to explore the neighbouring valley. You even have complete control over the combat encounters. You can stop and watch this battle between a pair of raptors and a triceratops play out, or you can jump in to interfere, or you can run for the hills. It's the same the whole way through the level. When you come to the valley and the monorail supports, you can stop and engage the raptors prowling through the trees, or you can completely ignore them and run for it. You can deal with the raptors chasing you from the ground as you make your way across the monorail struts, or you can pass them by. You can even jump on this mounted gun to take them down if you're deft enough with the controls. And the weird way Trespasser simulates its world means that no two attempts will be the same, especially when you factor in the jank. Oh. Jungle Road might be a jagged line drawn across the landscape interspersed with a bunch of enemy encounters, but there's enough hidden at the margins to make it just as engaging as Beach, if you take the time to explore. It's only at the scripted moments that the level really stumbles. Trespasser tries so hard in so many ways to be unlike any other video game of the time. The lack of any kind of HUD, the arm, the physics model, the huge outdoor environments, that when it actually does engage with tropes of the medium, it comes off as very forced. Shooting boxes down from high places to use them as platforms was old by the end of the first level. Here it's just tedious, and it's only going to get worse the longer the game goes on, because there's just no way to hide what they are. You can justify keys and locked doors pretty well, but stuff like this is always going to be an obvious puzzle. It's pretty much the game's one trick too, since problems with the physics model meant just about every other type of puzzle had to get ripped out before release. Combine that with the jankiness of the arm and the long stretches of walking, and it makes sense why the game didn't click for so many back in 1998, and why even today I imagine a lot of people who go into Trespasser having had it hyped up as one of the best things they've never played, bounce right off it when they discover just how odd it can still be. Just as it's best played like a real-life hike, Trespasser is at its strongest experientially when it embraces its aim of total player freedom, when it treats itself as a world to explore rather than a video game to be won. Chapter 7. Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. In fact, there's even more to discover if you find a way over these mountains. The unused terrain of an unfinished level lies in wait just beyond these jagged peaks. The plantation house you can discover just sitting off to the side of the monorail tracks was intended to be its own level, and most of it was never properly implemented into the game, but it's all still there, and you can reach it through console commands if you care to. There's even references to it in the hint system. It's an odd glimpse at what might have been had the developers been able to finish the game they were trying to make. It is also, unfortunately, the only one of Trespasser's free scrapped levels to still exist in any capacity within the final product. Another scrapped section ended up as the demo, I believe, but the helipad is nowhere to be found in the full release. It's a universal truth that no piece of media ever makes it to the public exactly the way the creator originally envisioned. Be it a game, a book, a movie, a TV show, the nature of the beast necessitates that, for better or worse, something will have to be cut. Sometimes these compromises can be to the benefit of the finished work, but in many cases, especially video games, it comes down to budgets and deadlines. Just minutes ago I mentioned how all but the most basic knock down the tower physics puzzles had to be taken out of Trespasser due to ongoing troubles with the engine leading up to release, but that's hardly all that got left out of the final product. We actually have a pretty good idea of just how much content was cut from Trespasser thanks to a couple of leaked development documents and a lot of sleuthing from curious fans. It should come as no surprise that at least a couple of extra dinosaurs were planned but never finished. In a 2010 interview with Trescom, artist Kyle McKissick recalled that the game was once to include Dilophosaurus. Sound designer and associate producer Brady Bell campaigned for Pachycephalosaurus and Compies, but the former never made it into the game, and the latter ended up cut because they were too small for the physics model to handle. I believe unused Compy assets were then discovered by the Trespasser Hacking Society as early as 1999. In that interview with Trescom that I referenced before, Seamus Blackley, when asked how many dinosaurs had been planned, answered, quote, "Don't get me started," end quote. Richard Wyckoff, in a separate earlier interview with Trescom, stated he didn't remember any dinosaurs being cut close to release, just that he felt they'd missed out on not having compies, given their prominence in the Lost World film. Baby dinosaurs were considered at one point as well. They crop up in design documents, and they even get a couple of mentions in pre-release interviews before the developers changed their minds about them. But according to Brady Bell, they ultimately ended up cut from the game because playtesters kept beating the shit out of them. Not all of the voice lines or sound effects ended up used, not all of them even ended up recorded, as can be heard when comparing the leaked scripts to what's in the finished game. Fans have been asking developers in interviews about this particular voice line, yay, scary toy clown, for years, despite the absence of any such object in the game. Trespasser was meant to have a lot of gags and Easter eggs for those willing to search them out too. A spreadsheet dated from 1998 lays them out item by item, and some of them are a lot of fun. You would have been able to see a UFO, or stumble onto a pair of dinosaurs bumping uglies, or come across a raptor that could talk. Aye. At least a couple of the planned secrets did actually make their way into the final release. There's a raptor in Industrial Jungle that is completely passive toward the player, just like the pet raptor entry in the table. Hitting the right buttons on the console in Burrows does indeed activate the Wyckoff-Mornier psychological device. They even snuck the mace into Nedry's office. Other secrets were never finished, but their completed assets did end up in the game anyway. There's no ATM that spits out gold bars, but you can find some bullion hidden in the bookcase in the plantation house, assuming you can get it open. I've already mentioned the working payphone in Jungle Road, but there are no secret special numbers to dial as suggested in the spreadsheet. My favourite entry has to be the suggestion of a passive victory, that if you stayed on the starting beach and let the game run for a full real-time 48 hours, a helicopter would arrive and rescue Anne. It's exactly the kind of fun joke ending you can get at the very start of Far Cry 4, though with a far greater time investment. Trespasser's passive ending would have even had Anne comment on the situation the longer she stayed on the beach. Like so much of Trespasser, it's vastly ahead of its time, and very rough around the edges. It's a real shame it was never implemented. Unless... Nope, didn't work. Let's move on. What's funny is the game ended up with a couple of secrets that are never even mentioned in the documents, like this monolith. Anne's not worthy apparently. An invisible wall blocks close access to it, though you can teleport right up to it through console commands. Plus there's this rock hidden in Industrial Jungle to commemorate the designers of a certain set piece early in the level. There are some other secrets and leftover assets too that I'd love to show you, like a Quake symbol hidden underneath InGen Lab, but unfortunately the version of Trespasser I'm running does not permit the teleport or fly console commands. So these are just things you'll have to search out yourself. For those in the know, yes, I changed that one value in the config file from 0 to 4. I even tried doing it on different machines, I mixed and matched different fan patches with fresh installs, but nothing worked. I don't know how to fix it, and this video's production has dragged on long enough as it is, so you'll just have to take my word for it. It's a shame, too. I really wanted to show off the Quake symbol, since it's one of the only 2 weapons in the entire game that can actually bring down a Tyrannosaur. I was going to make a joke like, what the fuck is this thing doing here? And then smash cut to it killing a T-Rex without context. But oh well. When it comes to Trespasser, I suppose a little disappointment is to be expected. At least I was able to find my way into the test scene. What the fuck is this? Why is this here? The table of secrets is also interesting because it contains descriptions of items that never made it into the game, like a flower that could turn raptors sweet on the player, or something called a Rex Howler that when activated would drive other dinosaurs away. But easily the biggest look at what the game was meant to be is a leaked design document dated from August of 1997. Actually reading through the thing, it feels more like a walkthrough for a hypothetical game than it does a design bible. And the further along you go, the less detailed it becomes, until certain sections are just a heading and a question mark. There is some absolute comedic gold hidden in this thing, like this entry right before the start of the final level. Quote, exit puzzle, do we need one? End quote. But there's also a lot of stuff that I'm really sad they never managed to add. Back in Beach, Anne wouldn't have learned she was on Site B by stumbling across an old billboard outside the construction site, but by finding a variation of the iconic Jurassic Park gate from the first film. In fact, one of the game's first big set-piece puzzles would have involved finding a way to get the gate open. The plantation house here in Jungle Road would have been much more of a set-piece, a game of cat and mouse between Anne and an Albertosaurus, where the player would have had to lure the dinosaur into crushing itself with load-bearing walls, while it tried to rip the place apart to get at you. Earlier in the level, you would have had your first encounter with a pair of raptors, and it would have been done without weapons. Instead, you would have had to use your wits to survive the encounter, use rocks or sticks to discourage them, or lose them in a nearby herd of stegosaurs. You would have been able to find and explore the abandoned hunters camp from the film. There was a whole swamp area planned that you would have had to navigate by raft. The town of Burrows would have featured a schoolhouse, and Robert Muldoon might have had his own bungalow. Hammond's mansion would have been a mess of puzzles to make Oswell E. Spencer and the Stouth family blush. Later in the game, there was a puzzle planned where the player would have had to get a battery off a collar attached to a dinosaur in order to open a gate. The Mayan ruins all over the island would have been under investigation by InGen's in-house archaeological division, and the city you come across at the base of Mount Watson would have been much grander as a set-piece location. A boss battle at the port would have involved using a still-functional crane to fight off a rampaging T-Rex. Later on, the player would have had to find a way to catapult over a fence to get to the InGen lab nearby. I'm not exactly surprised this bit didn't make the cut. There would have been dead hunters left all over the island, each with little bits of narration from John Hammond and micro-stories related to their deaths, such as one unlucky bastard who pulled the pin on a grenade as he was getting eaten by a T-Rex. One cool set piece while climbing Mount Watson at the end of the game would have involved an Albertosaurus butting out the supports of rickety scaffolding while Anne tries to cross a gap in the road above. There would have been a statue of John Hammond at the top of the mountain for some reason, the centerpiece of the arena for the final battle, which, yes, was by this stage intended to be a handful of super tough raptors. One of my favourite things from the design document is a moment in Jungle Road where you come across an ancient carved face of Mayan origin looking down at a wrecked jeep left behind by the hunters from the Lost World. It would have been such a poignant image, but alas, it was not to be. There also would have been a very silly set piece that the design document and the Table of Secrets call Raptor Kong, which sums up what it would have been better than I ever could. By far the biggest stretch of content from the design document that never made it into the final product is the Pine Valley level, which would have included the geothermal plant. It was meant to come between the town and the port, and it was actually pretty well finished before problems with the engine forced the dev team to rip it out at the 11th hour. There are still references to it all over the game, in signage and on maps. It's even something right out of both the book and the film, and given the latter never did more than mention its existence, it's a location ripe for adaptation here in Trespasser. The plant would have been another puzzle-heavy area in which the player would have had to restore power to the northern half of the island and get the radio at the top of Mount Watson back online, but it was apparently too buggy to survive the full release. A slice of Pine Valley may have survived as part of the demo, but the geothermal plant itself has never seen the light of day beyond some pre-release screenshots and some in-game signage, which is pretty ironic given in the run-up to release it's the level that was featured in most previews. Chapter 8. Attractions so astounding that they'll capture the imaginations of the entire planet.
The game is entirely physically based. It's basically a simulation of the island. It's a simulation of everything on the island. The player, the dinosaurs, all the objects, the plants, the ground, all the buildings and structures. And what that basically means is that you can apply your everyday intuition to everything in the game. You see something you need to get into, you can bust the door down. You can put a plank over the wall. You can do what you think you would do. Nothing is really limited. And that means that you're not solving the puzzles that the designers set up. You're solving the puzzles that you see. You're not always trying to second guess what the game is doing. You're just in an environment and you're trying to solve a problem and get off of it and stay away from the dinosaurs.
Gaming wasn't the only industry going through rapid change in the 1990s. For the first time in centuries, print media had a serious, if nascent, competitor in online publications. Radio and television broadcasts could be missed, but as long as you had an internet connection, you could read the news at any hour of the day from any source you liked. You didn't need any sort of degree in journalism or years of experience. Anyone with enthusiasm for any given subject and the technical know-how for building a website could set up a news page, which is not to say that they were all amateur operations. Many of them were professional business ventures that saw where the journalism industry was headed and took the bull by both horns. IGN and GameSpot, both founded in 1996, are probably the most infamous examples of early gaming journalism websites still around today. Even back then, it incentivized sensationalism and hyperbole to get clicks, comments, engagement, whatever, but there were far fewer options than there are today. The internet was a wild west not yet overwhelmed by corporate interests, and decades-old magazines could face real competition from upstart websites. In order to keep people reading, the news had to be bigger, bolder, and in the gaming industry, marketing departments were only too happy to oblige. Jurassic Park for the Sega Genesis was hyped up as having, quote, artificial dinosaur intelligence, end quote, in Sega Visions all the way back in 1993. Something one of the people who tested the game back in the day said in a comment on the first part of this retrospective was just marketing fluff to drum up hype. That was ultimately an example of a fairly run-of-the-mill licensed side-scroller trying to stand out in an oversaturated market. But Trespasser was something else. The project had ambition, and I can't blame Seamus Blackley or Austin Grossman or Terry Izumi or any of the Trespasser team for being excited about the game they were trying to make, or the gaming press for shining such a bright light upon them as a result. Trespasser was revealed to the world in December of 1996. One of the first to report on it was Johnny Wilson, editor-in-chief of Computer Gaming World. The magazine was one of the most successful games news publications in the 80s and 90s, and also one of the most prestigious. Wilson commanded a lot of respect, and so people listened when he wrote, quote, for example, if you can uproot a tree, you can swing it as a club. If you can swing it as a club, you can use it to fight a dinosaur. If you're clever, you'll look for ways to build a trap. But Blackley's design gives you the option to go toe-to-toe with the beast if you dare. Second, the dinosaurs themselves are polygon-based creatures built from the skeleton up. Animation takes into consideration the joint structure and the graphic representations of the dinosaurs, which are literally computerized skins stretched over the skeletons and musculatures. In spite of his obvious pride in creating realistic physical worlds, Blackley insists that he knows the value of gameplay. In fact, he jokes, if we don't get the pacing right in Jurassic Park Lost World, everyone's gonna call this Microsoft Hiking Simulator. With the game design we've seen, we don't think he'll have to worry, end quote. The article promises a lot in its brief word count, but also unwittingly reveals some of the underlying production issues. Over a year into development, and the project hadn't even settled on a name. The focus was still entirely on the tech. When Trespasser's earliest previews began to appear in March of 1997, it finally had its name, and it was Wilson who once again wrote the most substantial piece on it for issue 152 of Computer Gaming World. Quote, Trespasser Jurassic Park may well be as revolutionary in its genre as the original Jurassic Park film was in its genre, end quote. Many of the promises broken by Trespasser's premature release are present in this article. Quote, Blackley developed skeletal models for each of the dinosaurs represented in the game. Then, he connected the skeletons with artificial muscle connections. Each portion of the skeleton and musculature is assigned weight, strength, durability, etc. And, as a result, the model ends up handling skeletal and muscle movement according to authentic physical principles. End quote. Quote, the AI is being developed around each animal's reaction to various objects. For each object encountered, the dinosaur will have a number of options/activities to accomplish, and will always choose the most pressing. The variables for these options will be built around fear, love, anger, curiosity, hunger, thirst, fatigue, pain, solidity. The computer will perform rapid calculations based on each object, then, depending on the animal's highest activity rating at the time, will decide what the animal will do. If the fear rating is highest because the raptor has just felt a shotgun blast, it may run away. If the pain rating is highest, it may wander around illogically. If the hunger rating is highest, Filet of Adventurer rises to the top of the menu, and the raptor targets you. Whenever there is a collision in the game world, the program's physics engine sends out location information, data on the intensity of the collision, and data-based information on the materials involved, density, objects, etc. Then, a portion of the program known as the sound daemon receives the message and decides upon the appropriate sound, volume, pitch, and location cues. All of the puzzles are based on physical laws and realities. Some doors will make sense to smash in, at other times you'll want to smash windows. Sometimes you may dig traps, at others you may lure a T-Rex to charge a building in order to come after you, destroying a building, but getting it out of your way. Austin Grossman, the game's actual designer, humorously calls Trespasser Jurassic Park the anti-Quake, end quote. But perhaps the most unintentionally damning thing Wilson reported was this, quote, Spielberg himself calls Trespasser Jurassic Park the digital sequel to the Lost World Jurassic Park. Those are great expectations from a master showman, end quote. Wilson reiterated the point in an online companion to the print article, and went on to report efforts by the team to streamline compiling issues and overcome draw distance and texture pop-in. And yet, as glowing as Wilson was, he was skeptical that Trespasser would ship on schedule. The game was expected to hit shelves by late 97, but he was pretty certain it wouldn't release until early 98. Regardless, the hype train had officially left the station, and would only pick up speed over the course of 1997 and 1998. Said Ian Etra for Game Power, quote, Trespasser is more of an action-adventure set in a 3D world. Now, let me clarify that. When I say world, I mean a world. A fully rendered, 15 square kilometre continuous island, covered with fully rendered trees, lakes, mountains, you name it. No separate levels, no shortcuts, end quote. Said Doug Lombardi for Game Center, quote, Blackley says Trespasser's environments are so realistic and dynamic that the game borders on being a simulation. A Dino Park simulation, the sun dances through the trees as you move through the jungle. When you touch water, ripples form across a lake or stream, and nearly every rock, artifact, and object can be touched, broken, thrown, and blown up, end quote. Wrote David LaPrade for the Adrenaline Vault, quote, With its realistic physics and dazzling 3D environment, Trespasser represents nothing less than an immense breakthrough in computer gaming, end quote. And that's just previews from 1997. A surprising amount of press coverage was dedicated to the prestige of the people involved on the project.
Well, part of the kind of challenge we set before ourselves is to bring the look of the game to a new standard. And our thoughts on that was, if we pull from the same talent that other game companies are, we are likely to get the same kind of look. After discussing it and thinking about it a lot, our decision was to just pull from wherever we thought good artistic talent may lie and bring them up to speed on what's required of them for this medium specifically. I think bringing that fresh look and some of the lack of parameters under which to work have helped both us in expressing ourselves, but in refreshing some of the ideals that normally go into what can and can't be done into the game industry, specifically visual.
Next Generation made a lot of fuss about how Blackley hired people outside of the game industry to work on Trespasser. Terry Izumi came from Disney. Greg Stoll came from Lockheed Martin. They somehow even made the mistake of saying John Williams was on board as composer. And wrong though it is, I'm sure it only added to the game's hype. It's impossible to escape the shadow of Steven Spielberg too. Is he involved? Has he played the game? What does he think? The only name to ever come up even faster is Quake. Trespasser was to be everything Quake wasn't, and it was a contrast Blackley and Grossman were only too happy to play up as well. In an interview with the Adrenaline Vault from 1998, Blackley joked, quote, "We call the first level in our game the Quake Re-Education Camp," end quote. Back in 1997, Grossman was a little more blunt, quote, "What we saw at E3 is that the current field is strong. Lots of people are doing indoor 3D games, and doing them well, but there just aren't any real standouts or innovators. Everyone is making Quake, or Doom, or Castle Wolfenstein, and doing it basically the same way. So overall, I thought we had some strong Quake games, but I was disappointed at the lack of technical and gameplay innovation." End quote. Otherwise, it was all about the physics tech. Realistic water, it ripples when you disturb it. Realistic item placement. Keys and weapons don't float 3 feet off the ground or spin in place. Realistic terrain and lighting. The environment is based on a real island and will be one big level. No load zones to interrupt the sunlight shining through the trees. Realistic weapons. The best scans of all the firearms DreamWorks could license. Realistic combat. If you can't find a gun, you can smash a chair and use one of the legs as a club. Realistic dinosaurs. Their AI is governed by wants and needs and different emotions. Sometimes they might attack you, sometimes they won't. Realistic audio. It's tied to what object you throw, what surface you threw it at, and how hard you threw it. Realistic puzzles. If you need to get past a wall, you could build a stack of crates or find a key to unlock a gate, or smash through a window, or bridge a gap with a plank of wood. Realistic inventory management. You can only carry what Anne can shove through her belt. Realistic interaction with the environment. All of it done with Anne's right arm, just like in real life. I could go on, and it's tempting to just quote whole blocks of text from every single preview or interview I came across because they're all so excited and so blinded by the tech that even though what they're seeing is unfinished, it's impossible not to believe Seamus Blackley and Austin Grossman and every other member of the team when they promise the greatest game ever made. Quote, "Perhaps I can be permitted to cast down the formalities of the standard sneak peek and just express the things that excite me and concern me about this game. After all, following the intense tide of media-related information washing off the shores of Trespasser in recent months, what is left to proclaim but I want this game." End quote. Not everyone bought into the hype. There was a lot of blustering about the lack of a multiplayer mode, but that's not really what I'm talking about. Right from the beginning, some previews were skeptical of the quality of the screenshots provided by DreamWorks. Quote, "Note, these screenshots were probably taken at a higher resolution than the real game will be, but they are real models and real game scenes, not cutscenes." End quote. In a preview published after Trespasser's release, which really puts into perspective how troubled the production cycle was, one writer for Arcade expressed doubts about the team's promises of a working physics model and dinosaur intelligence. Quote, "In an ironic echo of the original film plot, apocryphal stories have the game's designers supposedly expressing surprise at the actions of their own on-screen dinosaurs. We're keeping a pinch of salt handy for that one, but it certainly sounds interesting." End quote. Even before the game hit shelves, it was often said Trespasser's frame rate chugged. Ian Etra, the same person who voiced doubts about the quality of Trespasser's screenshots, noted how slow it was way back in March of 1997. He gave it the benefit of the doubt at the time, saying, quote, "Not surprising, considering the number of polygons and detail in the landscape," end quote. But over a year later, in 1998, David LaPrade was questioning Seamus Blackley about Trespasser's poor performance in general, and especially at E3, and the answer honestly precedes the question. Computers just weren't up to rendering a high-quality 3D outdoor environment yet, but Blackley assured Laprad and the Adrenaline Vault's readers that they'd fix it by release. Quote, "Figuring out how to hack the hardware to do it is difficult, but once the hardware guys saw what we were up to, they got enormously excited, and now we have to turn them away because we don't have time to talk them through all this stuff. We have a hardware implementation that, in the words of one of the biggest card manufacturers, is a showcase of this generation of hardware. It does things you've never seen before in hardware, which is very cool." Adrenaline Vault, such as Blackley, such as rendering the huge outdoor areas, the high polygon count, and the detail. Aside from some of our rendering primitives, such as the skinning of the dinosaurs, which are all bump mapped, and some other surface mapped items, we can draw everything in hardware to the horizon. We can put all our temporal rendering techniques on the hardware and make it speedy. Adrenaline Vault. What changed your mind about including hardware support? Blackley. More than anything else, the proliferation of hardware and the second generation of cards, which have the flexibilities that allow us to do most of our rendering in hardware, end quote. This interview with Blackley is really interesting because reading it with the benefit of hindsight, it's actually quite revealing. Quote, "Well, it is interesting to be the producer, write the physics engine, and be on the programming staff. It gets a little hairy," end quote. The same enthusiasm for Trespasser that permeates every other preview and pre-release interview is still there in most of the answers, but the facade is starting to crack under the pressure. When asked whether the numerous delays are due to technical difficulties, Blackley not only confirmed it, he admitted it was a nightmare. When asked what he would do once the game was shipped, Blackley answered, quote, "Getting really, really deeply and irresponsibly drunk," end quote. An outraged audience would go on to condemn much of what was said in these pre-release sneak peeks and interviews as bold-faced lies, but what's interesting is that the team was often quite open about what Trespasser wouldn't include. No multiplayer, no coloured lights, no flying enemies, no human NPCs, no toes. There were one or two lies in there. Unless you count the different textures on the Rexes, male and female dinosaurs were never implemented, and the team would have known that at the time of this interview, and Ian Etra was right to be doubtful of these screenshots. But everything else is just a victim of exaggeration, hyperbole, and in one or two cases, mistake. Even if the game was exactly as described in that 1997 design document, with all the secrets thrown in and the systems finished and the physics model working, Trespasser still would have been a disappointment to some, because they had been promised a whole new world when it was only ever going to be a video game. But the fact it released as so much less just made things worse. When your video game is revealed to the world with claims that it will revolutionize the industry and change the way people play, you can't then step back and ask everyone to manage their expectations. You can't talk about the troubles going on behind closed doors. You can't clarify things about the physics model or enemy AI that sound more impressive than they actually are. It's a cycle we've seen play out time and again with Hello Games and No Man's Sky, with CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk 2077, with Bethesda Softworks and Starfield. Once the brakes on the hype train fail, there's not much you can do but wait for the crash. Chapter 9: Industrial Jungle. Industrial Jungle begins where the monorail ends, in a muddy ditch beside an abandoned motorcycle. The walls of the gully are too steep for Anne to climb, which is a clever way to push the player in the right direction, and also gives you a glimpse at the kind of game the developers wanted to make. You're left with nothing but your wits when you start down the gully, and the nearby raptors are only too happy to jump down and join you in the cramped space. There are weapons lying around, but they're all just out of reach. Instead, you have to dodge past the dinosaurs out of danger, and hope you're quick enough to outrun them, or scramble up a fallen log and pray they can't follow. The first time I got to this point, I just stood there staring at the raptor further down the gully, and when it inevitably noticed me, I panicked just as bad as I would in real life. There are weapons you can actually reach further down the trail in crashed vehicles, but this momentary game of cat and mouse with the raptors here is the kind of vibe I think the developers were aiming for, at least from what's written in the leaked game design document. Long stretches of Anne sneaking through the jungle, relying on the environment and other dinosaurs to defend yourself, with sudden bursts of violence whenever you stumble across a weapon capable of taking down a raptor. I can't decide whether it works well here just on face value, or if it's because the first two levels made me complacent with how generous the game is with weapons, but it's still a momentary look at the game Trespasser wanted to be, and it's effective, even if it doesn't last very long. I wish they'd held off on the guns just a little longer, because not much further down the road you'll have your first encounter with the second raptor tribe of the game, the Red Leopards. In this recorded playthrough, I just shot it from a distance. I wasn't taking any chances. But on a repeat run, I actually saw it, and the more familiar tiger-striped raptor nearby, get into a fight. The tiger-striped raptor even won, despite being the weaker of the two. You don't see any more red leopard raptors for quite a while either, so it feels like a scout accidentally wandered into tiger stripe territory and is getting just as cold a welcome as Anne. There's another great moment not much further up the path when a raptor steps into the shadow of a jeep balanced precariously on the cliff right above it. It's a very obvious cinematic set piece, and that makes sense because it was designed by Steven Spielberg and his son Max, as stated on this rock just past the jeep. Yeah, the rock only appears if you do it right. No Spielbergs. The pleasure was mine. But it's not a mandatory part of the level. You don't need to engage with it. You can still just shoot the raptor if you want. I wouldn't even call it scripted, because the jank physics change the way the jeep hits the raptor every time you play the level. Again, it brings to mind the kind of environmental puzzle solving so often spoken about in pre-release media and developmental documents. Even Hammond's commentary feels appropriate to your situation.
November 1983. Test fertilization of an artificial ovum. My hand shook as I held the tiny eyedropper. 1 drop. 2 drops. There. The genie was out of the bottle.
He talks about the process of bringing dinosaurs back from extinction while you're trapped in this linear valley with walls too steep to escape. You're drawn inevitably through the mud, the same way Hammond forges blindly onward toward disaster, until the two stories converge at this clearing with your first encounter with a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's it.
It's a terrifying moment the first time you see it. It's big, and it's fast, and it's loud. So loud you can't hear Hammond talk when it gets up close.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
It might still move in that weird, janky way all the dinosaurs in Trespasser do, but that alien locomotion only adds to its threatening aura. Trying to kite it around a tree to make a quick getaway while still keeping distance between me and the Rex's two raptor friends was exhilarating, and the second I saw an opening, I was bunny hopping for the hills. Whether or not the raptors give chase is up to the game's AI, but the Rex will eventually catch up to you a little further up the clearing when you come close to a grazing Parasaurolophus. It'll charge in from off-screen to attack the herbivore, and when I first played the game I thought it was such a great bit of organic simulation that the Rex had followed me and sighted a bigger, more enticing target. But given it's happened on every single one of my playthroughs, I'm pretty sure it's scripted, which is oddly disappointing. Trespasser might not be the champion of simulational gameplay it wanted to be, but I can't think of many other moments where it forgoes that aim entirely in favour of scripted thrills. Even Steve and Max's Jeep drop is entirely optional, cinematic though it definitely is. The scripting doesn't last much longer than it takes to get the Rex cantering across the valley toward the Parasaurolophus. Everything after that is left at the mercy of the game's artificial intelligence, but I find it odd that it happened at all. I understand the motive though. It is very fun to stand at this nearby waterfall and watch the fight. You never quite know what you're going to get. The clearing leads into another gully with even steeper walls and nothing but rocks. I get the sense from all the bones littering the place that this is meant to be the nesting ground for the tiger stripe raptors, though you only ever encounter 2 or 3 at a time. It's another area that's light on weapons, and if the raptors catch you off guard on the sloping rocks, it's pretty much game over. The terrain gets even stranger the further you go, to the point it almost feels like you're travelling out of bounds into an unfinished part of the map. It's not just the arrangement of the rocks and the steep inclines that feel off, it's the textures stretched across the chasm walls that just look weird, even up close. The appearance of more raptors tells you that you're going in the right direction, but even they're having trouble with the terrain. It's always fun picking off raptors from the high ground as you exit this cave, but in this recorded playthrough I didn't even get the chance. One of the raptors took itself out while I wasn't looking, and I still have no idea what happened. There's a good chance Anne will join them sliding down this wall into the gulch. I've never been brave enough to make this fall without saving first. I'm not taking any chances. It feels like this is another part of the raptors' nesting grounds, but you're not the first one to drop in unannounced. Our old mates Biosyn beat us to it, though it doesn't look like they had much luck getting back out again. It's a steep climb out of the gulch and a precarious walk across this log to escape the raptors. And then you come to this. I have no idea what this bit of terrain is meant to be. It's a little too rigid to be a natural formation, but the textures are all dirt and mud and rock that defy any sort of artificial origin. My best guess is that it's ruins buried under mud or some sort of quarry, but if so, it's in a weird place at the top of this fucking mountain. The truth is, of course, that it's a jumping puzzle in a video game. It doesn't have to be anything. But in a title striving for a greater level of realism than the average release, it is odd. And you'll have a lot of time to think about it too, because you'll probably be here for a while. The slopes might be shallow, but they're still too steep for Anne to climb, and she doesn't have the jumps to mantle most of them. I always end up having to toss my weapons further up the slope just to shed the excess weight and build up enough speed to make the jumps. I always have to take this awkward zigzag up to the top. It's an odd set piece, immediately followed by a 100-foot leap off the top of a cliff into a tiny pool of water, which, naturally, I missed the first time I attempted the jump. Missed by a single toe. Anne's legs shattered into dust, and then she collapsed backward into the pool to drown. What an awful way to go. Also, the gun I was holding went off when I hit the ground. Something I was never able to recreate, so I have no idea what was happening there. If you don't just blindly jump to your doom and stop to take in the view, it is gorgeous. The valley stretches out below you from horizon to horizon, and it's impossible not to feel relieved at the sight of power lines running between the trees. Things are a little less picturesque when you hit the water and discover you've been cornered by an Albertosaurus, to say nothing of the raptors prowling the valley. There is a nearby mounted turret that is angled in just the right way, and the Albertosaurus is just big enough a target that if you jump onto the back of the hunter's jeep and start blasting, you'll probably be able to take it out, and it does feel very satisfying when you do. But running away is, as always, just as viable an option. The rest of the run down the valley is spent passing power lines, dilapidated sheds, and crashed vehicles along a dirt road in the process of being reclaimed by the jungle. It is a genuine relief to find human infrastructure again after going the whole level without so much as a concrete barrier. Industrial Jungle might be very linear, but it's also very clever in the way it makes you feel like you're getting lost, falling off the edges of the map into parts of Ilisona only the dinosaurs have ever laid claim to. This valley right at the end is the most open area of the level, but it feels like it has the most direction thanks to the road taking you right to the InGen town's perimeter wall. You've mostly made it out of Tiger Stripe territory too. From here on out, we're in Red Leopard Raptor country. They're out in force along the road, but it's hard not to get excited along with Anne on the approach to what appears to be civilization.
Showers, coffee, air conditioning. Almost there.
It's worth meandering a bit though, because if you take your time, there's actually a lot to see. I already mentioned the monolith, but there's this floating padlock too. No idea what that's about, and a crashed plane left behind by some unfortunate drug runners. No sign of whatever they were smuggling though. I guess the raptors got it all. I wonder if that's why the Spinosaur from Free was so quick to rip the plane apart when it crashed. Maybe it was expecting a little dino nip hidden in the luggage. When I first saw the plane lying in the field, I genuinely thought it was something fans had modded in as a reference to Jurassic Park 3 after the fact. But no, it was always there. It's just pure coincidence that the plane models look so similar. The crew even left behind a little gift, though you're not given much of a chance to use it before you reach the next loading screen. Hop the wall at the end of the road, and that's it for Industrial Jungle. Chapter 10. Half-sunk a shattered Visage lies. Many hours ago in the first part of this retrospective, I spoke about a game called Jurassic Park Interactive. It was little more than a collection of repetitive minigames, and 90s FMV charm aside, it didn't have much going for it. What it did have is the scariest Velociraptor in any Jurassic Park game I've played so far. Usually the raptors are just treated as standard enemies to cut down in waves. It's rare that the developers are actually able to capture their on-screen presence in the code. I suspect Jurassic Park Interactive only managed it by mistake, and the same is ultimately true of Trespasser. As I discussed in the chapter on pre-release material, the developers wanted highly sophisticated enemy AI for not just the raptors, but all of Trespasser's dinosaurs. It didn't work out that way for reasons we'll get into later, but that doesn't mean they failed. Trespasser's raptors are able to capture the menace of their cinematic and literary counterparts despite being dumb as rocks. They may not be smart, but they are unpredictable, and when you stumble across one in the jungle, it's a coin toss whether they'll beeline straight for you or just stand there watching. From a distance they move in a goofy lope of sorts, especially if you encounter them on any kind of slope, but they can book it when they want to. They can close on Anne fast enough to knock any weapons she might be carrying aside, or even out of her hand entirely. The janky controls make it hard to recover when they get that close, and if you find yourself caught between two or more, there's not much you can do but hit escape to load your last save. They're easy to deal with in open areas, but if they catch you in any sort of confined space, be it the narrow valleys of industrial jungle or the walled construction sites of InGen town, you're pretty much fucked, especially if you don't have any weapons on you. You can run, or you can try to hide behind physics objects, and they might follow you, or they might lose interest and wander away, but there's no guarantee they'll leave you alone forever. You constantly have to keep an eye on where they are, keep an ear out for talons crunching through the leaf litter, because they're never as far away as they appear to be. Ah shit, the noises they make are awful too. They might not use the same vocalizations as their film counterparts, but it's still visceral enough to make the ancient monkey brain go danger. Especially when you take into account how quiet they are at all other times. They're not completely devoid of self-preservation either. If you shoot a raptor, it'll throw up its head in indignation and limp away, though never very far. It won't be long before their predatory instinct recovers and they swing around for a second attempt on your life. But for a moment, it really does feel like you've scared them off. Keeping them at bay is exhilarating in a way so few Jurassic Park games have managed. It's great. I think a lot of that has to do with the arm. Like I said before, it blurs the fourth wall in ways that a game with a more conventional heads-up display just doesn't. It's almost enough to trick you into thinking they could leap out of the screen and get you for real, at least in the heat of the moment. The way the game doesn't end when you die, the way you linger on the ground, forced to watch as dinosaurs rip Anne to shreds, is a very intense aspect of the game too, almost like she's being eaten alive. Their effectiveness as enemies is one of Trespasser's greatest illusions, but it's also a massive coin toss, because the unpredictability of their AI that makes them so terrifying to encounter also makes them humongous idiots if you catch them on a bad day, which is really the crux of Trespasser's dinosaurs. They are terrifying to behold up close, but when you watch them at a distance, it's hard not to laugh at the way they flail and bounce and glitch over one another. Take the Triceratops fight from Jungle Road. I've never seen this fight play out without some sort of glitch. In this recording, the Triceratops' legs got long and wonky. In another playthrough, a raptor flipped out and spaghettied across the screen. One time a raptor got underneath the Triceratops and flipped it over, which caused the game to chug down to 10 frames per second until I put the poor thing out of its misery with a bullet to the brain, and I have no idea why. In one memorable encounter, the Triceratops launched into space, and that is hardly the tip of the iceberg when it comes to some of the weird things I've seen dinosaurs dinosaurs do when playing this game. I've even brought some of them up already, the raptors leaping to their deaths in Industrial Jungle for example. But there's more. Brachiosaurs walking into each other, a Parasaurolophus doing a sick spin kick on a raptor, anytime I hit a raptor with a tranquilizer dart and it just clenched up like a little gremlin, the time I folded one up like fucking origami by pushing it into a bench and then turned it into spaghetti by pushing it into a lamppost. I got pretty good at folding them up with the AK-47 actually, especially in InGen Town. They're pretty good at doing it to themselves as well. A T-Rex pinballing off a Parasaurolophus, raptors pinballing off each other, a raptor face planting into a wall, a raptor face planting into a rock, a raptor crushing itself beneath a crumbling wall, a raptor falling out of the sky, a raptor stuck on a rock spinning in place, a raptor stumbling off the edge of a mountain, again, and again, and again. A T-Rex stuck between a tree and a pillar. A pair of T-Rexes drawing each other's aggro while hunting a Parasaurolophus. It's not a dinosaur, but a floating tree with enough space beneath it to walk through, and the way every single dead dino curls up on the ground like a bug. But my absolute favourite has to be from my very first encounter with a Tyrannosaurus Rex in Industrial Jungle. It's accompanied by 2 raptors, and the way the game's AI works meant that all 3 wanted to rip my head off, and somehow, amid the scrum, one of the raptors ended up crushed into the ground by the T-Rex. Half sunk a shattered Visage lies indeed. It didn't die either. It was still very angry. It still nipped at me when I got in close to take a look. It completely took me out of the moment, which is why I didn't bring it up during the last chapter, because the first encounter with the T-Rex is, otherwise, very effective. It's incredibly silly and incredibly jank, but it's also evocative of animals in real life. Not that I've ever seen an animal glitch itself through the ground, no. What I mean is no predator is aggressive all the time. There are countless videos of big cats and bears goofing off or having fun or embarrassing themselves both in and out of captivity, but you still wouldn't want to be caught alone with one. The Jurassic Park films have always struggled to reconcile their desire to portray their prehistoric stars as animals to be respected, while also wanting them to be big scary monsters. The early films leaned on the original book's explanation that InGen's cloned dinosaurs are socially maladjusted thanks to being raised by human handlers, rather than in the group context of their own kind, something made explicit by the contrast between the antagonistic raptor pack kept in captivity who kill for sport, and the much larger group living in hiding on Isla Nublar who aren't openly hostile to everything they see. The later films pinned the blame on genetic manipulation to make the animals meaner, but even the non-hybridized dinosaurs exhibit uncharacteristic levels of aggression that is, honestly, quite reminiscent of Trespasser's broken artificial intelligence. It doesn't matter the circumstances in the Jurassic World trilogy. If a predatory dinosaur catches sight of a human being, it will try to eat them. Even in the middle of a fight with a much larger, more dangerous herbivore. Even in the middle of a volcanic eruption. Even in the middle of a crowded and unfamiliar city. The inverse is true of the herbivores. They just don't seem to mind the presence of humans in the Jurassic World films, which is about as far from real-life experience as you can get. Trespasser's herbivores have even less going on upstairs. Their brains are completely smooth. Stegosaurus famously had a brain the shape and size of a walnut, but in Trespasser, if you crack the skull of one of those babies open, you'll find nothing but a cavernous void staring back. Allegedly, this one in InGen Lab has a couple of brain cells left, since the developers forgot to turn them off, but most of the time they barely even have the ability to move. All they do is bounce back and forth. They certainly don't try to defend themselves the way they at least did in The Lost World, and the same is true of the Brachiosaurs, though at least they have a realistic size advantage to justify the lack of fucks given. The Triceratopses at least seem sort of aggressive if you get too close. One did manage to kill me, and they do really hate raptors, but it's hard to tell honestly. The dino-on-dino combat is so jank that it could just be the raptors hurling themselves onto the horns by accident rather than any sort of defensive intent on the part of the Triceratopses. Anyway, my point is that Trespasser's dinosaurs might be dumb compared to their film or literary counterparts, but that's also why they're better able to reflect real animals. Nothing is cool or scary or passive or hungry all of the time, and while it may not be in the way the developers intended, Trespasser is still able to capture an echo of that realism through its jank. Even the way the carnivores do this little weird head waggle is evocative of real animal behaviour. I'm pretty sure it's just the AI having a meltdown over whether to go after Anne or another nearby dinosaur, but it still brings to mind defense postures animals make when threatened. There might only be 7 dinosaurs in the game, and they might all appear before the end of the 3rd level, but the different raptor tribes keep things from getting stale. Each raptor tribe controls a different part of the island. The tiger stripes seem to hold the south, the red leopards have moved into the interior, and these cool guys live around Mount Watson, and it's a missed opportunity that you don't get to see them interact more. The T-Rexes are even more memorable, since none have the same size or coloration. The first Rex you meet looks like it stepped right out of the films, even if it's a little smaller than you might expect, but the striped giant up in the ruined city halfway up Mount Watson dwarfs it by comparison, both in size and in presence. You usually encounter a single Tyrannosaur hunting on its own, but there is one moment where you can run across a pair stalking the plains together. It's just enough to give each of the Rexes and your encounters with them personality, even if the game never really takes it any further than that. The last predatory dinosaur in the game is Albertosaurus, and it's the one I have the least to say about. From what's written in the leaked design document, it's clear Albertosaurs were meant to serve as something more threatening than a raptor, but less invincible than a T-Rex. A mid-sized monster to round out the roster, but given so many of their associated set pieces ended up cut, in the final release, they're just happy to be here. They appear rarely, and when they do, it's usually right next to a really powerful weapon, like a machine gun mounted to the back of an abandoned truck, or the game's only Lindstrat rifle loaded with instant kill venom darts. I'm happy they're in the game, since they do break up the Raptor and Rex encounters well enough, but in the game is all they are. They have the least personality out of all of Trespasser's dinosaurs, and that is saying a lot. The only interesting thing about the Albertosaurs is that they're the only dinosaur in the game not to have come from the films. The other 4 dinosaurs on the roster are the brain-dead herbivores: Brachiosaurus, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, and Parasaurolophus. There's not much you as a player can do to them, and they're so passive that they're not worth killing. Not that you could kill the Brachiosaurs anyway since they're invincible, but it is fun to watch them shuffle around or bounce across the terrain. It's even better when you can find one in an area overrun with carnivores, since the raptors and the rexes will hurl themselves against the herbivores, usually to very little effect. The way the animals locomote is always too awkward to land the kind of killing blow you'd expect to see an apex predator make. Way more often they just rocket past their target and have to turn around to try again. The Stegosaurs usually stand their ground, and as I said, it sometimes looks like the Triceratopses try to fight back, but the Parasaurolophuses just look like rabbits caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. The way they give a little nervous shuffle and then totter away never failed to bring a smile to my face. Aside from the AI causing some incredible dino jank, a lot of it has to do with the draw distance too. I'll get into this more when I talk about the game's production, but the way Trespasser's draw distance works, at least from my layman's understanding of it, is it caches distant objects and terrain and throws them up on screen as crunchy sprites to show you that they're there before you actually get close enough to render them in. It was a necessary hack job to achieve the scale of environment they wanted on the limited tech of the time, and as you've seen throughout the video, the way the trees and buildings pop in and out of loaded space is extremely noticeable and extremely jarring, but nowhere in Trespasser is that more true than with the dinosaurs. You can see them in the distance, but they don't move. They just hang in place until you get close enough to properly load them in, which is why I think a lot of Trespasser's dinosaurs were placed out of sight by the level designers, either over short hills, or behind rocks or walls, or in amongst a forest of trees. It's weird enough when you do catch sight of a dinosaur frozen in place like a statue, but it's so much funnier once you learn they can walk themselves out of the draw distance too. If you find just the right sweet spot of a position to stand on and watch one of the more active dinosaurs without drawing its attention, you might get lucky and catch it zooming right out of the loaded level. Catching a T-Rex doing this in Industrial Jungle on an unrecorded playthrough is actually what made me realise its attack on the Parasaurolophus soon after is probably scripted. I'm not sure how else it could keep up given it froze itself out of time and space. Chapter 11. When they opened Disneyland in 1956, nothing worked. The delays predicted by Johnny Wilson and other members of the gaming press came to pass. Trespasser's release date slipped out of late 1997 all the way down to the 28th of October 1998. Trespasser limped onto store shelves and into the hands of those who had been waiting for it. The hype train had only been picking up speed with every passing delay and every new pre-release preview, but when people finally sat down to play the game and discovered nothing but a broken engine, broken mechanics, and broken promises, the whole thing derailed overnight. People turned on the Trespasser team, and they weren't shy in expressing it either. Quote, "I have nothing against a company or its programmers championing a game, but look at these quotes. These people are not gamers. They sneer at gamers. We are all idiots, who they can only hope can rise up and understand their great game. Give me a break." End quote. This comes from a so-called hype review posted on a website called Old Man Murray 6 days after release on the 2nd of November, and the quotes being referred to are from the Trespasser team hyping up the game in previews and pre-release interviews. The hype review goes through a whole bunch of claims just copied verbatim from other places, and frames their lies as self-evident, but doesn't actually do much to critique them beyond quoting the odd disappointed newsgroup post. Quote, "Trespasser equals prime example of overhyped, underachieving software. What was that about over 100 trees rendered even on a low-end Pentium? This game runs like crap on my P2 free with a monster 3D. I got the game thinking it was going to look like the screenshots on the pages of PC Gamer. I'm afraid to say I am very disappointed. Let this be a lesson to future game makers to deliver games that work the way they're are advertised." End quote. Quote, "Chances are you aren't doing anything wrong. The graphics are that awful." End quote. Quote, "I don't see where they get off saying the game has real physics. Since when do boxes bounce around on the ground like the ground was made of sponges? Their idea of real physics is so unreal that it makes the game unplayable." End quote. Not all the quoted newsgroup posts are so caustic. Some of them have genuine grievances, like how the game doesn't look like its pre-release screenshots, or how the promised depth of puzzles isn't present, but good faith criticism is not the point of this hype review. Quote, "If you want to call a revolution and fail, be prepared to face the old man's wrath." End quote. And boy, is there a lot of it. Most of the vitriol is directed at the performance issues, but the hype review does take the odd shot at Trespasser's lackluster real-world physics. There's even an "I told you so" regarding the state of the game from back when it was shown at E3 1998. It's just really mean-spirited, and I bet this isn't even the worst of what was posted back then when the Trespasser hate was at its most blinding white-hot. It's almost hard to comprehend these days now that it's considered a cult classic, but the game was so reviled on release that Seamus Blackley recalls getting death threats over it.
The backlash was terrifying, and it also came, incidentally, at the very beginning of internet fandom. Like that was
Welcome to the internet, Seamus.
Was right when it started to go. And so like death threats, you name it, everything, all at the same time. It was extremely dark.
Austin Grossman recently compared the backlash to the internet's hatred for Rebecca Black when Friday first released. The Old Man Murray hype review is one of the only places I could find where the gaming public's rage has been preserved. A little journalistic turd accidentally encased in digital amber on the Wayback Machine. Otherwise, most of it has been buried by the passage of time, and good riddance, honestly. That sort of response doesn't help anything, even if I completely understand where the anger was coming from. Better preserved are the more professional reviews from magazines and established websites, and they're not all as negative as you might expect. One near-universal criticism was of the game's performance. It would be easier to list the articles I found that didn't go into great detail about the terrible frame rate and the constant pop-in, which I've read was much worse on release, and the disgusting load times, and the impossible system requirements that made playing the game at all an exercise in frustration. 2 separate reviews even joked that you'd need the Cray supercomputers from Jurassic Park to even run Trespasser. Had the game been better received? I have no doubt, but can it run Trespasser would have become just as much a meme as, but can it run Crisis? 10 years later, just as much time was devoted to the physics model. Quote, Trespasser's much ballyhooed physics may be accurate on certain distant moons, end quote, wrote one reviewer. Others, instead, were frustrated that the physics were too realistic. Yes, really. Some were just disappointed that for all the physics objects lying around, none of them had much use in gameplay, nor were any of the physics puzzles promised before release actually present. Quote, let's face it, stacking boxes in real life is a pain in the arse. When they keep falling over, as the real physics and annoying controls insist that they do, it's frustrating at the very least. Sometimes realism isn't the best option, end quote. It wasn't all negativity. Some reviewers were actually quite impressed with the physics, though Tal Blevins, writing for IGN, was quick to note, quote, the physics engine is a paradox in itself, making the game so wonderfully genuine, but ultimately causing Trespasser to be frustrating and unplayable on the majority of machines owned by PC gamers, end quote. The sound design and musical score were almost universally praised too. 3D Gaming Network called it the best sound they'd ever heard in a video game. Even places that ripped Trespasser to shreds like the Adrenaline Vault praised the Foley work. Opinions were less glowing on the voice acting. 3D Gaming Network, despite praising the sound design, called the narration, quote, old, stinky, and boring, end quote. Game Center called Hammond's voiceover, quote, vague ramblings, end quote, and Sharky Extreme's review questioned how Anne could possibly be hearing Hammond's narration, let alone reacting to it. Quote, by what means does Anne have the ability to listen in on Hammond's narrative? Headphones? DreamWorks have time and again stated that Trespasser is aiming for ultimate realism, and this aspect of storytelling does a lot to retract from that, end quote. Games Mania questioned why Hammond narrates the story of Site B when you could just watch the films. A question I find very ironic, given a recount of the films is about the only thing Hammond doesn't cover across Trespasser's narration. Looking back at the criticisms of Trespasser's story with the benefit of hindsight makes them even funnier too, because it's one of the few aspects of the game universally considered to have held up. Don't even get them started on the arm, said PC Accelerator, quote, in a word, it sucks ass. Okay, 3 words. Sue me. Everything natural and right in game control was replaced with senseless, stupid tasks like turning your wrist. End quote. Games Mania wasn't much nicer, though at least IGN seemed to appreciate it for the jank. I'm not surprised though. In all the reviews I read, the critics took the game at its word that you'd need to use the extra wrist controls to aim, and in my experience all that usually did was make things worse, so I won't begrudge them their frustration. Game Revolution was the only review I found to crack that particular code, and no one seemed able to decide whether the way Anne handles weapons was realistic or not. It was more a mixed bag with the dinosaurs. Both The Hitman and Jove, writing for Game Over, fell for the hype regarding Trespasser's realistic AI. Sharky Extreme wasn't so easily swayed, though did give a little leeway for the Raptors. Those sentiments were echoed by 3D Gaming Network and Active Network. PC Gamer seemed impressed at least. Quote, this is, in many ways, one of the highlights of Trespasser, as dinosaurs run, hunt, and attack each other and you in a very natural, believable manner, end quote. Though was quick to bring up the jank, as was GameSpot. A lot of criticism was directed at the game's failed ambitions to be realistic, from the linearity of the level design, to the numerous impassable inclines, to the simplicity of the puzzles, to the fact whatever Anne's carrying vaporizes between loading screens. But one of the most consistent complaints was how common weapons are around the island. Quote, there's no clue who the former employees of InGen were, but they must have all been hardcore NRA members. There are guns lying all over the island, end quote. Quote, this explains why the island is now uninhabited. Imagine all the casualties from these loaded guns going off while they were being cleaned. Add to that the accidents that surely resulted from stumbling across a cluster of fully loaded shotguns lurking in the ferns. It seems dinosaurs were the least of their problems at Site B, end quote. Quote, "One compound is so well stocked I'm surprised that the InGen crew weren't able to hold off the Raptors themselves. There are fully loaded weapons everywhere. There's no ammo, but lots of loaded guns." End quote. The conspicuous absence of ammunition, I'll grant, is odd. But is this really the straw that breaks the camel's back when it comes to Trespasser's realism? You're fighting dinosaurs. Anne's got a boob tattoo that changes depending on how injured she is. But no, the abundance of weapons is what breaks your immersion? You would never see this kind of criticism thrown at Quake, which, naturally, reviewers compared Trespasser to once or twice, both positively and negatively. Beyond the actual criticism, there were the jokes. Quote, "DreamWorks' minimum requirements are a Pentium 166MHz with a direct 3D compliant video card with 1 megabyte of memory. DreamWorks will be appearing at your local improv comedy club in the near future, as that's one of the funniest jokes we've heard in a long while." End quote. Quote, "Anne can fire a shotgun one-handed. If she can do that without having her arm twisted off by the recoil, then she should also be able to pick up a raptor by the tail and use it to beat a T-Rex to death. And you thought Lara Croft was tough." End quote. Quote, "Anne has the top speed of a one-legged child with emphysema." End quote. Quote, "Now, although it was a fairly obscure movie confined mainly to art houses and college campuses, I know a handful of you are familiar with Jurassic Park." End quote. Oh, and just about everyone had something to say about Anne's boobs. Quote, "Screw this whole get off the island idea, I'm gonna play with my new toys." End quote. Quote, "I was just going to start bitching about the graphics when I found my health meter on my left breast. Wait a damn minute, I've got tits, woohoo!" End quote. The PC Accelerator review goes on to suggest a number of busty chests to potentially play Anne in any live-action adaptation, including John Goodman's man boobs, because haha, he's fat and cheap. The article tries to give each pair a cute name too, and it's always the lowest hanging fruit, and it's just very odd. Was this ever funny? Someone tell me. Inquiring monotoms need to know. But since we are offering suggestions on who should play Anne in the movie adaptation, I think the review's author would make a pretty good pick, given they act like such a massive fucking tit. Anyway, Next Generation got a chuckle out of it at least, but IGN was less impressed. The reviewer even wonders what the women on the Trespasser development team thought about it. I think Byron Hinson hit the nail on the head when calling the boob tattoo sad for Active Network's review. The Adrenaline Vault wasn't impressed either, with the reviewer writing, quote, "For Tomb Raider junkies who get their jollies drooling over Lara Croft's boobs, this may be acceptable, but frankly I think it's pretty moronic." End quote. It's one of the few things I actually agree with the Adrenaline Vault review on. There are 3 reviews I want to look at in detail, and this is the first. The article was written by Emil Pagliarulo. Yes, that Emil Pagliarulo. And no, we're not going to talk about that right now. It's still 1998. Hold your fucking horses. Anyway, the review stumbles early with this absolute mess of a paragraph. Quote, "Today, Spielberg, sick, and his cohorts at DreamWorks Interactive have got their work cut out for them, as they face off against a whole new audience. One comprised of the most cynical, critical computer gamers known to mankind. As a member in good standing of that elite bunch, I can attest to their raptor-like viciousness and overwhelming willingness to rip a bad computer game to shreds. Right now, they have begun that frighteningly familiar pattern of the hunt, circling around DreamWorks Interactive's Trespasser. They seem unsure of how to react. Do they accept this strange hybrid into their ranks, or pounce? Claws unsheathed and teeth bared." End quote. Oh, Emil, I too have once waffled on to meet a word count, but putting that, and his apparent hatred of Jurassic Park as a franchise in general aside, he does make some good points. The lack of an inventory system does limit your options when it comes to game design. The lack of item variety does mean every reward for exploration is just another gun, and the overabundance of weaponry in general does lessen the appeal of secret hunting and the thrill of combat overall. I don't think anyone will disagree with his complaints about Trespasser's performance, such as it was at release. His thoughts on the game's graphical fidelity though, that's a harder sell. Quote, "Forget the early early screenshots you saw. Trespasser is not a pretty game." End quote. I have to keep reminding myself that in many ways, Emil isn't talking about the same Trespasser as I am. None of the contemporary reviews are. And when he criticizes the atrocious pop-in, I understand where he's coming from. I've dunked on more recent releases for that myself, even though in Trespasser's case I find it charming. But I don't get how you could find this game ugly in general. A sense I get throughout the review is a refusal on Emil's part to engage with the game, and I don't think that can be entirely blamed on Trespasser's performance. Other reviewers were able to look past the poor optimization and find their own fun, but here Emil says stuff like, quote, "One thing I found particularly frustrating was Trespasser's unwillingness to force the player to think creatively," end quote. He uses the Jeep set piece in Industrial Jungle as an example, where you drop the vehicle down on the raptor's head, but, quote, "Did I do that? No, because I had a shotgun in my hand and another strapped to my back. I just blew the damned dinosaur away." I encountered several instances like this, where I could have taken a longer, more thoughtful way around a problem, but instead just shot my way through because I could. Sorry, but I'm not about to take the long, thoughtful route just for the heck of it when I can save a half hour of aggravation by pulling a trigger a few times, end quote. Now, I don't want to be too mean to Emil here. Last year he admitted he could be an overly negative dickhead while writing for the Adrenaline Vault. The review was decades ago now. He's clearly changed as a person, but you've got to admit, it's fucking wild to accuse a game of lacking mechanical depth, and then admit you refused to engage with it whenever it did try to introduce any variety into the gameplay. He was equally as dismissive of the musical cues used to accentuate certain story moments. Quote, "In the game, you almost have to laugh as this melodramatic classical music tries to save a scene that's about as thrilling as watching paint dry," end quote. But for all Emil's complaints, I can tell he at least finished the game. I'm not so sure with Elliot Chin, who penned a GameSpot's review of Trespasser. All the details he brings up, many of which he uses for the basis of his criticisms, don't extend beyond the second level. While commenting on Anne's admittedly slow walking speed, he added, quote, "Although, if DreamWorks sped up the running to a bearable gait, it would simply take less time to figure out the game's true nature. It is nothing but an uneventful and needless hike through a barren landscape. And if you do bother to wander around the levels, you'll find much of nothing. Just more jungle, with nothing to really hold your attention," end quote. Which isn't even accurate to the first couple of levels anyway, but is certainly demonstrably untrue of Industrial Jungle onward. Elliot brings up the game's performance issues, notes how dinosaurs would fall from the sky or the wonky LOD, but never mentions how Trespasser would run even worse if you ever found yourself indoors. And in a review this scathing, I refuse to believe that sort of thing wouldn't be mentioned if the critic knew about it. Take also his complaints about the game's story. Quote, "The voice acting is lackluster. Minnie Driver, as the main character, Anne, can't even muster up an ounce of excitement when she sees a dinosaur for the first time. Guess it's an everyday occurrence for her. And Hammond and Anne's voiceovers sometimes make no sense. One time, at a waterfall, Anne started talking about sleeping at a bus stop and eating vending machine food. What that had to do with her stay on Site B, I don't know. It was as perplexing as the rest of this game," end quote. Emil Pagliarulo made a similar criticism in his Adrenaline Vault review, but he used a much better example of an allegedly misplaced voice line from InGen Town.
Water seeped into everything.
Elliot Chin spends a decent portion of the GameSpot review ripping the physics puzzles to shreds, yet never mentions the keycard puzzles of the late game. Indeed, he never even describes an encounter with a Tyrannosaurus Rex, despite lambasting his experiences with every other dinosaur from the first couple of levels. To be fair, I don't know for a fact that he didn't finish the game for this review. All I have to go on is what's written on the page, and honestly, it's not a huge gotcha moment if I'm right. I may not agree agree with a lot of what he says, I certainly think he's overly negative on pretty much everything. But again, the versions of Trespasser we're critiquing are separated by 25 years. It's a fact that the release build was dogshit. I'm not going to defend the poor performance, or the broken physics, and I'm not going to give this guy grief for not wanting to keep playing beyond Jungle Road because of the jank, but I do think it would be a little shit if he based his entire review on an incomplete playthrough without admitting that, especially when his critique led to Trespasser winning GameSpot's Worst Game of the Year award for 1998. He ends the review by saying, quote, "This game is just too frustrating, too boring, too tedious, too enamoured of its vaunted physics engine. It's a good engine, if you don't consider the bugs, but it doesn't amount to much of a game," end quote, which I think is the closest he comes to praising Trespasser in the entire article. I wanted to focus on these two reviews specifically because they exemplify the immediate and overwhelming backlash Trespasser received upon release. They're both wrapped up in elitist gamer bullshit, they're both more concerned with coming up with the most scathing, overly negative insult to keep people reading rather than actually engaging with the product, and they both treat DreamWorks Interactive like a company of duplicitous conmen rather than actual human beings. It's a backlash that may not be on the scale of today's derailed hype trains. The advent of social media has provided a platform for each and every disgruntled gamer wanting to toss an insult at developers they don't know for not making the best game ever. And boy was Emil helping to sow the wind for a storm he would eventually reap decades later when he dropped this review and others like it back in the day. But I would argue that the response to Trespasser was more potent. The internet was a lot smaller, yes, but this was also one of the first high-profile backlashes to take place online, where you could make your opinion known in full, uncensored, and immediately. Well, as immediately as dial-up would allow anyway. But perhaps most heartbreaking is the last review I want to focus on. If Trespasser had any champion outside DreamWorks as a company, it was Johnny Wilson and Computer Gaming World. Wilson ultimately wasn't the one to review Trespasser for the magazine. Robert Coffey took up the pen instead, and he was not kind. Quote, "A first-person shooter that desperately wants to be an adventure game, Trespasser is an ugly mishmash of uncertain identity, crippled by ill-conceived ideas, a technically promising engine that screws up gameplay, and more horrendous glitches than 10,000 men could shake 10,000 sticks at," end quote. According to Coffey, Trespasser fails as a shooter, it fails as an adventure game, and the poor performance makes what little it does have to offer an exercise in tedium. About the only positive thing he had to say about Trespasser was that it's short. Like many critics, he took shots at the game's, quote, self-deluding high ideals, end quote, and ended the review by awarding Trespasser 1 star out of 5. Ouch. Quote, "Appeal. Gamers who value tedium and frustration over gameplay and fun," end quote. Have you ever met a gamer? Robert, that's all of us. It's easy to be negative as a critic. It's fun to rip something to shreds, and it's fun to watch someone do so. It's a lot harder to be entertainingly positive about something. It's just as easy to lose sight of the people who actually worked on the media being torn apart, too. As a consumer, you never have to experience the hours of crunch, or the nights spent sleeping under your desk, or the bullshit office politics. You just get the final product. I've fallen into that trap. I've even done it unintentionally. When I tore into Jurassic Park for the Sega Genesis in the first part of this retrospective, I never expected someone who actually worked on the game to leave a comment responding to the harshness of my criticisms of it. No one ever sets out to make a bad game. No one actually invested in the artistry of the medium anyway, and of course I know that. But it's still something easy to lose sight of when you're caught up in the cathartic swell after putting the controller down to vent some pent-up frustration, which, again, is why I can't begrudge any of these reviewers for their opinions, even if the following decades have placed them squarely on the wrong side of the argument. Trespasser was just that unplayable on release, though that still doesn't excuse how caustic and personal the backlash got. What I didn't expect is that between all the jokes, and the complaints, and the personal attacks, the people who were able to look past the glitches and actually engage with Trespasser did see what the developers were going for. Both reviewers for Game Over found the game's immersive qualities to be a stronger positive than the performance issues were a negative. Quote, "Trespasser is a glimpse into what the future has to offer us, and it's a glimpse tropes I will go back to again and again, end quote. IGN called it revolutionary, even if the execution couldn't match the project's ambition. Quote, I can tell what the designers were trying to do, but they didn't quite make it, end quote. 3D Gaming Network said the same, and even called Trespasser the most ambitious game of 1998, a breath of fresh air in a stagnant period of first-person shooters. Amir Ajami, apologies if I mispronounced that, writing for Sharky Extreme, compared Trespasser to a premature baby, and while the wording was a little odd, the spirit of the sentiment rings true. Todd Vaughn said much the same, writing for PC Gamer. Peter Olafsson, writing for GamePro, said it was a great time if you could look past the bugs. Even critics who weren't able to get into Trespasser like Byron Hinson, writing for Active Network, and our old pal Emil, had to give the game points on originality. But these islands of positivity were few and far between amidst a stormy sea of bile and vitriol. It was the old man Murrays who yelled the loudest, the overwhelmingly negative reviews that got the most traction, and Trespasser was quickly branded a betrayal and a laughingstock. The developers were branded liars, just looking to make a quick buck on a tie-in game. Trespasser became the standard by which all other gaming flops were judged, the biggest disappointment in recent memory, until Daikatana released 3 years later and blew the backlash out of the water. Not that everybody caught up in the initial squall was still that angry about Trespasser in 2001. Kim Randall's very, very late review for CVG aside, to the credit of DreamWorks Interactive, they were able to fix several of the much maligned performance issues for the demo, which dropped after the release build was being prepped to ship. Those fixes were also quickly bundled into a downloadable patch, but in the days of dial-up internet and data caps, the 34MB file size was more than most were willing to bother with. It was all too little too late, and it didn't matter anyway. The fires of that initial backlash were quenched barely a month after Trespasser's release, when a game that boasted revolutionary storytelling methods, incredible enemy AI, a real-time journey across a realistic environment, and a diegetic user interface hit store shelves. Its name is Half-Life, and its release swept Trespasser out of the zeitgeist practically overnight. Chapter 12, InGen Town. There's a sense of triumph as you load back in between the perimeter walls of Burrows, the largest settlement on Isla Sorna. From the valley at the end of Industrial Jungle, there was nothing to see but a distant wall with a hole where the main gates should have been. But on this side of the loading screen, a grand mansion rises over the fence, as tall as the trees growing all around the complex. Against all odds, you've made it to civilization, the closest thing to it on Site B anyway. The main gate to Burrows is locked shut, but you can still get in through the side entrance if you can figure out the code. For the immersive sim enjoyers, there's also a second option to enter the town, through this pipe further down the perimeter wall. Neither way through the wall is particularly hard to find, but it does evoke the kind of open-ended and non-linear puzzle solving spoken of so often in previews and interviews, and that trend only continues once you make it inside. Burrows is a ghost town. The only residents left are the handful of raptors who have come to call it home. But then that's not exactly surprising. It's hard to tell from this end of the complex, but Burrows is also the town from the end of the Lost World, complete with the raised operations building and whatever the hell this thing is meant to be. The gymnastics building? I don't know. Even the devs seemed confused as to what it was meant to be. There's a little comment in the design document about it apparently being labelled a kiln according to official set plans from the film, but I digress.
This place is dead.
Anne might be dismayed to find Burrows just as abandoned as the rest of the island, but to me, it was a delight. InGen Town is Trespasser at its best, a sandbox to explore that adapts a location from the film as faithfully as it can, adding depth to familiar places while expanding into unseen spaces. But more than that, it evokes the kind of game design the developers were clearly aiming for with puzzles, and creative ways around those puzzles, with some fun stuff to sidetrack you along the way, all wrapped up in a bundle of great subtle storytelling. This is, without contest, my favourite area of the game. Every time I play through Trespasser, I can't help but linger in Burrows. I've never managed to get through it all in less than 90 minutes. There's just so much to unpack, I don't even know where to start. Real thought and effort went into the layout of the town, into the layout of each and every building, into the layers of its short history. This sort of place doesn't just appear overnight. Someone had to build it, and those workers had to be housed and fed and kept happy and fulfilled. The general construction crew and InGen employees got basic prefabricated houses with only 1 or 2 rooms, but important individuals like Dr. Wu got their own separate compounds, and Hammond himself got a huge mansion to live in. The oldest buildings like Hammond's mansion and the operations centre are starting to crumble after years of neglect, while the newest structures haven't even had their foundations laid yet. And they never will. One piece of narration has Hammond comment that when the workers learned of his bankruptcy after the events of Jurassic Park, they just dropped their tools and left. Burrows died the way pretty much every ghost town does. The money dried up and everyone left. A tropical cyclone didn't leave this road unfinished, or these foundations empty. Raptors didn't loot their way through every house and take whatever wasn't bolted down. Only after Burrows was abandoned did those extra crises sweep in and add on to the decay. Buses and buildings lie overturned in the street from wild weather. Windows and doors stand open and shattered from curious dinosaurs. Only echoes of the people who called this place home remain. Burrows has become one of my favourite environments in any video game because of how well it captures those levels of urban decay and lets you explore them at your leisure. It's not all just walking around either. The raptors slinking between buildings can create some great emergent gameplay moments, like here where one trapped me without a weapon at the back of this walled off construction site. You can try to engineer an encounter between the tiger stripe and red leopard raptors since it's another area where they appear together, though getting them to focus on each other over you is easier said than done. It's definitely not intended, but I had the easiest time folding up raptors here in InGen Town than anywhere else in the game too. The Lindstrat rifle loaded with tranquilizer darts in the church makes it easy enough to shove raptors against lampposts, which seems to be the easiest way to make them go origami mode. Though you can get even crazier formations if you can flip one over with an AK-47. If you're sick of bullying raptors into abstract shapes, then you could always shoot some hoops. And you know I had to take a shot at the church bell, though sadly it doesn't make a sound if you hit it. Immersion ruined, 0 out of 10. This game sucks actually. Even when you're not exploring or making your own fun, the game is constantly telling you a story. When Anne isn't slowly coming to the realization that Burrows is just as abandoned as everywhere else she's been on Site B, she gets introspective, like here at this bus.
The funny thing was how easy it was. Nobody stops you. Just get on the bus and watch the highway start moving. The whole world before you. I guess it's not a vacation if you don't know when you're coming back.
Or in the bar, if you can climb high enough to trigger the voice line.
Now would probably not be a good time for a drink. Much as I might like one.
Hammond unintentionally reveals how thin his image of the grandfatherly old billionaire is in the things he doesn't say when talking about the logistics of building up Site B's infrastructure.
Building the town was hard. Costa Rican contractors were competent people, but they had to be transported, fed, housed, and afterwards bound to silence.
The weekly breakfasts with him just say so much about him while also saying so little. It's fantastic. He has voice lines on things you'd never expect too, like this broken mug in his office. Even on the main progression path, the storytelling is very subtle. You start off on a high note having reached the town at all, ready to find a phone or a radio or a means of escape, but then you get inside and find it's no safer than anywhere else on the island. All seems lost when you've reached the radio room in the operations building, only to find all the equipment broken beyond repair.
Broken. No radio, no phone, no satellite. That's it, I'm dead.
It's the first time since you found the monorail at the end of Beach that you don't have a clear goal to work toward. Instead, you're just left to aimlessly explore the rest of the town, if only to find a way out. There is a set order to the progression path through Burrows, but it's more of a guideline than a command. It's easy to stumble upon the blue keycard while exploring the church, long before you'll realise you need it in the operations building on the other side of town. But even if you don't, you can always just jump onto the roof from the helipad and then drop through a hole in the ceiling behind the locked door. Anne's ankles might shatter a couple of times in the attempts, but it can be done, and it completely bypasses having to grab the blue keycard from the church. You can unlock the gate to Dr. Wu's compound from inside the security room, but you can also just climb over the wall with a couple of crates without ever even entering the operations building. You can do the same to get over the wall to Hammond's mansion, though you'll need to find more crates on the other side to get back over, because the door doesn't automatically unlock from the inside. You will need to seek out the white keycard somewhere in Hammond's compound to gain access to his office though. Even if you could reliably platform across his many balconies, the window is shut, or you could just grab a crate, hop the fence and leave. For some reason the fence leading out of Burrows is the shortest of the lot. You only need a single box to make the jump. No wonder the place is overrun with raptors. If you're in a rush, you can be in and out of town in about 5 minutes. I love that so many of these little ImSim solutions are present in InGen Town, but I still can't bring myself to take them. I enjoy the exploration too much, with the one exception of Hammond's mansion. If you'll recall, the design document imagined Hammond's mansion as a big puzzle box in the style of The Seventh Guest, and there are still elements of that design left over. There's a bunch of fun optional stuff too, like this little disc which, if you drop it onto the disk drive in Hammond's office and hit the keyboard, will play you snippets of his pre-Jurassic Park diaries.
She would not answer me at first. I asked her again.
A diary. This is really old. 1951.
And you thought InGen's genetic tech was impressive. You can find this teeny tiny gun under his bedside table.
6 rounds. Ladies model.
And there's a cattle prod just sitting on a windowsill, which will go off every time you walk over it. Every single time. But there's also the matter of the mansion's one remaining puzzle. Well, aside from how fucking hard it is to climb upstairs. Finding the white keycard to access Hammond's office. It's one of those puzzles where if you know the solution, it's impossible to forget. It's that simple, but until you figure it out, it is needlessly frustrating. It's also conspicuously artificial in its design, like so many of the crate puzzles from Jungle Road. Nothing about it feels natural. I just stumbled onto the solution after going over the mansion with a fine-toothed comb. The white keycard's hidden behind this rock out in the backyard, which, you know, seems a little random, but it is what it is. It's not frustrating enough to ruin the level for me, but it's certainly InGen Town's lowest point. The puzzle really needed to be telegraphed better, because it is telegraphed, but I only realised that while watching back the recording to take notes. The first thing you see when reaching the top of the stairs is this map of the Big Dipper, with a big helpful circle over one of the stars, and there's a cattle prod resting on the sill right beside it to draw you over to this window. The intention is clearly to grab your focus with the cattle prod and then have you see the Big Dipper recreated with rocks in the garden below, and now that I know that, I can't unsee it. But my first time through, I had no idea the game wanted me to make that connection. I was more interested in having fun with the cattle prod, and even when I did take notice of the arrangement of the rocks, nothing about them made me think of the Big Dipper poster at the top of the stairs. This is the sort of puzzle that would fit really well into something like The Seventh Guest, or Resident Evil. It's not even particularly difficult, but it's made unnecessarily frustrating by Trespasser's commitment to realism. In a game more willing to engage in arbitrary, idiosyncratic puzzle mechanics, with a lower suspension of disbelief, this poster would stick out as something important, because anything in the environment could be a potential hint, but Trespasser never establishes that kind of style. I'm not saying this sort of puzzle couldn't exist in real life. Who knows what sort of shit gets built into the houses of people with more money than common sense. But when it's the only puzzle of this type in the entire game, let alone this building, it stands out as poorly telegraphed. When I see a note from Hammond asking Dr. Wu to return the spare red keycard in amongst all the other environmental storytelling around Burrows, it comes across as a hint, because it fits the naturalistic, realistic tone of the game. But when the level throws up this huge impossible to miss poster of the Big Dipper, it just comes off as set dressing, because that sort of, look at this is important, artificiality just isn't a common feature of Trespasser's level design. Despite what a lot of reviews said about the abundance of weaponry, every object and every detail in every level of Trespasser is placed with some consideration of realism in mind. It makes sense you'd have a lot of emergency guns in such a dangerous place, especially when there's no legal oversight to dictate their placement or ease of access. It's all just a private company's guess at adequate workplace safety. I suspect I'd go easier on this puzzle if there was another way to bypass it like every other step of your journey through Burrows, but no, this is the one exception, the only choke point in the entire town. The payoff is pretty good at least. Not only does Hammond's office get you access to Hammond's old diary and the purple keycard to open the gate out of Burrows, but there's also a potential new escape route. A map of the island reveals a communications array at the top of Mount Watson, along with a road leading straight to it.
A few weeks after we landed, we went to the summit to put up a crude satellite link.
The mountaintop station is it then. Last chance.
Anyone familiar with the Lost World movie would have known Burrows belonged to the Raptors long before Anne figured out it wasn't the safe haven she wanted it to be. But the broken radios might have still been a surprise given they were operational when Nick Van Owen ran through to call for help. Finding this map doesn't just put the wind back in Anne's sails, it shakes off the feelings of aimlessness any player experiences without a concrete objective. There's no guarantee the communications array will be working any more than the radio in Burrows' operations building, but it's better than nothing, and there's no time to waste. Head on through the gate across the compound, and we're on our way. Chapter 12. InGen Town is not over. InGen Town continues. Oh, you thought we were done with level 4? Burrows might have the lion's share of the things to do, but the compound only makes up about 1/3 of the level space. We've still got a long way to go before we hit that loading screen, and the first time I played through Trespasser, I couldn't believe just how far away the exit is. The level just keeps going, which is a design philosophy all of Trespasser does its best to evoke. Even in this scaled down, unfinished version of the game, there are still so many moments where it hits that vibe. No matter how close to done you think you are, there's always somewhere else to go, something else to see, some secret or unfinished bit of level to find. Exploring Burrows was a more slow-paced, puzzle-dense affair, so the road out of town throws you right back into the action with a pair of Tyrannosaurs hunting a Parasaurolophus. It's not exactly the frantic escape you might expect. Once the Rexes down the Parasaurolophus, they're much more likely to have aggroed each other than even noticed the player. I've never seen this hunt end with the T-Rexes still on good terms. One of them always ends up killing the other, and the fight always gives Anne ample time to bunny hop out of harm's way. Past the Tyrannosaurs, the road runs up a long open valley populated by the odd raptor or two. Beach, Jungle Road, and Industrial Jungle also sent you down similar trails, but none felt as open or as triumphant. The way your destination, Mount Watson, rises out of the draw distance on the horizon gives the walk a drive and a purpose that the earlier levels simply lacked. Before, it felt like you were pinballing back and forth between landmarks, trying to feel your way through the jungle to an unknown destination. Now you've got a map. Now you know where you're going. Now you know what you're looking for. And there's nothing this island can throw at you to stop you. Oh. At a certain point the road will curve left, hugging the rise of the valley wall, but it's not a straight run up to the top of the nearby dam. You can hop around the first landslide, but the second is impassable. The only way across is by taking the long way down through the valley. The raptors grow thicker as you re-enter the trees. 3 of them even wait in ambush close to the second landslide, but the real attraction is the abandoned dam at the top of the valley. By the time you reach it, you'll have 2 options options to get back up to the road, either by climbing the slope on the left, or taking the stairs on the right and cutting across the top of the dam, but I wanted to explore. In the little control cabin by the dam, there's a lever that you can't pull, but interacting with it will still open the floodgates, though they're too high for Anne to reach from a ground level jump. I figured it was probably another bit of unfinished content, but I was determined to get inside and see what was in there. Dropping down from the top of the dam was a definite death sentence, but this crack along the wall gives you just enough space, at just the right angle, to mount and go to your way over to the floodgates and jump into the tunnel from a safe height. I was expecting to find a gun, because, you know, that's usually what you find in Trespassers out of the way places, and to be fair, I did, but I wasn't ready to find a corpse, one both Hammond and Anne had something to say about.
I first met Howard Greenwood in 1992. He was an American, introduced to me as a former Green Beret. He asked a number of questions about the disposition of the InGen technology. Harry claimed to be a friend of my former son-in-law. I liked him. He was confident and dashing.
He must have been scared. He was wounded, he crawled in here, maybe losing blood. Guess he thought it was safe.
As far as I'm aware, this is the only surviving example of the dead InGen hunters planned to appear across the game. Hammond still makes a couple of general comments about them, and you can find the occasional bone or bit of grisly evidence of what became of them after the events of the film, but Harry Greenwood is the only one actually given a personal story. It was a striking moment in a level full of striking moments, especially since I originally played the game completely blind, without having done any research into its production. But what I love most about it is that it's hidden. It still adheres to that "it keeps going" design mentality, despite the fact it would have been smarter to place it out in the open for the player to more easily find. There's still trust extended to the player that these environments are worth exploring, that the rush of finding an actual secret in an out-of-the-way place is worth more than putting the game's incredibly famous, incredibly expensive narrator front and center for every line of dialogue. InGen Town finally comes to a close at this gate at the end of the road near the top of the dam, though there are still a couple more raptors to deal with along the way. There's no real reason to go across the top of the dam other than for the thrill of it, and the spectacle. Even half finished, it still looks incredible. You can see all the way back down the road you've come, like you might in real life. The view is like one last hurrah as you exit the eastern half of the island, with all its open valleys and rocky canyons and verdant plains, and disappear into the dark and twisted jungle of the west. Chapter 13. Who's Frown and Wrinkled Lip and Sneer of Cold Command? Okay, look, not every chapter title's going to be a winner. One aspect of Trespasser that has received near universal praise even during the height of its chaotic release is its presentation. The game's sound design received the lion's share of the accolades, and deservedly so. It's one of the only aspects of the physics model to actually function as intended right out of the box, but anyone with a rig strong enough to run Trespasser well at release also praised the visual design. Those praises have only grown louder as the years have gone on. Many of the more distracting visual bugs have been caught by fan patches, so what's left is nothing but a feast for the eyes. Trespasser looks good, not just for a 90s game, but in general. It may not have the polygon count to match the graphical fidelity of modern day releases, but the texture quality comes damn close. If you play the game on a big screen and actually get up close to the dinosaurs, you can see the way their skin is covered in little pebble patterns, and the bump mapping gives it a tactile quality that other games of the time simply lacked. The same is true of the abandoned vehicles and the plants. You can see the layers of rust on truck doors, and little gnarls and bumps on the trunks of trees. Even Anne's arm, blocky though it is, has a lot of detail. You can see the muscles and tendons beneath the skin on the back of her hand, and while they may not move, it's more than you'd normally find in a game of that era. Things even look good at a distance, up to a point. As long as you're close enough that the objects have physically loaded in and aren't just crunchy sprites on the horizon, they have a lot of tangible depth and detail, even even if you're not looking at them under a microscope. One aspect of the visuals that constantly struck me was how well the draw distance mimics the effect of mist, especially if it's able to connect up with the clouds of the skybox. Trespasser doesn't really feature changing weather or different times of day. The closest it comes is a gesture toward a sunset as you climb Mount Watson at the end of the game, but there's a night version of the test scene in InGen Town that proves they could have pulled it off if given enough time to work it out. It's an attempt at photorealism in an era when that sort of fidelity wasn't really possible, and in a lot of ways it failed, but when it's still able to blow me away with how good it looks some of the time, something must have gone right. It's too blocky to escape that late 90s look, but it's also so far ahead of so many of its peers that it creates a visual style all of its own. Even games released today aiming for that 90s look give the visual design a little more crunch. Hard polygons mixed with soft textures, but Trespasser is different. It is nothing but sharp edges, and that gives it a unique and timeless visual style that will carry it even further into the future than it already has. Gameplay trends come and go, but what looks good forever, and Trespasser looks damn good. Of course, not everything holds up well visually. The ground and wall textures can still be pretty muddy and pixelated, and they look especially strange whenever they're stretched over cliffs and canyons. Building interiors can be pretty drab too. The game aims for realistic proportions and layouts in its buildings, and a lot of the time it hits that scale perfectly. But then there are buildings like Hammond's Mansion with its absurdly high ceilings and random assortment of rooms that felt poorly built rather than stylized to evoke wealth and grandeur. And yeah, it goes without saying that the level of detail is trash. The constant pop-in is absurd, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's an instant deal-breaker for some people because it is very distracting, even today. Though it is something you can learn to filter out the longer you play. At least that was the case for me. It's the same with the way a lot of environmental objects don't really fit together, such as how the ground sinks away beneath things like the statue of Edgar Rice Burroughs in the middle of town. A lot of stuff is floating a foot off the ground, and usually that's the result of the physics engine. It's like gravity forgets the crates and barrels exist until something already grounded bumps into them. But there are aspects of the level geometry that can't be interacted with that also have God mode enabled. The aforementioned padlock from Industrial Jungle, and of course my favourite tree out the back of Burroughs. Where Trespasser really excels is with sound design, and I think that's because the library of audio effects were recorded and compiled by a separate team at Sound Deluxe Media Labs, which were then taken and integrated into the game by Brady Bell and John Galvin at DreamWorks Interactive. As with many members of Trespasser's production, the team at Sound Deluxe Media Labs weren't traditionally video game people, but their big-budget Hollywood movie pedigree added a lot of prestige to the title. Ironically, that makes Trespasser's audio achievements harder to see, because the kind of context-sensitive Foley work it helped pioneer is so ubiquitous in games today that the original innovations seem basic by comparison. Sound effects aren't just based on what material is striking what surface, but based on intensity too, and it's determined in real time by the physics engine. Walk from a patch of grass to a metal walkway and the sound of your footsteps will change from a quiet crunch to a sharp clang, but if you kill a raptor and tap dance through the pool of blood along the way, you'll also hear a bunch of wet squelches. Pick up a bit of debris and use it to gently tap a surface and you'll get a quiet whack, but swing it with all the strength you can and you'll get a loud crack that echoes across the jungle. The game boasts an absurd variety of weapons, and all of them come with their own bangs and booms.
17.
There's a lot of jungle ambience too, though it's sporadic at best. Every so often you'll hear a very out-of-place kookaburra or a red-tailed hawk in the distance, and it might not be much, but it's enough to make Isla Sorna feel alive, rather than just a series of levels in a video game. There's a huge library of sound effects working behind the scenes to keep things from getting obviously repetitive too, and even if it doesn't always succeed, it never becomes the wall of noise other games of the era could. The one exception might be the sound Anne makes when she jumps, though it only becomes really noticeable if you bunny hop everywhere. The rest of Anne's vocalizations more than make up for it. She has a bunch of grunts and yelps and groans for whenever she takes damage. A really bad fall will even elicit a grumble, though she never quite takes the plunge into outright swearing, to say nothing of the dialogue. Richard Attenborough might give the performance Trespasser is remembered for, but Minnie Driver still holds her own in the role of Anne.
My name is John Parker Hammond. I was born on March 14th, 1928.
Oh no. Oh God. This is Site B. This is John Hammond's Lost World.
It's a very understated performance. It's rare that Anne gets outwardly emotional, but consider the quiet resignation when she discovers the radios in Burroughs are fucked.
Broken. No radio, no phone, no satellite. That's it, I'm dead.
And the joy in her voice when she makes contact with the US Coast Guard.
This is a United States Navy priority channel. Identify yourself or clear the air.
Yes, I'm here. I'm on Site B.
Anne finds humour in little things across the island.
Wow. They certainly were serious about their monorail.
Gets frustrated by the obstacles in her way.
Where is the goddamn phone? I want out of here. I want diet soda. I want copy machines and juice. Cartoons.
Introspective in the moments of quiet.
I rode south along the coast. Bus stationed in the early morning, eating vending machine food in the fluorescent light, stepping out of the bus in Mexico City. I shouldered my knapsack, felt the heat wash over me. It was good to be alone, to be nobody for a while.
Relieved when she thinks she's out of danger.
Showers, coffee, air conditioning, almost there.
She's not just an avatar for the player to inhabit, she's a character in her own right, and she's treated with the same level of realism the rest of the game is aiming for. There's never a point where she gives some big melodramatic outburst, and while you could argue she comes off as emotionless at times, I think that speaks true to the character anyway, from what little we learn about her. Even then, she could just be in shock. My only real criticism of the performance is how static her ammo callouts are. Whether she's shooting boxes lined up on a table or fighting for her life against a pair of raptors, Anne always counts down the number of bullets left the same way. It would have been cool to have her tone change to something a little more frantic and desperate while in combat, but it's not a big issue, and that would have been a huge amount of extra work to implement anyway. What I love most about Driver's performance is how much of a contrast it is to Attenborough's reprisal of Hammond. So much of Trespasser's narration is reflective, an old man looking back at past mistakes, but Anne only ever looks forward. She's young and driven and just doesn't have time for Hammond's waxing poetic about stuff that happened when she was a teenager. She's actually living through his failed dream, and it wants her dead. There's no whimsy in it for her, no grand posturing about resurrected lost worlds, just survival at any cost.
A lost world is a sort of scientific myth, an evolutionary scenario in which an ecosystem is isolated and preserved. The rest of the world changes, leaving a tiny, fragile pocket where ancient species survive.
Yada, yada, yada.
The way she rebukes Hammond, cuts him off, has a fat bitch about him while remembering extracts of his memoir, provides the perfect counter-argument to all his self-aggrandizing, if well-intentioned bullshit. He didn't have to risk his life when Jurassic Park failed, despite his attempts to try. He wasn't on Isla Sorna when the team he sent sabotaged the official InGen expedition and stranded everyone there together in the Lost World. He wasn't on the ground in San Diego when the Buck went on its rampage. He jokes about how InGen's hunters never stood a chance against the dinosaurs, but they were just men, normal men, hired to do a job. Hell, they were his own employees.
The hunters landed on May 13th, 1997, in the southwest. Most of them had worked at my African parks for years. They never stood a chance.
It's easy to get swept up in his version of the story, not just because of Richard Attenborough's stellar performance, but because of the quality of the writing overall. But Anne rejects that interpretation of events with every step she takes, and every word she speaks, and Trespasser wouldn't be complete without her. And speaking of Hammond, it goes without saying that Richard Attenborough knocked it out of the park. The performance wouldn't be remembered so fondly if he hadn't, and he very easily could have phoned it in. Steven Spielberg also twisted his arm into reprising the role of Hammond in another Lost World tie-in, Chaos Island, and he is almost unrecognisable in that game.
So how's the team holding up?
Well, Eddie's too nervous, and Nick's too confident. I'm not sure which is worse.
Great, splendid. Listen, Ian. We're having a bit of trouble reaching Sarah on the island.
See, John, it's starting already.
Nonsense.
Unpredictability.
You overreact.
Total chaos.
Ian, she's fine. Just collect the specimens, document your observations.
And stay off the menu?
Get the DNA serum. Think of it, Ian. It's possible something really has survived.
Yeah, well, let's hope it ends up being us.
Don't worry. This time I've taken every precaution. Spared no expense, you know? What could go wrong?
A friend of mine said Attenborough's performance in Chaos Island reminded him of Brian Cox, and yeah, I can definitely hear that. Hammond has never been more Scottish than in that game. Now contrast that with his performance here in Trespasser.
The raptor preened itself, utterly confident of its right to be there, absolutely no consciousness that it was not the sovereign ruler of this earth.
There's real emotion and craft behind each line of dialogue. You feel the weight of all those years of regret, all the unspoken could-have-beens, and the muted pride that even though Jurassic Park failed, the science behind it was still a success. Seamus Blackley has spoken in interviews about the experience of travelling out to London for the recording sessions with Richard Attenborough, and he has nothing but good things to say.
And the other thing that maybe hasn't been told was that Attenborough was very, very impressed by Austin's writing and was really into it, as you can tell in his performance. But watching that happen, that's the kind of experience that I wanted for the Trespasser team, right? And so it failed almost everywhere, but there were bright spots, and seeing Austin be in his proper place, the place that his level of talent accords him, of directing Richard Attenborough and having a great performance, was awesome. That and the feeling of being overstuffed with pastries.
Austin Grossman too has nothing but fond memories about the recording sessions with Attenborough. Quote, "You can imagine how nervous we were going into the recording with Richard Attenborough. We were desperately jet-lagged, the taxi driver got lost, and to add to the insanity, it was at Twickenham Studios where the Beatles and every other famous British person ever had recorded. But then we got there and he put everyone at ease. He was relaxed, incredibly kind and funny. He made us call him Lord A the whole day. The truly stunning thing was how attentive and respectful he was to us. A bunch of random game developers. Here was this legendary actor going carefully and thoughtfully through every line of our script, treating us like colleagues. It was an unforgettable lesson in decency and professionalism." End quote. That attentiveness and professionalism and engagement with the material is obvious in the finished product. It hasn't aged a day. Video game performances have only risen to meet it in the decades since, and for the time of release, it's extraordinary, unheard of in the medium. It is, without question, Trespasser's greatest quality.
What if a mosquito sucked the blood of a dinosaur 100 million years ago? The insect is then covered in tree sap, which, over the millennia, becomes amber.
Of course, it's not perfect. A handful of Hammond's lines are used multiple times throughout the game, though Trespasser does try to hide this by placing the repeated bits of narration far apart from one another.
The main laboratory and administrative buildings, this was where we made our discovery, where the real magic trick happened. When they come to dig up our secrets, they'll come here. The main laboratory and administrative buildings, this was where we made our discovery, where the real magic trick happened. When they come to dig up our secrets, they'll come here.
All of the voice lines are activated when you walk into invisible triggers, and they can get a little wonky at times. Sometimes you can repeat certain voice lines by walking across the same bit of level terrain. Other triggers are placed in awkward positions that make them hard to reach, like this one in the Burrows bar that might as well be stuck to the ceiling. It's unpolished, but certainly not broken like so many of Trespasser's other systems, which is why I think these issues with the voice lines aren't as noticeable when compared to the game's other problems, and regardless, the quality of the original recordings is still top-notch. Steven Spielberg might not have been able to twist John Williams' arm into returning as composer for the game, but Bill Brown did a good job crafting a soundtrack that feels like a continuation of the same universe. It's of such good quality that I didn't even realise it's not orchestrated. It's all synths and samples, until Bill Brown himself said so in an interview with the Trespasser community in 2010. Bill Brown is another individual who worked on Trespasser whose name you may not recognise, but if you're my age or older, you definitely know his work, because he's also responsible for this. Trespasser's music might be the only aspect of the game design not to adhere to realism above all else. Anne mumbles to herself, she recalls passages of Hammond's memoir like an internal monologue, the dinosaurs growl and snarl in real time, but there's no diegetic explanation for the music. And that, I think, is why it's saved only for big moments like when you first catch sight of a dinosaur, or when you enter a new important area like Burrows. It's almost like you can hear the developers arguing behind the code on whether to include the score or not. It's not realistic to have music suddenly start playing, but these big moments do come off kind of flat without that orchestral swell. Music plays so rarely in Trespasser that its presence actually makes you sit up and take notice. You can go literal hours without hearing so much as a quaver if you take your time exploring, so when you actually do hear the score kick in, you know it's a big deal. None of the tracks are particularly long, few of them clock in at over a minute, but they're all just enough to bring the moment home. They run the gamut from uplifting to uneasy to intense. They are perfect mood pieces. Take a listen.
Maybe if there's a phone line or a radio.
There's only one area Trespasser falls short of potential in terms of sound, and unfortunately it's the dinosaurs. Well, two areas. There are weird issues with echoing sometimes, but that's neither here nor there.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Anyway, that's not to say the dinosaur sound effects are bad, or even ineffective, they're just not appropriate. I could complain about how the sounds aren't accurate to the films, but that's not even what I mean. Would it have been better if the dinosaurs sounded like their cinematic counterparts? Absolutely. In some ways, Trespasser doesn't feel like Jurassic Park without them. But it's also not trying to be that, and it's certainly not the first time game I've covered to substitute the very expensive official dinosaur vocalization for original in-house covers. Ultimately, their absence is conspicuous, but not something to be overly critical about. It doesn't ruin the game. What sort of does is how weak the replacements are. I'm not talking about volume. The dinosaurs are always mixed so loud they might as well be screaming in your ear.
Left to itself, the facility reverts to minimal power, chiefly battery-powered security system.
But once you get past that and actually listen to the sounds, they just don't convey the strength of the animals. There's a reason the sound guys won an Oscar for their work on Jurassic Park. When the Tyrannosaur roars, it goes through you like the shockwave of an explosion, like it's meant to stun you long enough for the Rex to eat you whole. But here in Trespasser, the Rexes just sound kind of slippery.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Still threatening, but in a different way, and certainly not with that same power behind each vocalization. The same is true of the raptors. The noises they make here are still creepy. But they lack that high-pitched, shrill quality of their cinematic counterparts. Raptors can and do growl and grumble in the films too, but when they're on the hunt, they sound like a runaway steam train whistling toward you at 100 kilometers an hour. You hear that scream and it's over, you're already dead. As for the other dinosaurs, truth be told, despite the fact I've been living this game for months, watching back my recordings, playing it over and over again, I can't actually remember what any of them sound like. Only that the ground shakes like there's an earthquake when they move around. Actually, that's not quite true. I do remember the Triceratops vocalizations, because every time I hear them, I'm reminded of the roars the Tyrannosaurs make in the films, and think I'm about to be eaten. It's not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but it's close enough that it could be used as a sound-alike without awakening Lucasfilm's copyright murder drones. I don't understand why it wasn't used for the Rexes. Also, the Albertosaurus doesn't sound too bad. True, if the dinosaurs of Trespasser did have sound effects authentic to the films, it would only make their jank stand out more than it already does. But for a project willing to shell out for big-name talent in its voice cast, a good sound-alike score, and otherwise stellar audio design all round, it's odd that this is where they dropped the ball. Though let's be real, it's hardly the only ball they dropped. Chapter 14. An aim not devoid of merit.
Do you think we were trying to fuck up? Do you think we're trying to fail? Do you think we're stupid?
No one on the Trespasser development team, not Seamus Blackley, not Austin Grossman, not Brady Bell, not John Galvin, not Andrew Grant, not Mark Langerak, not Paul Keat, not Michael Mornier, not J. Scott Peter, not Greg Stull, not Rob Wyatt, not Steve Herndon, not Richard Benson, not Brandon Lee, not Kevin Sherrill, not Charlie Wallace, not Kyle McKissick, not Terry Izumi, not Philip Salas, not Jenny Henson, not Jay Jang, not Lonnie Kratz, not Rolf Moore, not Brian Moore, not Antonia Elshovka, not Marta Recchio, not Dave Thompson, not George Edwards, not Daniel Wong, not James Wong, not Alan Hickey, not Brian Reed, not Chris Cross, not John Paquette, not Bobby Heckscher, not Randy Kirby, not Maya Koyo, not Mayarnina Nilly, not Charles Polanski, not Tom Reiter, not Tony Rowe, not Steve Barger, not Keith Hargrove, not Caleb Sweezy, not Greg Hillegas, not Doug Chin, not Mickey Colombo, not Barry Feather, not Dave Corner, not John Pemberton, not Brian Winslow, not Rich Flyer, not Amy Nabby, not Wesley Yanagi, not Scott Langto, not Scott Gershon, not Bill Brown, not Brian Solano, not Greg Hayner, not Martin Lopez, not Tom Ozenich, not Michael Reagan, not Peter Zinder, not Richard Attenborough, not Minnie Driver, not Steven and Max Spielberg, and certainly not Richard Wyckoff, wanted to make something regarded as one of the worst games of the decade, or steal money out of the wallets of an unsuspecting audience. I don't usually focus on absolutely everybody who worked on a video game I cover. I've certainly never read out every credit before, but after the lashing Trespasser took upon release, I think it's important to recognise that these were real people who worked on it, who dedicated years of their lives to the project, who wanted it to succeed and revolutionise the art form, and live up to its fullest potential. Not one of these people wanted Trespasser to fail, but it did, and it was only after the backlash settled that the reasons why began to come to light. Several of the Trespasser team have come forward in the decade since to talk about the experience of working on the game. Seamus Blackley and Austin Grossman are probably the highest profile individuals sought out by the gaming press or the Trespasser community to give interviews, but Brady Bell, Kyle McKissick, Philip Salas, Terry Izumi, Bill Brown, and probably more have all spoken about it too. Most of these articles came years later, after enough time had passed for the wounds opened at release to heal, after everyone had gone on to other more successful projects. But Richard Wyckoff is the exception. His development post-mortem published in Gamasutra, now Game Developer, came only 8 months after Trespasser's release in May of 1999, and you can feel his frustration radiating through the text. It is white hot, and it's an uncomfortable read because of how caustic it can get, but it's also extremely revealing, extremely candid, and extremely professional. Wyckoff never names names when tearing someone down, even when the identity of who he's talking about is obvious, but he's not shy about pointing out their mistakes either. Even after 25 years, it's still the most useful resource when trying to unravel the complicated history of Trespasser's development, and I'd highly recommend giving it a read, especially if you're interested in game development in general. It's a great guide on what to avoid when working on a project, and a lot of Wyckoff's criticisms given in 1999 have been echoed by other members of the Trespasser team in the decades since. But that clarity only comes with the benefit of hindsight. In 1996, when development on Trespasser began, Seamus Blackley and Austin Grossman had nothing but excitement about the project, and the opportunities it offered. Grossman had wanted a leading lady for the player character of System Shock back in 1994, but the idea had been shot down.
I do remember also pitching the protagonist as a woman. And this was pre-Lara Croft, obviously. And people looked at me as if my head had fallen off. A woman? Starring in a video game?
Trespasser allowed him to revisit the idea, free from oversight. In fact, Seamus Blackley says they were pretty disappointed when Tomb Raider beat them to the punch with Lara Croft. That first year of development was, as far as I can tell, mostly spent working on the physics tech, figuring out the game design, and assembling the team, picking people mostly from non-video game backgrounds in order to achieve, as Wyckoff claims, quote, a much higher standard of art than we were used to seeing on previous products, end quote. When Trespasser was officially revealed to the world in December of 1996, all they had to show off were a few pre-rendered screenshots using a bunch of early placeholder models. These days, announcing a game well before it's even entered production with a flashy pre-rendered trailer and a few seconds of pre-alpha footage is pretty common. Ahem. But it was rarer back in the 90s. A lot of 1996 was lost to figuring out Trespasser's game design. In an editorial with Looney Games, Austin Grossman described gameplay as, quote, the act of changing the game state through the interface, end quote, which he then hypothesized as incompatible with story. Quote, genuine interactivity ends, or simplifies drastically, where story or story direction begins, end quote. This is something Grossman feels very strongly about. It's an idea at the core of the conflict of his 2013 novel, You, and it's hard to refute because in a lot of ways, it is true. True in a literal sense when you consider how cinematics rip control away from the player in order to deliver the next beat of the story, but also in smaller, subtler ways, such as during a scripted action set piece that only has one preset route to completion. Prioritizing player freedom over scripted encounters is something Looking Glass was famous for, so it's no surprise Grossman wished to continue that design philosophy at DreamWorks Interactive. Trespasser very much feels like an effort to reconcile the separation of gameplay and story as Grossman describes it in that editorial, and you can still see that ambition shining through in the finished product. There is, technically, no set order in which the story is told. It's all determined by what route the player takes through any given level. There is, technically, no set solution to most puzzles. It's still up to the player to figure out an answer with the objects they've got with them. It's the same with combat. It's the same with exploration. It's the same right down to how you interact with the game world through Anne's arm. Seamus Blackley was instead interested in the physics tech that was going to power Trespasser's Lost World. A physics model of this scale and complexity had never been pulled off before, and it presented the same escalation of Looking Glass game design from the technological perspective. No engine existed with the tools or abilities to do what the team wanted, so the decision was made to build one from scratch. When put together, Grossman and Blackley's goals align to achieve emergent gameplay above all else. Limited but rich is the phrase Wyckoff says was used in the early days of Trespasser's development, which extended right through 1996 all the way into early 1997. Richard Wyckoff and other Looking Glass alumni like Andrew Grant were hired onto the project around that time in February to March of 1997, right before Trespasser's first big preview dropped in computer gaming world. Right from Wyckoff's arrival, the commitment to realism became apparent. Rather than build levels from scratch and risk obviously artificial terrain, the designers and the art department sculpted a scale model of Cocos Island from clay to stand in for Isla Sorna, and scanned it into their computers so that they could hack away at it in 3D Studio Max. The model ultimately didn't provide enough fine detail for that. According to Wyckoff and programmer Kyle McKissick, much of the game still had to be hand-built, but the scan did provide the designers with information on where hills would rise out of the ground, and how the terrain would pitch and roll over miles, thus escaping that artificial flattened look they were so intent on avoiding. It wasn't all excitement and optimism, even at this early stage of production. For one thing, developers like Wyckoff probably weren't thrilled to be working on a licensed video game, given how restrictive they can be, let alone how poorly they often turn out as a result. Wyckoff himself doesn't mince words with his own thoughts on the subject in the Gama Sutra post-mortem. Indeed, he doesn't even seem to like Jurassic Park in general. Quote, from a movie aesthete's view, the Jurassic Park movies are among Spielberg's and original novelist Crichton's worst work, lacking in just about anything beyond pacing and special effects, end quote. Though in the very next paragraph he goes on to say, quote, if there are such things as Jurassic Park fanatics, and they were able to look past the gameplay flaws, they hopefully enjoyed our development of the world, end quote. Indeed, he counts the use of the license as one of Trespasser's biggest strengths, which is absolutely true. All those restrictions he and other developers have bemoaned about working on video game tie-ins were largely absent in Trespasser's case. The terms got them the Lost World name, the setting, and the set designs, and as long as they stayed within those limits, the team was given carte blanche to do pretty much whatever they wanted. So they did. According to Wyckoff, all of the people working on each of the game's systems, be it the physics model, or the artificial intelligence, or the sound design, or the level layouts, or the engine, went off on their own to complete their assigned task, and only rarely came together again to show off what they'd built in a preview or an interview. It wasn't until 1998 that many of these systems were delivered, and even then, they were delivered in a vacuum. Throughout 1997, designers like Grossman and Wyckoff were building big empty levels devoid of gameplay. They did have the design document, but it had been written before any of the promised tech had begun development. They had no working physics model, they had no functioning dinosaurs, the design doc was all guesswork, and without any concrete direction, all the designers could do was keep building levels. So they did, in 3D Studio Max. The Trespasser engine had no dedicated level editor or compiler until very late into production when one of the programmers threw an exporter together to speed up testing. Wyckoff goes into great detail about the drawbacks of working this way in the Gama Sutra post-mortem, from obscure glitches that could corrupt entire levels while trying to save them, to the fact it took entire minutes to even select an object inside the program on the hardware of the time, to the fact the exporter was delayed very late into development because the person originally assigned to work on it early on had little experience working in 3D. As someone who has only ever dabbled in game development, this sounds like a fucking nightmare. This is like trying to build a 2D side-scroller in Photoshop, and it only gets worse the closer you look. Indeed, according to Fabian Sanglard, many of the comments in the leaked source code are complaints about how hard it was to work this way. So much time was spent just trying to get the game to render such a huge outdoor environment at all, says Austin Grossman, quote, "Since we're showing the wilderness, we have to cram a ton of foliage in to give that sense of the dense jungle they're always running around in Jurassic Park. And of course we couldn't do that, because that just meant cramming a million polygons into the scene. When you start to look at the scale of an open space, and how many leaves you have to stick in it to make it credibly forested, it's a massive amount. So we set ourselves an impossible problem there." End quote. In a 2013 interview with Trescom, Seamus Blackley said it felt like most of the time was wasted just waiting for the fucking thing to compile. According to Wyckoff in a post-release interview, certain models had to be rebuilt multiple times in order to keep them within memory, but at the same time, he seems quite proud of the level of detail image caching system, which he counts as one of the few things the game got right, if only because it was able to render so many objects at such a huge distance, even if it began development too late into production for it to be finished by release. A deep dive into the leaked source code by Fabian Sanglard shows just how much of a shit show the game's renderer was. Sanglard's analysis is quite technical, and I'm no programmer, so bear with me while I try and unpack it into layman's terms. According to Sanglard, Trespasser uses, quote, "a depth sorting algorithm coupled with a quad tree sliced map to help remove as many polygons as possible," end quote. What that means is the engine first renders everything, then overwrites whatever is obscured by objects and terrain in the foreground. The example of how wasteful this method can be Sanglard uses is standing in a mansion in front of a mountain. The engine will load, or rasterize, the mountains first, then replace them pixel by pixel with whatever objects are placed in front of them. To put that even more simply, imagine painting a beautiful landscape, then painting the interior of a room over it, leaving only a little landscape peering in through an open window in the background. It's just a huge waste of resources. Sanglard goes into even greater detail of how the renderer works on his website, and I'd highly recommend giving it a read if you've got the technical know-how to understand what he's talking about. One thing that doesn't require much explanation is the sheer amount of code Trespasser uses. As Sanglard shows, games like Quake and Half-Life and Doom had half as many lines of code, and nowhere near as many comments. Sanglard credits the skill of the programmers for the comments, but also posits that the decision to build Trespasser in C++ is one of the major reasons why it's such a hacked together mess. release. On top of that, Seamus Blackley has often placed the blame for the wonky visuals at the feet of the first generation of graphics cards, which he claims were optimized for the indoor environments of Doom and Quake, and were, overall, pretty shit. They weren't made to render the big outdoor areas Trespasser was aiming for, but when it became clear graphics hardware was rapidly outpacing in-house software, an effort was made to get the game ready to work with the first round of graphics cards, but like so many things, entered production too late in the development cycle to be finished before release. As a result, the minimum requirements claimed by DreamWorks Interactive were more of a dream than a guideline. Even the computers the devs were using to make it could barely run the game at all. The developers' commitment to realism also became an issue as production went on. Gameplay, specifically emergent gameplay, was considered king, to the point where anything artificial was considered out of the question. Says Brady Bell, quote, "Scripting anything was viewed as flawed reasoning by some," end quote. Wyckoff goes even further in a separate post-mortem on Looney Games, saying, quote, "If something couldn't be made to look and act like the real world, it wouldn't go in the game." This thinking was used as the basis of every technological decision that was made. At the same time that the technology was trying to be made as realistic as possible though, we designers were also struggling to make a game that was actually fun to play, end quote. Even Grossman admitted in 2023, quote, "The idea that we had to represent that body visually was a complete misstep," end quote. According to Wyckoff, designers and testers had to fight tooth and nail just to get any sort of stabilization on the arm in order to shoot straight enough to hit a target, and that, along with Anne's tattoo as a health meter, is the only concession they really got. Everything else was left up to the interactivity between the game systems. When the physics model was finally delivered in a functional state, it was great fun to play around with, but unfortunately the emergent interactivity the team was aiming for simply wasn't possible with the type of physics the model used. Richard Wyckoff says, quote, "The approach used in Trespasser was what is known as the penalty force method. In incredibly simple terms, when boxes collide, they are allowed to intersect with each other, mathematically, and then they push each other apart until they are no longer intersecting," end quote. Aside from the fact the penalty force method couldn't convey any sort of friction between objects, something noted by many people who have played the game, it was also limited by the hardware of the time. Behind every physics-enabled object is a box. If you can turn on the wireframes, you can actually see them, and there was only a certain amount of boxes that could be loaded at once before the game began to slow down beyond reasonable speeds. As Wyckoff explains, most, if not all of that physics budget was usually eaten by nearby dinosaurs, which consisted of 5 boxes each, and Anne herself. Like I said before, she's actually a cube rolling across the terrain upon which is perched a right arm and a pair of breasts, before any consideration could be given to crates or barrels around the level. On top of the object limit, there was also a size restriction. Boxes outside of a safe range of dimensions were prone to phasing in and out of one another, which not only shattered the suspension of disbelief Trespasser was aiming for, but basically ruled out any constructive physics puzzles. Anne's arm and the dinosaurs instead used inverse kinematic systems, which brought their own share of problems to the table, namely the fact that without any realistic limits put on them, they could twist and bounce and stretch at unrealistic angles. Says Wyckoff, quote, "That there was a conscious decision to avoid context sensitivity is indicative of the larger problems with physics on our project. The physics code was largely written in a vacuum and tested in separate applications and non-representational levels, and not enough of an attempt was made to step back and analyze it from a player's perspective and make it into a system which was designed to support gameplay in every way," end quote. The physics wasn't the only aspect of the game built in a vacuum. The dinosaurs were programmed and tested in a separate application. The first of them weren't delivered for testing in the finished levels until early 1998. A few of them wouldn't be delivered until June or July of that year, only a few months before the mandated release date, at which point it became clear their AI simply wasn't finished, and wouldn't be in time for release. This is corroborated by Kyle McKissick in a post-release interview. He admits that the exporter he wrote was, quote, a complete hack, but it worked and it got data into the game, end quote. What I discovered while researching Trespasser's development is that a lot of the promises made by the developers before release are technically true. For example, planned features like streaming the game to appear as one big level had to be scrapped, but nowhere is that more apparent than with the dinosaurs. The claim that they consist of bones and muscles working behind the scenes to make them move according to the physics model is technically true. You're looking at those bones and muscles right now, but they're not the complex simulation implied by the pre-release material. The same goes for the promise that every dinosaur would have different emotional states, and that they would react accordingly depending on the moment. As Wyckoff explains, quote, however, in practice they would end up oscillating rapidly between many activities, sometimes even literally standing still and twitching as they tried to decide what to do. Making a usable dinosaur required disabling all but one or two of their activities. This allowed aggressive dinosaurs to really be aggressive, but it also meant that most dinosaurs were as simple-minded as the traditional video game monsters we were trying to one-up, end quote. You can still see this in the finished product whenever a raptor or a T-Rex puts up its head and starts shaking from side to side. And if this is how bad the problem still is with all but one or two emotions disabled, imagine what it looked like originally. As with the physics, Wyckoff says the dinosaurs were a victim of poor planning from a design perspective, and an assumption that their mere implementation would create the emergent gameplay the team was aiming for. In fact, Wyckoff recommends in hindsight that when it became clear the underlying tech wasn't going to work as expected or promised, it would have been better to go back to square one and put together a more concrete design bible, but this didn't happen. He puts partial blame for this on the limitations placed upon them by the license agreement, but more generally it's management problems that he cites as the cause behind Trespasser's troubled production. The Trespasser team was given very little managerial oversight from DreamWorks, and Austin Grossman credited Seamus Blackley with securing them that freedom in 2023 in an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun, but it was also a curse. Blackley remembers things a little differently. He recalls getting screamed at by film industry veterans like Jeffrey Katzenberg about the delays, while trying to explain how making a game doesn't work the same way as making a movie. The analogy he always reaches for is this.
Plus, this wasn't like a game company, this was a movie company, and the movie guys don't understand, if you decide just a movie is done and you show it in the theater, it can't like crash the theater and like kill half the audience and make them pissed off, right? So they didn't get that.
Which is eerily reminiscent of Ian Malcolm's own warning to John Hammond in the original Jurassic Park.
But John, if the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the pirates don't eat the tourists.
Blackley could talk the talk well enough to get DreamWorks to leave the Trespasser team alone, but he was inexperienced as a project lead and, by his own admission, an arrogant swine.
So I was young, dumb, and full of it. I didn't understand how much the success that I had enjoyed at Looking Glass was due to the people at Looking Glass, because I was young and I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I brought some guys with me. I was very arrogant and I thought we could do anything. So I honestly thought it had destroyed my career. And I have to say, on top of all of that, look, I was an arrogant little bastard, right? I'd been the smartest kid in every class forever and I thought I knew everything. And I could have managed that a million times better.
Says Wyckoff, quote, one of the surest signs of management problems is a lack of communication, and Trespasser was rife with it. Most projects bring all their members together on a regular basis in order to share information, air concerns, and generally improve the atmosphere of teamwork. Trespasser's team meetings happened erratically at best, going from unnecessarily often, as frequently as 3 times a week, to weeks or even months with no meetings at all. When the meetings did happen, they often served more to demotivate rather than motivate, as the project was continuously behind and the team leadership was not particularly successful at being positive about the delays. Towards the end of the project, the team largely came to dread them rather than look forward to meetings of any kind, such that by the time the project finally entered beta, no attempt was even made to have team bug meetings, which greatly contributed to the stress and frustration in the final days. The general awkwardness of team relations was exacerbated by having a key part of the whole project, the physics, written by the project leader. Beyond being a nigh impossible task, it also put the department heads of the project, especially the lead programmer, in an unenviable and difficult position. When the physics code was continuously delayed and unsatisfactory, there was no easy way to take action to fix those problems. No lead programmer should be expected to tell their boss that he had better get his work done or take some drastic action to get the project back on schedule. Further complicating matters was the lack of upper management support. Although on several occasions the team did attempt to go to higher levels to have the lack of progress addressed, the company's higher-ups were by turns unable and unwilling to take the necessary steps. Perhaps worst of all were the personality conflicts which arose. After a while, it became impossible to even attempt to raise concerns about the physics code. Many on the team began to go out of their way to avoid dealing with the issue at all, but this only allowed the problems to continue growing. By the end of the project, the team was faced with the difficult task of having to take what we had, no matter how unsatisfactory, and try to get it into a stable enough state to ship." End quote. The dinosaurs having their AI gutted is only one example of that mad scramble to get Trespasser ready to ship. As mentioned before, entire levels had to be ripped out of the game because of issues with the physics model. All constructive puzzles had to be removed, and the much maligned overabundance of weaponry was an attempt to shore up gameplay with a new focus on combat, something the engine had never been built to emphasize. The only aspect of development that didn't seem struck down by delays and managerial issues was the sound design, which is probably because it was handled by a separate team at Sound Deluxe. Even then, it wasn't free of its own arrogance. As much as Bill Brown has said he feels pride that Steven Spielberg thought highly of his work, Seamus Blackley has stated in interviews that at the time, the composer thought little of Williams' original score.
At the time, Bill Brown, and I've seen him interviewed lately, he's different, but at the time he was a pretty arrogant guy, and he was like, "Oh yeah, anybody could cop Williams. I got it."
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's hilarious. But he did it, and that was great.
But the final nail in the coffin for Trespasser, according to Blackley, was a deal DreamWorks made with a card manufacturer that mandated the game release by a specific date, a date that arrived long before anything was anywhere near finished.
Okay, and it was an experiment going. So the tattoo just happened to be the idea that was running when we had to ship that date.
Yeah.
The way the ARM interface worked with the mouse just happened to be where it was on that day. The way the physics system dealt with problems and interpreted just happened to be where it was when we had to ship on that. It was tragic.
And the end result, as we've seen, was disastrous. That said, as damning a portrait as Wyckoff and Blackley and many others paint of Trespasser's development, there were some high points hidden amongst the crunch. Richard Attenborough's blessing was one that I've already spoken about. Austin Grossman has talked about his excitement at getting to display Trespasser at E3 in 1997 too, an experience he would later adapt into his 2013 novel You. But these moments were few and far between. The parallels between Trespasser's development and John Hammond's hubris weren't lost on Wyckoff. He makes the comparison himself at the beginning of his Gama Sutra post-mortem. But despite how blank Wyckoff is throughout the article... Wait, blank? What the fuck is blank? What am I saying? But despite how blunt Wyckoff is throughout the article, he ends it by saying that at least it was a learning experience, and that he's proud of the work he put into it. And so he should be. So should everyone who worked on it. Ambition is not a dirty word. If it were, then Jurassic Park as a film wouldn't exist. No one on the Trespasser development team set out to make a bad game, and there was no single issue that led to its failure. It was hundreds of little cancers allowed to metastasize unchecked over several years, until it was too late to save the body. After Trespasser released to poor reviews and poorer sales, the team was scattered to the wind by the higher-ups, and with them went any chance of the game receiving an official post-release revival through patches like later victims of rushed and directionless development cycles. Not that the internet of the era was in any way up to the task. The project was officially dead, left to decay on the few CDs still in circulation, like the abandoned buildings rising out of Isla Sorna's digital jungles. Chapter 15, InGen Lab. The moment InGen Lab begins, you're greeted by the sounds of violence. There's a battle of titans going on further down the road, or at least there's meant to be. The rivalry between Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops is so iconic that it was huge news a few years ago when a fossil was discovered of the two animals mid-fight, but it's not a stereotype Jurassic Park has ever indulged in on film. But like everything in the game, it's a little scuffed. The T-Rex is so aggressive, the fight is usually over by the time you can bunny hop over to investigate, except for the one memorable time when the two got bored of each other and wandered away. They didn't even turn their focus to Anne, they just dipped. Set piece over. It's another great moment in which Trespasser's commitment to emergent gameplay shines through the jank, where the dinosaurs are treated as obstacles rather than enemies. At the end of the road is an abandoned bus at a locked gate, but unlike so much of InGen Town, this wall can't be skipped through exploration or clever thinking. You might think you could get around the fence by dropping down to the shore, but even shuffling down the relatively forgiving slope by some nearby trees will result in Anne tripping on a root to her death. There's no way you can get down there safely, and you certainly can't make the jump from this hill along the mountain's edge. Even if you cleared the fence, Anne's ankles would explode when you came down on the other side. The only way through the gate is by putting in the code to get it open, though thankfully it's not hidden very far from the keypad. You're then hit with another locked gate blocking the way to Mount Watson, and this time there's no keypad to use. If you want to keep going, you'll need the green keycard, hidden somewhere in the port. The InGen port might be tied with Burrows as my favourite area in the game. Indeed, there's arguably more to see and do here than there was back in InGen Town. There are more physics puzzles that invoke the sort of game design the developers were aiming for. Shoot out the supports of this temporary building to roll it over and complete a stack of crates, or jump onto it and ride it all the way to the ground. Bash out several bars of this window to bypass a locked door. Spend several thousand hours trying to build a stack of crates in Warehouse B. Come on, get the fuck up there. I played Trespasser originally before doing any research into its reception because I wanted my initial thoughts to be unbiased, and a lot of the time I found criticisms made by contemporary reviewers to be in bad faith, but then I'd get back to this moment and completely get where they were coming from. This bit fucking sucks, and depending on your route through the level, you might think you have no other choice but to suffer through it. Another fun and sneaky thing about the port is that there are actually two green keycards to find. One of them is on top of this pile of crates in Warehouse B, alongside a broken Lindstrat rifle, but the other is hidden much closer to the locked gate out of the port. If you grab the yellow keycard off the toilet in Crate Jail and go exploring through the admin building, you'll find a whiteboard pointing you in the right direction, along with the story of industrial espionage that apparently brought the card into existence. But it's easy enough to stumble across it naturally yourself just through exploration. There are signs pointing you toward the green keycard in Warehouse B too, but it is by far the worst option. Richard Wyckoff was right. The physics model just can't support even a small stack of boxes, and building one up is the only way to reach the green keycard inside the warehouse. Nothing takes you out of the moment, quite like trying to wrangle a handful of boxes that just do not want to sit still. Though this might take the cake. There are still demons rattling around Trespasser's code. Even the most diligent of modders were unable to exercise, and this is one of them. I set out to play the game as the developers intended, as close as you can get anyway, but Trespasser had other plans. It wanted me to suffer like the old guard suffered, and I now completely understand why the game was so maligned upon release, because this is fucking awful. It's hard to get caught up in the atmosphere when it's chugging along at 1 frame per second. Kudos to anyone who could, because I couldn't stand more than a minute of this shit. And the best part is, I have no idea what caused it. When I first played the level, I thought maybe it was because I was moving too many keycards between areas, since I dragged them up the mountain just in case. But it happened again right at the beginning of the Ascent Part 2 as well, before I'd really moved any physics-enabled objects around. I think the game just wanted to fuck with me. At least it had an easy fix. Reloading a save brought it right back up to speed. No restart required. Frustrating as that, and the collapsing sandcastle of a crate puzzle in the warehouse were, I still can't help but love the port. There's so much more to explore, and it's nice to take things slow to see it all, like this Stegosaurus, which is apparently the only one in the game to not have been lobotomized before Trespasser shipped. Look! Here's the crane from the design doc, and the T-Rex you were meant to fight with it. Mr. Stego, no! Raptors prowl between the shipping containers, and when they catch you, it can actually be pretty intense. It's the same with the T-Rex if it decides you have to die. This thing followed me all over the place, way further than I expected from a game with such a broken reputation. And the only reason it didn't chase me into the warehouse is probably because it's too tall. This is the sort of T-Rex encounter I wish more dinosaur games had. A huge obstacle to overcome and avoid, rather than an enemy to be defeated with a mountain of bullets. What constantly impressed me about the level was how I could get to areas that seemed out of reach, and there was usually a weapon or a bit of voiceover to reward me for the effort. This broken bit of wharf seemed way too far for Anne to jump, but she can. The Emily, beached on the rocks nearby, seemed unreachable too, but shoot down the tray gate and you can jump right on in. Sure, there's still not much to find but a couple of AKs, but the fact you can get to it at all was such a fun realization that I didn't need anything more than that. The first hints of sunset in the sky are just the icing on the cake. Of course, it's possible to bypass all of that if you stumble onto the green keycard close to the locked gate, hidden in the pool at the bottom of this upturned shipping container. It's so easy to find and such an obvious place to explore that it really doesn't need the trail of breadcrumbs leading back to it in the admin building. It's just something you can stumble onto without that much work at all. But again, I can't imagine skipping the port. As with burrows, it's a crucial part of the experience, though it's far from the level's end. Like with InGen Town, getting out of the port is only the start of the level. You're not hit with a loading screen on the other side of the gate, you're met with a steep rise leading up into the hills of the western side of the island. It's a long walk, long enough to give you a good look at the port far below, and all the area you've explored to reach this point. It's also long enough to give some sneaky raptors the chance to ambush you from the high ground, though they're a little too wonky to pull it off well. At the end of the road is the crown jewel of InGen's cloning project, the main laboratory. It's a big moment. This is the first time the main Site B lab has been adapted on screen. This is where all of InGen's dirty little secrets are hidden. Anne even comments on how rich she'll be if she can find some way to steal them once you get inside.
Wait, if the data is still in here, I could conceivably be a very rich girl. All it takes is a modem.
But when you first arrive, the doors are locked, the windows shuttered, and not even the dinosaurs have managed to breach the walls. It's got a different vibe than Burrows and the port. Those places were evacuated in a panic to avoid getting caught up in a natural disaster, and people took whatever wasn't nailed down in the process. The lab, by contrast, had the chairs put up and the lights turned off before it was abandoned. Security is tight, by Hammond's own admission. There was clearly an intent on InGen's part to one day return and recover the information still stored in this place. But even if they were still around to do so, time has already begun the process of reclaiming the complex on its own. The buildings seem locked up tight from the outside, but do a little snooping around and you'll find one of the windows already cracked open. There are no raptors to be found inside, but there's a haunted energy that coats this place like a layer of recently disturbed dust. Hammond recalls the sleepless nights watching DNA spiral up out of the past, while Anne is shocked by how familiar and mundane all the equipment is.
So this was all there was. Looks like a freshman science lab.
The clear fluid held a cloudy layer of DNA strands. The centrifuge whirred night and day, the slow alchemy of genetic replication.
Nothing here looks like it came out of some science fiction catalogue. It's all the sort of lab equipment you'd expect to see in any sort of genetic research facility. The empty troughs where raptor eggs were once incubated are the closest you get to mad science. Getting into the admin building is way more exciting by comparison, as you need to clamber across this awning and slip through an open window in order to bypass the locked doors. Or you can drop in through the ceiling into the boardroom, though in my experience the only reward I ever got for doing so was to glitch into the floor and get so stuck the only way out was to reload the latest save. Another little gremlin rearing its head now that I've grown complacent with the current state of the game.
Come on, Hammond. It's your office. Gotta be something here.
The admin building continues the trend of finding codes on boards and cards on toilets, but the real highlight of InGen Lab, hell, the highlight of the game itself, comes once you enter the computer building. If you've found the code in Hammond's office, you can move right along to the server bank, but if you take the time to explore, you'll find more evidence of InGen's ill-fated hunt from the Lost World. One of the hunters managed to find refuge inside the cubicle farm after ending up abandoned at the end of the film. And he actually managed to survive for quite a while, but it didn't last. Eventually something caught up with him, and 1 year on, there's nothing left but the tally on this whiteboard and a bloody handprint. Also, you can find Dennis Nedry's mace. Check this shit out. Come here, Raptor. Bonk. 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 Come here, Triceratops. Bonk. Bonk. Come here, T-Rex. Bonk. Ah! Tonal whiplash of stumbling across a mace while John Hammond recounts the months of work it took to drag dinosaurs kicking and screaming back from extinction aside, it is great fun to use. One good whack is all it takes to cave a raptor's skull in. It's a shame it appears so late in the level because it's so powerful. You barely get the chance to use it before the loading screen confiscates it on your way to the Ascent Part 1, but I digress. At the end of the main hallway lies the server bank, locked behind a blue card reader. The blue key card is lying on the floor right beside it, an easy solution the game has resorted to a couple of times at this point. But what's interesting here is that you can still see the remnants of the puzzle the developers had planned before everything went pear-shaped. There might be nothing more here than a metal grate you can't remove, but I know a video game puzzle when I see it, and I can't help but wonder what it might have been had it been left in. Knowing my fucking luck, inside is the lab's main machine, a Cray supercomputer, and it does look like something out of a science fiction film. What it doesn't look like is anything else in the game, almost like you've stumbled out of the jungle and into the reactor of some futuristic spaceship. No part of the jungle has made it in here. There's no hint of decay on the walls. This thing is just the way InGen left it years ago, sealed away like a dead god in an airtight sarcophagus, and in order to proceed, you're going to have to bring it back to life. Turning the Cray back on is not the kind of complicated process you might expect, but it doesn't need to be. All you need to do is hit the coloured buttons placed around the Cray in the right order, and the key is right there on the wall to guide you every step of the way. Mechanical complexity is not the point. The process of booting up the Cray is paired with Hammond's recount of the first time InGen successfully reached back across 65 million years and grabbed hold of the DNA sequence that would be their downfall.
It was 3 a.m. The room was strewn with soda cans, and for the 100th time, we ran the extraction sequence.
The tension builds along with the roar of the supercomputer's fans. The music and Hammond's monologue crash together in a whirlwind of emotions, and with each press of a button, it draws you deeper into the past, almost like you're in the room with them, watching, waiting for the computer to spit out the results and prove John Hammond's ambitions true.
All my life I'd waited for something great, something extraordinary. As Nedry typed, the world seemed to hold its breath, and for a moment we stood at the turning point between two great planetary eras, the million-year reign of man and the age of the dinosaurs. then it opened up. The code read true. The barrier of time for an instant opened. Andrew and I stared into the monitor. Straight back through 65,000 centuries.
Activated systems. Satellite uplink. Connected. Local transmitter down. Attempting connection to Mountaintop facility.
There are many big emotional moments in the Jurassic Park films, but none can compare to what's achieved here, because they can't involve the audience as an active participant. Words really don't do it justice. Even watching it as part of this video can't convey the feeling of playing it yourself, the chills, the anticipation. This moment puts the entire Jurassic World trilogy to shame. It achieves more with a few lines of dialogue, clever use of sound and music, and a little audience participation than the movies can with all their $100 million visuals and predatory nostalgia. All you're doing is turning on a computer, and yet it feels like so much more than that. It is, without question, Trespasser's greatest moment, the perfect blend of story and gameplay, the perfect balance of Hammond's recount with Anne's present tense struggle. It is what the developers were aiming for distilled down to its purest form, and then this happens. I didn't edit that. You leave the room, the Cray goes dead silent, and the mood just shatters. The first time this happened, I burst out laughing. The sudden quiet is so jarring, and yet I can't think of a more Trespasser-appropriate note on which to end the set piece. It's fucking perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way. Good a place as that would be to end this chapter of the video, InGen Lab keeps going just a bit longer. Now that you've got the computer back online, you can access the holding pens at the back of the lab, and it looks like at least one raptor never left the nest. After that, it's just an awkward climb over the walls, and here we are, the base of Mount Watson. We can only go up from here. Chapter 16. Tell that its sculptor well those passions read. Whenever I play a tie-in game, one of the biggest questions I have going in is how well it can capture the vibe of the source material. One of the biggest surprises of working on this series is how many of the games made with the license do, be it the Jurassic Park movies or the books, even if only in little ways, even if only for brief moments. It's not enough to have dinosaurs, any game can have those. Both words of the title, Jurassic Park, are equally important to consider when trying to adapt the series into a video game, and most titles have actually understood that. It's shocking to me that I'm 20 odd games deep and the series still hasn't resorted to a park builder. It still hasn't lost sight of the inherent critique from the source material that a functioning Jurassic Park is impossible, but none have captured the Jurassic Park vibe, or more specifically the Lost World vibe, quite like Trespasser does. Richard Wyckoff may have bemoaned having to work around the restrictions of any licensing agreement, but it's a challenge that Austin Grossman at least took by the horns with both hands. Indeed, it might be the best adaptation of any film or book into video game form. A lot of that comes down to the details. In a 2014 interview with Jurassic Time, Austin Grossman said, quote, "The films are brilliant of course, but they have to breeze through some of the details. I really wanted to delve into the fictional world of Jurassic Park, and John Hammond in particular, and the novels went much deeper into the backstory," end quote. Crichton's novels weren't the only places he turned to. In that same interview, he says he did a lot of research on dinosaurs and genetic engineering to get the feel of the world building right, and it shows. Trespasser's writing might not be as technical as Crichton's prose, and it may not be as emotional as Spielberg's filmmaking, but it is still able to bridge the two styles in a way that still feels true to both. As great as Crichton's ideas could be, and for how much thought he often put behind them, he also often used his novels as a soapbox. He also often got lost in the scientific source behind his fantastical concepts, and he often didn't care whether the reader was on board for the lecture. Book Ian Malcolm is little more than an authorial mouthpiece who only returned from the dead between novels because Crichton wanted the character to be the constant straight man, and he fucking sucks. The films breathed so much life back into the character, the two versions are basically unrecognisable beyond the fact both only wear black. It's no wonder he became such a fan favourite character, but at the same time, he lost a lot of the technical knowledge his book version was built upon. Malcolm might not be the focus of Trespasser. As per usual, I don't think he's mentioned once across the entire game. The guy just cannot catch a break, but the writing is able to find a balance between the films and the books with a different character, John Hammond. I've already gushed about Richard Attenborough's performance. You can tell he was engaged and invested in the material, and it's easy to see why when you actually sit down and look at it on the page. Austin Grossman nailed Hammond's voice, both from the movies and the books. He's still quite grandfatherly here, idealistic and personable like he is in the films, but there are times when the mask slips, and he reveals himself to be just as cynical, just as vicious, just as out of touch with the world as his book counterpart. Take how gleefully he comments upon the deaths of his own employees in Industrial Jungle.
The hunters landed on May 13th, 1997, in the southwest. Most of them had worked at my African parks for years. They never stood a chance.
Or how shocked he seems at the lack of loyalty shown by the construction workers once it becomes public that he's gone bankrupt in Burroughs.
When it became known that I was bankrupt, workers simply dropped their tools and walked away.
How possessive he seems of the project.
Building the town was hard. Costa Rican contractors were competent people, but they had to be transported, fed, housed, and afterwards bound to silence.
How confrontational he is with the US Coast Guard whenever they used to come snooping around the island.
The Emily was a tug for bringing in the bigger freighters. Occasionally we took it out to observe specimens from offshore, or to sweep the tide for traces of our operation. Far out to sea we would sometimes glimpse the US Coast Guard units assigned to observe our activity.
It's said that a pair of German technicians planned to steal some of InGen's secrets, and Hammond comments on how no proof was ever found of their wrongdoing.
2 German technicians were accused of conspiring to walk out with crucial research materials. They planned to breach the main computer vault and remove some of the data stored there. No proof was ever found.
But it's never mentioned what became of them. The lab where the technicians were working is right beside the raptor holding pens. And the humidity makes the safety railings so slippery, you know? Accidents happen, you know? And Site B is so very, very far away from a hospital. Even writing his memoirs in the aftermath of the San Diego incident from the Lost World, John Hammond never seems to reflect on the fact that everything that happened is his fault. He never blames anyone else explicitly for the failure of the Jurassic Park project, but the way he speaks certainly gives the impression that he's a bitter old man resentful of everyone who abandoned his perfect dream.
On October the 3rd, 1989, I sat on a wooden bench in the waiting room in Washington, D.C. A government panel put me on the stand. As my name was read out, the session room went silent. They walked up the aisle towards the stand. I was being called to account, but I had no clear explanation to give. I gave myself over to the strange, lonely discipline of the market, investment strategies and profit. I stood apart, master of codes and lost worlds of heat and cold, and the sleep of 100 million years.
that if only they had stuck by him, ironed out the kinks, worked around the deaths, his vision of Jurassic Park could have been achieved. It didn't fail because the idea is inherently flawed, it failed because no one else shared his ambition to see it through. Hammond's penchant for misunderstanding his relationships with others, and accidentally pushing people away, is nothing new either. The old diaries you can find in his Burroughs mansion show that this is a cycle he's been going through since at least the 1950s.
I stammered it. I was not certain what I should say. She laughed, though, and seemed charmed. She asked me to call again tomorrow. At 2 a.m. I called once again. She had still not come home, nor did they know where she was. I didn't leave my name. She would not answer me at first. I asked her again. Partygoers glanced curiously in my direction. Candlelight blurred my vision. I'll never forget this, and I will never forgive. I swear it. This is the last time.
It's such a good example of the unreliable narrator trope that I didn't even catch it until my third playthrough, because it's hard not to take his side and get swept up in his passion for the project. It's why I enjoy Anne so much as a counterpoint. Like I said before, she's too busy trying to survive to get caught up in Hammond's self-deluding bullshit.
By 1983, we held 13 new patents.
I was in high school then.
Anne herself is left more of a mystery, and that was by design. Grossman said in an interview he wanted to leave things blank to give players an easier time of identifying with her, though she's still given a little bit of character through her occasional asides. Anne might not be as vocal as Hammond, but she doesn't need to be. The present tense story of her survival is all the arc her character needs. She does get a little more characterization if you hit the hint button though. The objectives are written from her perspective, and I honestly wish pressing F1 would make her say them aloud, but it's still cool that it's there at all. Like I said before, Jurassic Park has always been a franchise built on big moments, be they intense like the Rex attack on the tour cars, or something a little more quiet like the boat rolling down river beside a clearing of dinosaurs. And Trespasser's biggest strength as a plot is its rejection of that philosophy. You feel every step of the journey. You feel the miles of overgrown jungle. You feel the years crushing down the layers of Isla Sorna's history going back centuries. Nothing is left out. No part of the adventure is cut. And the same is true of Hammond's narration. Sometimes I wonder if the story would be stronger with more definite reflections on the events of Jurassic Park and The Lost World. But that's really not what Trespasser is about. This is a story about getting lost in the weeds, about all the stuff the movies leave out, be that the challenges of bringing an animal back from extinction, or just crossing a deserted island overflowing with predators and decaying infrastructure. Some reviewers bemoaned that Trespasser just tells the story of the films again, but I disagree. Very little of what happened in the movies is actually described. Instead, Trespasser fills in the blanks of Jurassic Park's backstory while pairing each anecdote with an appropriate analogue in the present tense narrative of Anne's survival. I don't think it would work as a book or a film. The interactivity of video games as a medium is what makes Trespasser so compelling. Hammond's story of InGen's early years from Industrial Jungle just wouldn't hit as hard without the experience of walking Anne down this ditch. The recount of the first time they successfully recovered dinosaur DNA wouldn't give you the same chills if it wasn't paired with the act of turning on the Cray. The way both Anne and Hammond hit rock bottom in InGen Town before recovering during the climactic mountain climb is perfectly paced. Hammond's parting narration as you reach the summit of Mount Watson wouldn't feel as resolute without the whole game stretching out to the horizon behind you. The two halves of the story need each other. Separated, they just feel incomplete, because when you look at it, Trespasser's moment-to-moment story is pretty basic. You wake up on a beach, you follow some ruins to an abandoned town, radio's dead, you're fucked, but this transmitter on the other side of the island might be working, you're saved, you make your way to Mount Watson, climb to the summit, call for help, and that's it. There aren't really any big twists or turns, and that's fine. As a story of survival, it works perfectly well. And in a video game from the late 90s, it's about what you'd expect in terms of plot, but Hammond's narration elevates it into something more. It needs the backstory of the lost world you're wandering through to feel whole, just as Hammond needs Anne's backtalk to be put in perspective. Anne's tale of survival is simple, and Hammond's recount of InGen's folly comes off as random and disjointed, but thrown together and paced out at the player's leisure, they make for one of, if not the best told story and best adaptations in all of video games. So much of what Trespasser gets right as an adaptation is rarely commented upon in the game itself either, be it locations adapted from the movie like Burrows, or little nods to series deep lore like icons depicting Mr. DNA and the geothermal plant on certain gates. You can feel the love and care the developers had for this world. The crashed biosyn helicopter tells a story all on its own. It's exactly the kind of thing you'd expect to find on Isla Sorna now that the dust has settled and InGen has gone the way of the dinosaurs they so foolishly brought back from the dead. Literally nothing needs to be said beyond its presence. All it takes is a single look to understand what happened. The same is true of the Atherton Causeway, which I've already brought up, but it goes much deeper than the reference. A lot of characters are brought up in passing by Hammond or in signage, Dr. Wu, Dennis Nedry, Robert Muldoon, but only Norman Atherton was given any sort of commemoration on Site B, which makes sense. Cancer never gave Atherton the chance to abandon Hammond once it became apparent his dreams were unachievable, so he gets his own monorail named after him, while everyone else barely gets a mention. And this is all just what the developers were able to include in the time frame they had. What's funny is that as good as it is, as accepted and celebrated as it is by the fandom, it doesn't actually fit into canon very well. Not in a later movies retconned it out of existence kind of way. The films haven't actually done anything to decanonize Trespasser specifically. As of this video's upload in 2024, Site B hasn't returned as a setting in the films since Jurassic Park 3 in 2001, and nothing in that film actually contradicted anything by Trespasser beyond the layout and location of the main lab. No, Trespasser doesn't fit into canon because the details just don't add up. The Jurassic Park incident is stated by Hammond in Trespasser to have happened in 1989.
On October the 3rd, 1989, I sat on a wooden bench in the waiting room in Washington, D.C.
which would place it squarely in the book timeline. Except Hammond died in the book. Indeed, he's a far cry from the grandfatherly, well-intentioned visionary he is in the movie, or in Trespasser. Like I said before, Book Hammond is an absolute bastard who is much more of a villain than Dennis Nedry or Lewis Dodson ever are in that first novel. On top of that one rather glaring continuity error, the InGen hunt from the Lost World film, the aftermath of which can be seen all throughout Trespasser, never happened in the books. There are probably other continuity errors I missed, but perhaps the biggest irreconcilable detail is the fact Trespasser's Isla Sorna doesn't resemble the island from either the film or the book. Trespasser exists in its own space, not quite true to either timeline, its own little lost world of details that the franchise has gone out of its way to forget, but it's also no wonder that it's so well regarded by the community. When Trespasser is called a forgotten classic, this is why. Very few video games from the 90s were able to tell such a good story without making major sacrifices to interactivity, or vice versa. Indeed, many games today still struggle to find the balance between gameplay and story, but here's Trespasser over 20 years ago getting it right on the first try. If nothing else, it's worth playing just to experience how well the story is integrated into the game, and if you're a fan of Jurassic Park, you owe it to yourself if you haven't experienced it already. Along with the sound design, Austin Grossman's writing hasn't aged a day. It's timeless in a way very few video game stories are, and it's no surprise that people who picked up Trespasser at release remember it so fondly. The game got a lot of things wrong, but this it got absolutely right. Chapter 17. Life Will Find a Way. By the time Richard Wyckoff's Gamasutra Postmortem was published in May of 1999, Trespasser had already largely fallen out of the zeitgeist, though not everyone was content to let it be forgotten. As for Wyckoff and the rest of the original Trespasser team, they were just hoping to still have a job when they got up each morning. Seamus Blackley was quick to leave DreamWorks Interactive. Trespasser had been his project, his responsibility, and he had completely fucked it.
And it was terrible because I'd gone from, sort of feeling like I belonged to feeling like I had not only screwed up terribly, but also like hurt games because I had hurt the idea of physics in games. I had hurt the idea of interactive storytelling. I'd hurt all of these things with the backlash to this game. Right. So I felt like I'd done damage and violence to my friends and to the industry. Which, maybe sounds overblown, but that's how I felt.
Austin Grossman also left DreamWorks Interactive to join Ion Storm as an additional writer on Deus Ex, and later exited the gaming industry entirely to pursue a degree in literature. Trespasser's failure hit them both incredibly hard, and according to Grossman, ended their friendship overnight. Quote, "Seamus and I were good friends, but we were never friends again after that. We just couldn't handle it. We couldn't look at each other." End quote. But despite their falling out, and Richard Wyckoff's assertions of raw nerves in his Gamasutra Postmortem, the wounds seem to have healed with time. In interviews throughout the 2010s, the Trespasser community asked everyone they could about the harsh working conditions, and the consensus from Philip Salas, Seamus Blackley, and Austin Grossman was things got a little heated, yeah, but it could have been worse. Said Wyckoff, quote, "I've actually worked on teams since then that got along much more poorly. At least no one on Trespasser was working to actively sabotage the work of other departments." End quote. Indeed, relationships were good enough that some Trespasser developers like Brady Bell, Kyle McKissick, John Galvin, Philip Salas, Bill Brown, and even Austin Grossman for a little bit, among others, were able to recover from the blow, reform a team, and put together another gaming cult classic, Clive Barker's Undying. I didn't actually know about the connection between Trespasser and Undying when I started work on this video, but now that I do, I cannot unsee it. From the visual design to the game feel, there's an obvious line tethering the two games together, and given the dev team's history, I can't think of a more fitting title for their big comeback. The only things missing are the level design and the name DreamWorks Interactive. Steven Spielberg and Bill Gates' grand expedition into the nascent gaming industry had failed. Poor sales figures and extraordinary flops like Trespasser had turned DreamWorks Interactive into a bad investment, though it was able to deliver one mega hit under the studio's original banner before its parent companies DreamWorks and Microsoft abandoned it to be acquired in February 2000 by noted industry serial killer Electronic Arts. Medal of Honor. What could have been a successful starting point instead turned into a swan song. From that point on, all games made by the company would be done so under the name EA Los Angeles, and Clive Barker's Undying was among the first, though it was hardly the only hint of Trespasser's legacy even at this point in time. While what remained of the Trespasser team was busy developing Undying, Seamus Blackley had found a new job at Microsoft. As fate would have it, he'd met Bill Gates while showcasing Trespasser at E3 years earlier, and used the connection to secure a quiet job at Microsoft in the fallout of the game's release. When he was invited to attend the Game Developers Conference the following year, he wasn't sure if he should go, but he did, and there he met Johnny Wilson, Trespasser's first champion outside of the development team.
And he said to me, I said, "Hey, do you want to talk about it?" And he took my hand and he said, "Keep making games."
It is an honor to introduce Bill Gates, Chairman and Chief Software Architect, Microsoft Corporation.
Well, good morning.
The following year, Blackley returned to GDC, only not as a guest. Instead, he joined Bill Gates on stage and revealed to the world Microsoft's answer to the PlayStation 2, the original Xbox. Fuck, that thing is hideous.
That's why it's an Xbox.
Indeed, the creation of the Xbox, or to use its original name, the Direct Xbox, yuck, was very much a redemption for Blackley. He took all the lessons learned on Trespasser and weaponized them to create a legitimate competitor to the titans of the console market, without which franchises like Halo and Gears of War, and everyone's favourite Xbox exclusive, Fusion Frenzy, would not exist as they do today. Quote, "Have I made up for Trespasser yet?" End quote. It wasn't all smooth sailing. According to Dean Takahashi, who literally wrote the book on the Xbox's development, there were ups and downs just like there are in any project, and the stress was almost unbearable, but they pulled through. Yeah, Xbox exists because of Trespasser. Just toss it on the fucking pile of weird shit that exists because of Jurassic Park tie-in games. Not every member of Trespasser's development team found such immediate success though. Our mate Richard Wyckoff even found himself working on another Jurassic Park tie-in to make ends meet in 2001. The poor bastard! Instead, it was other studios in the gaming industry keeping Trespasser's legacy alive. Half-Life 2 released in 2004 to critical acclaim, and is often credited as the first game to successfully crack a fully functioning physics model, something Gabe Newell has openly admitted was inspired by Trespasser.
So, we wanted to make the world part of the toolbox, part of the game experience as much as we could, which led us to the decision to do physics. So when we had made that decision, the big example in the industry was a game called Trespasser, which ended up being sort of a critical and commercial disaster. So it was a little scarier to actually come to this conclusion that it sounds nowadays when physics are really an accepted part of the game canon.
A year later in 2005, Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie, yes, that's its actual title, released and is the closest Trespasser has come to a direct spiritual successor. Developed by Ubisoft back when they actually made games, it features an expanded vision of Skull Island than the one shown in the film, no heads-up display, crazy dinosaur AI that allows for emergent gameplay, and a cast of stars reprising their roles from the movie. The only things really missing are a wide-open, non-linear environment and Trespasser's brand of player-paced storytelling. Far Cry and other big open-world games would pick up the mantle of huge jungle environments across the 2000s. Far Cry's own spiritual successor, Crysis, would also snatch the crown of most demanding minimum settings right off Trespasser's head too, but its particular style of video game narrative would only come to prominence with the original release of Dear Esther in 2008 as a Source Engine mod. Developed by the Chinese Room as part of a university project, it would later get an updated official release in 2012, and would popularise interactive fiction, or walking simulators, as a genre. What's spooky is that while skimming the Wikipedia page for release dates, I discovered a link to an interview where the lead designer, Dan Pinchback, claims the writings of William S. Burroughs were a huge influence on the project. Huh. If I had $1 for every video game designer inspired by a writer named Burroughs trying to revolutionise the industry, I'd have $2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I don't think it's a surprise that around the same time Dear Esther first released in 2008, the general consensus on Trespasser began to shift. Computers had finally caught up with the game's ambition, and the first critical reappraisals were starting to appear beyond the confines of the fan community. Quote, "Other video games and Trespasser are two different species, separated by millions of years of evolution. Like an insect trapped in amber, Trespasser holds within it the key to change things. If only the right people were able to take a look. Valve cherry-picked the physics engine, Operation Flashpoint grabbed the floating aim point. It seems that everything Trespasser attempted, someone else came along and took the credit for. To most people, it remains a curio, or something to mock. To me, it's it's the very birthplace of the modern FPS. It's time we acknowledged it." End quote. Austin Grossman, meanwhile, had returned to the gaming industry from his academic sabbatical a few years earlier to work on titles like Tomb Raider Legend and Dishonored, the latter of which would finally fulfill Trespasser's dream of continuing the legacy of Looking Glass. But more interesting to me is his work as a novelist. In 2007, he published his first book, Soon I Will Be Invincible, a deconstruction of a superhero story written from the perspective of a supervillain that hit store shelves right before Marvel kicked off the comic book movie craze with Iron Man. In the current age of superhero fatigue and ultra-violent genre deconstructions like The Boys, it's honestly criminal how little known Soon I Will Be Invincible is. It's such a breath of fresh air in what is now such an oversaturated genre. But more than that, it continues Grossman's obsession with mad scientists, which started with John Hammond in Trespasser. Indeed, it even includes a couple of Hammond's lines directly from Trespasser, though you didn't hear that from me. Aside from the incredibly abrupt ending, it's a great read, but his second book, You, published in 2013, is even better. It tells the tale of a video game developer trying to develop an overly ambitious project in the late 90s, and if you've made it this far into the video, you know why that sounds so familiar. You, in many ways, feels like a catharsis, unpacking all the bad blood and the stress from Grossman's Trespasser days, while also turning it into something triumphant. It's a celebration of a kind of game development the industry just doesn't support anymore, and a love letter to the medium in a way I've never seen any work about video games match. If you enjoy Trespasser's writing, you owe it to yourself to track these two books down and give them a read. Aside from the endings, you won't be disappointed. I was also pleasantly surprised to discover Grossman's released a fourth book as I was working on this project, another superhero novel called Fight Me. I haven't read it, but I'm happy to see he's still writing. You can see echoes of Trespasser in other AAA games during this period. Dead Space features a completely diegetic HUD on top of hiding a lot of the lead character's thoughts in an easy-to-miss objective log that's framed as a journal. And Alien Isolation showed the same love and care in adapting the setting of its own source material into a video game environment. To say nothing of how CD Projekt Red adapted the world of Andrei Sapkowski's Witcher books. As the 2000s gave way to the 2010s and indie games came to prominence, Trespasser found its experiments honoured in less likely places. The developers of 2012's Octodad, Deadliest Catch, and 2013's Surgeon Simulator have both admitted to taking inspiration from Trespasser's janky arm controls in their own Gamasutra postmortems, and I'm sure there are others out there if you dig deep enough. It's around this time that DreamWorks Interactive, or EA Los Angeles, now renamed again to Danger Close Games, died its final death at the hands of its parent company, after failing to churn out successful Medal of Honor sequels one time too many. The studio that had once sought to revolutionise the gaming industry with a title years ahead of its time shut its doors, and Electronic Arts added another tally to its list of murder victims. By this point, other members of the Trespasser team had found other successes. Among the highest profile are Brady Bell, who now runs Magic the Gathering, and our mate Richard Wyckoff, whose company Reverge Studios published Skullgirls in 2013. Dean Takahashi became something of a Seamus Blackley historian, following his exit from Microsoft in 2002, to his long career as an agent at CAA, to his move back into game development with an arcade machine mobile port project that never really got off the ground in the mid-2010s. Blackley's stint at CAA is worthy of a video all of its own, given he helped broker the divorce between Activision and the founders of Infinity Ward during the Call of Duty Modern Warfare pay dispute.
From like Guitar Hero to, I mean, all sorts of big games. I mean, I guess culminating in the sort of defection of Infinity Ward to become Respawn after Bobby Kotick refused to pay them their royalty after they made him $1 billion, which I orchestrated and took a lot of heat for.
After needing a mentor throughout Trespasser to rein him in and keep the project on track, he had become that mentor to others all across the industry, though today he's probably better known for his bread baking. The Trespasser team weren't the only ones to move on to better things after 1998. Many of the game's harshest critics have found careers in the industry, including our old friend Emil Pagliarulo. In fact, he's had a steady job as a writer and designer at Bethesda for decades now, but you probably know him better for the backlash that befell him in the wake of Starfield's release in 2023, and the controversy over the timeline of the Fallout games when the TV show hit streaming in 2024. I had no idea who he was when I sat down to make this video. I actually did a double take when I saw his name popping up all over the gaming zeitgeist and realised he was the same guy who tore Trespasser to pieces for the Adrenaline Vault way back in 1998. When I brought it up to some friends, one of them said, "Ha, get the dog," but I'm not going to do that. He's suffered enough. Though I certainly won't begrudge any of the Trespasser team who grabbed a chair and some popcorn to watch the shitstorm unfold from the sidelines.
Many of the journalists who wrote those articles get into game development because a lot of game journalists want to become developers. And seeing them receive their own reviews has been, fun to watch, frankly, because I've seen them grow. You learn. It's easy to lob stones. Super easy. It's really hard to do something new.
Never Knows Best already made the video on the internet's witch hunt of Emil Pagliarulo, so if you're curious about what happened, I'd highly recommend it. Though I will say, it was interesting to see Emil's tweets expressing a call to empathy and compassion that his younger self who wrote the Trespasser review, by his own admission, would have torn to shreds. Emil isn't the only critic of Trespasser to face their own internet backlash upon entering the gaming industry, but he may be the highest profile, and he's certainly borne the brunt of it. It's almost like watching a fighter jet accidentally shoot itself down by outrunning its own bullets. Anyway, for how many of Trespasser's elements have since been realised in other games, no one title has ever brought them together in a true spiritual successor, be it from the AAA industry or the indie scene. Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie, came the closest, but if you ever play the two side by side, there are obvious differences that prevent it from taking the crown, such as the presence of NPCs to help tell a scripted story, the pace of which is set by the developers rather than the player. Another contender could be Outer Wilds, which left me with the same feeling of having gone on a great journey when I reached the credits, and did allow me as the player to set the pace of the plot, but it lacks the narration so critical to Trespasser's style of storytelling, among many other differences that I think ultimately disqualify it. Still a fantastic game though, go play it if you haven't. There was a lot of excitement in late 2023 when Jurassic Park Survival was announced at the Keeleys, from me specifically, and also other corners of the internet. Zach Zweisen, writing for Kotaku US, was quick to declare Jurassic Park Survival, quote, "the Trespasser we never got," end quote, though perhaps that was just the usual flavour of gaming journalist sensationalism. Rachel Kaiser, writing for VentureBeat, also noted Survival's similarities to Trespasser, though in far more level-headed terms. While those were the only two articles to mention Trespasser directly, scrolling through the comments of Jurassic Park Survival's announcement posts revealed a number of people hoping it might be the spiritual successor we've all been waiting for, and much as I hope it is, we've been through this before. Expectations must be managed, and I'm not talking about Trespasser's own catastrophic hype meltdown. I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but this is now the third time in the franchise's history that a game with the subtitle Survival or Survivor has been announced. The first Jurassic Park Survival was slated to release alongside Jurassic Park 3 way back in 2001, but was cancelled during development. The second was Jurassic World Survivor, which got fairly deep into development before getting quietly cancelled in 2017. As of the day I'm recording this voiceover, the 25th of September 2024, it's almost been a whole year since the current version of Jurassic Park Survival was announced, and we've heard nothing more. All we've got is 3, count 'em, 3 new screenshots, and confirmation that this shithole is going to be in the game somewhere. So until we get an update, and a demonstration of gameplay specifically, I'm not holding my breath. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it comes out, and it's good. I hope I'm eating these words in the final entry of this retrospective in like 3 years. But until then, I will remain cautiously optimistic about this current version of Jurassic Park Survival. Even then, if it does actually break the survival curse and does turn out to be good, it won't be a spiritual successor to Trespasser. If it's a spiritual successor to anything, it'll be Alien Isolation, and that's fine. That game's great. But in order to be the new Trespasser, it would have to reject so many ubiquitous aspects of current game design, and I just don't see that happening. The AAA industry is too set in its ways now, and too homogenized to ever let something like Trespasser happen again. We're more likely to see a successor to Trespasser come out of the indie scene, but a game of such size and ambition will take time and effort to make. One day it'll happen. I'll do it myself if I fucking have to. But for now though, Trespasser remains a one-of-a-kind experiment that walked so games like Half-Life 2 and Skyrim could run. It may not have a true successor, but you can see its legacy everywhere in gaming today. Every time you pick up a physics-enabled object, every time you go running through a wide-open jungle, every time you look down to see your own character model moving beneath you.
And so I don't want to make an analogy to like what I worked on as being like, you know, that kind of great stuff. But there are elements of things from Looking Glass that show up in all games, and I catch them. Like you see them, and you know, there's a little bit of pride because it's like, yeah, you know, I know for a fact that we were the first people to try that.
Chapter 18, The Ascent Part 1. Time has clearly passed when you regain control. The sky is stained orange as the sun starts to dip over the western horizon. It's another wonderful view, though it's worth turning around to take a look at the level's other beauty. Lying by the wall of the Raptor holding pens is the game's one working fatal Lindstrat rifle. It's only got 3 shots, so you better make them count. Leaving the lab behind takes you down through a valley swarming with raptors and one wayward Albertosaur. With the Lindstrat strapped to your back, the Albertosaur is a non-issue, though the raptors put up a bit more of a struggle. There are so many red leopards stalking the hills, no wonder the remains of any humans unfortunate enough to find the place litter every rock and overturned vehicle. Weapons lie unused about the place, including this pair of Desert Eagles on this corpse. Is this a Tomb Raider reference? No, surely not. There are enough guns lying around to take the raptors out, but they can swarm you at such speeds that I found it easier to run rather than try to fight them off. The way they nip at your heels the whole way, shrieking in your ear, is one of the few moments where Trespasser is able to match the intensity of the raptor chases from the films, but it all comes crashing down on their heads the second you reach the end of the valley and find an AK-47 ready and waiting to go. Even if the player loses their cool getting the fuck out of the area, Anne is able to keep it together as you approach the cliffs along the western coast of the island.
I can smell the ocean.
The way the sounds of the ocean swell the closer you get to the cliffs is great. Something about the combination of the oncoming sunset and the sounds of the waves crashing against the cliffs far below you just creates such a mood. I like to imagine this is the same area Malcolm and the gang parked the trailers in the film, but sadly no evidence of the expedition remains. It's very peaceful, but all that changes once you catch sight of the game's final new enemy, the mountain raptors. The first of which can be seen here trying to hurl itself into the ocean. The tribe has claimed Mount Watson as their territory, and picked the place clean. They're pretty much the only dinosaur you'll encounter from the Ascent Part 2 onward, but here we're at the the very outskirts of their territory, and just as the red leopards were introduced through a scout creeping through tiger stripe land, so too are the mountain raptors first seen hunting behind enemy lines. The mountain raptor is joined by 2 red leopards, but I was never able to get them fighting. All 3 always turned their focus to Anne before too long. It's no wonder she's so dismissive of the whole idea of Jurassic Park after every dinosaur on Isla Sorna took her presence as a personal offence.
Dinosaur Park. What a great idea.
You have to leave the coast behind to begin your approach of Mount Watson. It's a stunning view, and the game knows it too. The music rises, and the mountain appears out of the draw distance, and it's just perfect. Even at the base of the mountain, the terrain is already starting to roll and twist beyond what Anne is capable of climbing. InGen jeeps lie overturned across the hills, victims of gravity and the steep inclines of the mountainside. Raptors struggle to leap up sharp slopes to get at her. The only dinosaur able to hold its own against the terrain is another Albertosaurus, the final one in the entire game. But what could be a desperate battle for survival across the rocky hills can be turned into a momentary distraction if you've still got the Linstrat with you. At the top of the hill, you reach a man-made trail, but not one carved into the mountainside by InGen. The Mayan steps are a gauntlet of traps and pressure plates that seemingly come out of nowhere, though the game does try to warn you of what's ahead in its own janky way. One wrong step can get you crushed beneath a crumbling wall, or bowled over by a giant bouncing head. Shooting the traps off the walls seems like an option, but it doesn't work. The heads will still leap at you from the top of the stairs regardless. It is possible to avoid the traps. The pressure plates are clearly marked on the ground all through the area, but it's easier said than done, especially on the stairs. You can only really see them from above, but even if you do know where they are, they can bunch up together to make jumping them with the game's janky controls that much more difficult. The easiest way to pass them by is to creep your way up the steps and run for it when the heads start rolling. Just be careful not to end up pancaked by a wall while dodging out of the way. Of course, if you're really lucky, you might be able to squeeze your way past. I had that happen once or twice, but I have no idea why. The Mayan steps have been left to decay far longer than any of InGen's buildings on the island. Some of the traps disintegrated long ago and created workarounds on some of the levels. It might be an awkward climb, but it's a lot safer than going through multiple one-woman reenactments of Indiana jank. Or you could leave the steps here and bunny hop your way to the top of this hill. Just bypass the entire set piece if you feel like it. Just having an easy way off to the side does defeat the purpose of the challenge, but if you find yourself stuck, repeatedly crushed by the traps, it's definitely a relief. Could it be a little better hidden, or provide a different sort of challenge? Yeah, sure. But given the state of the game, I'm happy it's in there at all. At the top of the Mayan steps, you discover what the traps were placed to defend. A hidden city, complete with ziggurat, nestled against the mountainside. The plantation owners who ruled Isla Sorna in centuries past probably looted the place for artifacts, but InGen, for their part, left it alone. They knew about it. Hammond confirms they explored it, had archaeologists examine it, but either the company went bankrupt before they could preserve it, or they decided it was too dangerous to build around.
The buildings followed a scheme I only vaguely understood, marking seasons, the lunar year, and the movement of the stars.
Given the state of the place, the way the ceilings keep caving in, I'm going to guess it's the latter. InGen may have left the city as they found it, but the dinosaurs have shown no such restraint. The place is crawling with raptors, and is home to the island's current ruler, the largest Tyrannosaurus Rex in the game. If the other Rexes seemed a little small compared to their cinematic counterparts, that was probably by design, Emil. The T-Rex here is a giant, and it is not happy about your intrusion. The Mayan city is one big game of cat and mouse between Anne and the T-Rex. It'll chase you all through the place, force you into hiding inside crumbling structures, smash through ancient walls to get at you, even try to follow you up the steps of the ziggurat, though thankfully it's just a bit too awkward to make the climb. The thing is terrifying when it's on your tail, relentless in its pursuit. When the thing is breathing down your neck, snarling in your rear, it actually feels like you're being chased by one of the monsters from the film. films, and it's great, or at least it should be. When I first played through Trespasser, this set piece went exactly as I just described. I was freaking out, ducking into buildings, trying to keep away from the T-Rex while also defending myself against the nearby raptors, and it ended with me racing up the mountain trail to jump this gap and escape the danger. The way it collapsed behind me, stranding the T-Rex on the other side, was just perfect. But on my second playthrough, things didn't go quite as planned. Instead of the mouse running for my life, I was the cat on the hunt. The T-Rex wandered up the mountain path at the end of the area, and didn't even notice me until I was practically right in front of it. It couldn't give less of a shit if it tried. I was able to clear the city of its raptor infestation with time to spare before the Tyrannosaur even realized I was there. Even if the encounter goes according to plan, the whole thing can end in an anticlimax if you try to crush the Rex with the big head perched atop the Mayan ziggurat. I've read that the big head trap is capable of bringing the Rex down, but that's never been my experience. I'm pretty sure the head was meant to be able to kill it, and maybe it can if you angle the thing just right, but the moment always fell flat for me. The only thing I was ever able to kill with the big head was a raptor. You've gotta be kidding me. That's not to say the T-Rex is invincible though. In fact, it's the only one in the game you can bring down without cheating. The Lindstrat rifle left lying all the way at the start of the level can kill it, but only if you save up all 3 shots for the T-Rex at the end. The fountains of blood and the way it flops to the ground upon death is very satisfying, but it's not something you'll likely see your first time through given how hard the game tempts you into wasting darts on Albertosaurs and the army of raptors wandering the coast. You have got to be kidding me, stupid thing. Oh shit. The level isn't that much harder if you leave the other dinosaurs be to focus on the Rex, but it does introduce a little strategy into the combat that up to now has been fairly straightforward. It's worth the extra effort to lug the rifle all the way up to the city just to cap off what might as well be the mechanical climax for the game's combat. I really like the setting of the Mayan city for the encounter too. Way back in the first part of this retrospective when I was talking about Jurassic Park Rampage Edition for the Sega Genesis, I spoke about how the old trope of dinosaur-infested Mayan ruins didn't really fit into the setting of the first film, and certainly not supernaturally haunted ruins as they appeared to be in that game. The contrast between cutting-edge automated technology clashing with the natural world of ages long past is too central to what Jurassic Park is for the ruins to really work, but the same is not true of The Lost World. The Lost World is a ghost story. It wallows in the muck of humanity's hubris, revels in the decay left behind by InGen after the company abandoned the island, and places them within the context of all who came before. Hammond and his company were just the latest in a long line of groups to call Isla Sorna home, and each of those groups once thought they owned the world, that they were the pinnacle of civilization, before they were, in turn, swept aside by outside invaders, or societal progress, or bad investments. And comments at the port that Hammond believed what InGen built on Isla Sorna would last forever.
They never expected this. Hammond thought this would be here forever.
But just a few years later, the jungle is rushing to reclaim what little progress they made. The Mayan city, by contrast, has survived centuries, a stark reminder that nothing lasts forever, even if it seems eternal at the height of its power. It's why I wish the plan to have some grand Mayan carving staring down at an overturned InGen Jeep had made it into the game. It would have been so perfect. A silent "I told you so" conveyed across centuries that Hammond and InGen failed to heed. The presence of Mayan ruins all over Isla Sorna fits the themes of Trespasser so well. But what I love about the city here at the base of Mount Watson is how the structures are complemented by the dinosaurs. The ruins of one vanished empire serving as a home to the orphans of another, a stark reminder that nothing lasts forever, but nothing ever completely vanishes either. The level ends as you crest the ridge on the other side of the landslide. Where you're going, the T-Rex can't follow, assuming you left it breathing. The Ascent Part 1 is certainly shorter and more linear than the wide open spaces of InGen Town and InGen Lab, and there may not be as much story, but it sets the stage of the game's final act really well. From this point on, Trespasser ceases to dwell on the past, but as much as the story ramps up, the focus on combat starts to wind down. There's still an army of raptors blocking your way, but the Ascent Part 1 is the last time you'll face any sort of variety in the encounter design. This is the last time you get to see any of the big carnivores, any of the herbivores, and certainly the last chance you get to see any of them throw down. One final victory lap for what Trespasser's combat mechanics could have been. So since we're here, Chapter 19. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Way back at the start of this video, several geological ages ago, I spoke about Trespasser's janky physics model, but I didn't get very deep into the mechanics of combat because at that point there honestly wasn't much to say. Richard Wyckoff's claims that combat was never meant to be the focus of Trespasser is abundantly clear the second you pick up a gun, and the dinosaurs were clearly designed to be obstacles rather than enemies. Even now, that's still largely true for everything but the raptors. I've already covered the way dinosaurs work in detail, so I won't repeat myself here, but I will say this for the raptors. As terrifying as they can be to fight, as goofy as they can be to watch from a distance, as impressively close as Trespasser comes to portraying them as real animals, it's very obvious that their lobotomized AI has rendered them no different from the raptors of earlier Jurassic Park tie-in games that would rush at the player in waves with no regard for their safety. And I get it. Great enemy AI in video games is often smoke and mirrors. The kind of intelligence the Trespasser team was aiming for was probably never going to work out, even if they cracked the constant panic attacks and bouts of indecision sweeping through Ilasauna's dinosaur population. But it's still a little disappointing that all they ever do is run you down. The raptors don't coordinate their attacks. They don't react to other larger dinosaurs once you've got their attention. They don't leap through the air to knock you down. They don't even stay scared of you for all that long after putting a bullet in them. Just to be clear, that doesn't make the encounters any less intense if you get cornered by 2 or 3. That the raptors don't coordinate their attacks can make it harder to stay aware of what each of them are doing sometimes. And their AI did surprise me occasionally when one managed to sneak around a tree or a boulder to get behind me. But even if the fights didn't end up stale, the lack of behaviours did. I completely understand Richard Wyckoff's disappointment in the way the dinosaur AI turned out, because I'm disappointed too. Just a few extra behaviours like a lunge or a leap, and the added spice of the film-accurate vocalizations would be enough to elevate Trespasser's raptors from what they already are to something spectacular. Because as terrifying as the raptors can be when they catch you without a weapon, they are barely worth a second thought with a gun in hand. Even then, you can completely break their AI just by jumping up onto a rock or a crate. It's not just the raptors that could have benefited from a few pre-scripted animations during combat either. The Triceratopses absolutely could have used a charge. The Stegosaurs could have used a defensive posture. The T-Rexes definitely needed a quick turn because the way they drift awkwardly along with their mouths open like they're filter feeders is just silly. It's a shame you can't at least stun the larger dinosaurs too. It's another area where the Trespasser team's commitment to simulational realism ended up hurting them in the long run, and had they been given enough time to finish the game, I think they would have realised the need for pre-canned animations and behaviours. I find it odd that combat was never offered much thought or focus anyway, given the team's equally self-destructive commitment to total player freedom. As ambitious as Trespasser was, as revolutionary as it could have been if finished, some people were always going to play it as a first-person shooter, and that should have been taken into account. A lot of the gunplay is tied directly to the physics model, and I've already spoken a little about how Anne is able to wield huge fuck-off rifles with one hand without so much as breaking a sweat. I joked at that point about the guns lacking any sort of recoil, but that's actually not true. Single shots don't have much of a buck to them, but if you ever pick up anything with a high fire rate, there is an appropriate amount of kickback. But unfortunately, having to shoot in short bursts is about as tactically engaging as the combat gets most of the time. They've got quite a bit of range too. I was surprised at how easy it could be to take down raptors from a distance once you've got the shot lined up. Things can get hairy if dinosaurs get too close. Raptors are especially good at knocking weapons right out of Anne's hand, and because of how the arm mechanics work, once they're right up in your face, they've usually thrown off your aim anyway. You're incentivized to keep them at a safe distance, which is why I think the combat can still end up pretty engaging despite how basic it is mechanically. You've also got quite the arsenal to work with. I never made a count of all the guns in the game, but there is at least a dozen. You've got revolvers, Desert Eagles, machine pistols, there are shotguns and rifles and machine guns, plus the rare and often broken Linstrats. In any other title, it'd be an impressive roster, but none of them are actually better or worse at killing certain animals than the others. Some guns are stronger, others are weaker, some can take down a dinosaur in one shot, while others take 5 or 6. Some come with a lot of ammo, while others come with sparingly little, but they're all more than capable of bringing down whatever you're aiming at, as long as you can hit it. And you're rarely at risk of running out of ammo because, as many reviewers pointed out, Isla Sorna is littered with firearms. Common as the guns are all across the game, there are still 1 or 2 rare weapons to be found, like Hammond's tiny baby pistol, or the one working lethal Linstrat, or the handful of AK-47s with drum barrel magazines that carry twice as many bullets, and they were always fun to stumble onto, but they still functioned no differently than any other firearm. The same was true of the mounted guns, though like I've mentioned before, I never had much luck actually aiming them. Whenever I did manage to take down a raptor or Albertosaur with one, it was only because they kindly wandered into the path of my bullets while I was pulling the trigger, though at least they still worked. If there's any system in Trespasser that I'd still call as completely broken as it was at release, it'd probably be the melee combat. You can find melee weapons all over the place, baseball bats, metal bars, the odd sledgehammer, the cattle prod, but I was never able to score a kill with any of them. I went out of my way to try too. I spent ages dancing around a raptor trying to bop it with a sledgehammer, but if the thing ever dealt out any damage, I never noticed. The way Anne flails the melee weapons back and forth just doesn't seem to do anything, and I wonder because you have to get so close to an enemy to make the attempt if you're even hitting them at all. The only kills I ever made with a melee weapon were done with Nedry's mace, and I suspect that's only because, as a joke item, its damage is set way higher than it probably should be. It's ultimately not a huge deal though. Melee combat is even less of a focus in Trespasser than the gunplay, and that functions well enough to carry the game to its conclusion. I don't even have anything to add about the handful of environmental kills you can rack up. They're fun and flashy, and make good use of the physics engine, sure, but they're so few and far between that they're hardly an essential aspect of the combat mechanics, especially when one of them doesn't seem to work as intended anyway. As far as I'm aware, the only way to kill this T-Rex is with the Linstrat, and when having to save 3 bullets across a single level is considered a jump in tactical complexity, something has gone wrong with the game's combat. It's a shame, because the combat as it is now isn't awful, it's just very basic. The shooting is still awkward, but with the stable frame rate offered by current fan patches, I'd hardly call it frustrating. The dinosaur AI is still simple, but it's enough to create tension and dread in spite of its shortcomings. Like so much of Trespasser, it should have been the baseline on which the mechanics and systems were fleshed out, rather than the finished product. But even as is, I understand the 11th hour decision to put a greater emphasis on combat once the developers realised they wouldn't have the time to finish the game they wanted to make. Half-baked as it is, at least the combat is gameplay. It does offer the player some level of interactivity that is otherwise lacking in every other aspect of the title, which is, ultimately, Trespasser's greatest failure as a video game. I'm hardly the first person to say this, but none of Trespasser's systems or mechanics work to create a satisfying gameplay loop either on their own or together. They all make for great tech demos, but they don't mesh the way they should, and they certainly don't create engaging, emergent gameplay just by virtue of their inclusion. I'm reminded of a quote from Austin Grossman where he sums the problem up quite well. Quote, "The whole point of emergence in gameplay is that you have multiple systems interacting, crashing into each other and creating ripple effects. But if you have a big open outdoor space, it's empty. The box here and the box 10 meters away from it aren't gonna interact." End quote. Indeed, without the game's writing and the stellar performances from Attenborough and Driver, there would be no glue holding Trespasser together at all. I've gushed about the game's exploration and level design all throughout the video, but even I have to admit that it's not exactly dense with stuff to do. There are long stretches of the game where all you do is roam from place to distant place, and I completely understand why some people would be bored by that. It is, after all, the reason I could never get into Death Stranding myself. That game has some fascinating ideas and incredible imagery, but I'll never be able to get over how much time is spent travelling across bland terrain. Critics like our buddy Emil, and even members of the dev team like Richard Wyckoff, aren't wrong when they say there are few rewards for exploration outside of weapons, and there's very little gameplay to be found beyond the occasional combat encounter. Trespasser might be an amazing experience. It might be one of the best adaptations of a film or book series into the interactive medium ever. It might be decades ahead of its time, and it will always be one of my personal favourites, but it's just not a very good game. That's why it failed. That's why it was eviscerated upon release. Trespasser's systems and mechanics were built on foundations of design that weren't just rotten, they were practically non-existent. That's what makes it such a fascinating case study. That's why it stands alone in the desert. For all the project's ambitions, for all its promises, for all its potential, thanks to the lack of design, be it pre-planned from the outset or iterated upon during development, nothing beside remains. Chapter 20. Welcome to Jurassic World. For how well other developers have picked Trespasser's corpse clean of ideas since 1998, it's ironic that the game's most impressive legacy comes in the form of another medium entirely. In the 2010s, a trailer leaked for something called Jurassic World. It featured a pair of Quetzalcoatluses chowing down on this unfortunate surfer dude, and that's about it. No one knew what to make of it. Universal, for its part, stayed quiet. In 2015, Jurassic World the film released, and interest in the trailer faded away as everyone assumed, justifiably, that it was just a bit of pitch material for the movie. It wouldn't be until 2022 that people got the story behind this trailer, and it came from Seamus Blackley. As he revealed on Twitter, and soon after in much greater detail in a 3-part interview with Jurassic Time, the trailer had been part of a pitch he had made to Universal for a new Jurassic video game titled Jurassic World. CAA doesn't just represent video games, it's got a lot of clients in the movie industry, including Steven Spielberg, who approached Blackley about pitching a new Jurassic Park game to finally bring some closure to the work left unfinished on Trespasser. This was around 2012, and right now in 2024, it's almost unthinkable to imagine Spielberg looking to video games as a way to revive the franchise. But you've got to remember this was during the height of Jurassic's wilderness years. A full decade had passed since Jurassic Park 3. The Telltale game had failed to renew interest even after returning to the franchise's roots. There didn't seem to be much life left in the property, so why not test the waters with a video game sequel? Blackley wrote up a pitch bible and programmed a prototype and put together a trailer, and it's wild. It would have taken place on Isla Sorna, and would have featured Billy Brennan from Jurassic Park 3 as the player character. Blackley even hoped to get Alessandro Nivola to reprise his role as Brennan for the project, which would have been a whole other redemption of sorts, given how little good the actor has to say about Jurassic Park 3. Quote, "It was like the only part I've ever done that just had nothing for me to latch onto, character-wise. And it just... it was kind of maddening," end quote. Jesus Christ, dude, don't hold back. Tell me how you really feel. Anyway, that's not all. The game wouldn't have been a shooter in the style of Trespasser. It would have been a squad-based tactics game where you, as Billy, commanded teams of dinosaurs against an invading army of humans. Yes, really. You would have been able to command T-Rexes and Pteranodons and Triceratopses, hunted through the long grass with squads of raptors. And while listening to Blackley talk through the idea, I can't help but get caught up in his enthusiasm for the project. But to be completely honest with you, I don't think it sounds like a very good game. The core of Jurassic World was the idea people would want to know the dinosaurs, want to be friends with them, and speaking only for myself, that is not a thing I've ever wanted. It sounds awful. It's certainly unique, I'd love to play it, maybe I'd be wrong, maybe it could have been great, but even if it was, it's just not Jurassic Park, not the way Trespasser is. The pitch Bible treats the dinosaurs more like sentient beings than real animals, capable of communicating with humans, taking orders and holding conversations between each other and forming up armies. And I'm sorry, but that just sounds like fucking garbage to me. It was bad enough when Blue and the Tyrannosaur had a fucking chat after tag teaming the I-Rex in Jurassic World the film. I don't think I could handle a whole 20-hour dino soap opera. Speaking of Blue, coincidentally, that also would have been the name of Billy's main dinosaur companion. In fact, if you look at some of the concept art Blackley had done for the game, you might notice a few other similarities as well. This piece of Billy Brennan leading a squad of raptors behind the wheel of a truck was quite literally recycled as the poster for Jurassic World 3 years later when the movie hit theaters. According to Blackley, the pitch was well received by Spielberg and Universal, and everyone was gearing up to start development on the game, but it was not to be. In 2013, Adam Fogelson was ousted as co-chairperson of Universal. Donna Langley took on his duties as the company's now sole president, and video games were not on her to-do list. Production was shut down, and Blackley was ordered to turn over everything the team had worked on to Frank Marshall, seen here getting bullied by George Lucas.
Jurassic is number one. Remember that.
The job is they have to crush you like a bug.
If Trespasser was dead on arrival, Jurassic World never even left the station. Blackley and the devs tried to find a new publisher, but Universal took the project and scrapped it for parts, which pretty much ended any hope of the game ever getting an actual release. And as you've probably realised yourself, some of those ideas ended up forming the backbone of the Jurassic World films, which would debut in 2015. What had been meant as a Jurassic redemption for Blackley, an opportunity to right the wrongs of Trespasser, had once again ended in failure. At this point, I don't blame him for thinking his work with the franchise is cursed.
There's just something about Jurassic Park that's bad luck for me.
Blackley tells the story much better and in far greater detail than I can in that 3-part interview, and I encourage anyone watching who's interested in knowing more to go check them out. They're a very interesting listen, especially when you compare what Blackley says with Universal's version of events. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned how Jurassic Park: The Ultimate Visual History doesn't mention Trespasser. It doesn't fit with the franchise's story of success against all odds, so it should come as no surprise that its sequel, Jurassic World: The Ultimate Visual History, completely omits Blackley's abandoned video game pitch and the boardroom politics that got it shit-canned. Instead, Jurassic World came together by stripping earlier attempts at Jurassic Park 4 scripts for parts, and franchise custodian Steven Spielberg taking a chance on up-and-coming filmmaker Colin Trevorrow to give the new sequel a shot of adrenaline. It was Trevorrow, the book claims, who came up with the new name Jurassic World, and while I think it is pretty shitty that the official history leaves out the video game pitch, I don't think it's lying about this in particular. I think it was probably a case of convergent thinking, although based on different ideas. Blackley clearly intended Jurassic World as a title to convey how InGen's resurrected dinosaurs have expanded beyond the confines of Isla Nublar and Isla Sorna, an idea future films Fallen Kingdom and Dominion would threaten to engage with before backing down, while Trevorrow wanted to make surface-level comparisons to SeaWorld, whose reputation at the time was, Not great. So there you have it. The Jurassic World trilogy exists because of Trespasser. It's a little harder to look back on it so fondly now, huh? Trespasser has a lot to fucking answer for. Or maybe it doesn't. To add insult to injury, when pre-production was starting up on Fallen Kingdom, apparently Frank Marshall called up Blackley again, asking if he had any scraps left over to throw into the sequel.
And I resisted the urge to say fuck all the way off. But I didn't have anything else to share with them. They already had it all.
Either way, for such a notorious flop, it's pretty shocking to see just how much of a mark Trespasser has left on entertainment. For all its mistakes, for how much its reach exceeded its grasp, the following decades have vindicated most, if not all of its design decisions, and its catastrophic failure led to later successes that seem unimaginable to live without today. It's the kind of flop that only comes along once in a generation, like Jodorowsky's Dune, but those things the game inspired are not the reasons Trespasser is remembered so fondly today. Those the game inspired only mention it in passing. And Jurassic Park as a franchise has been content to sweep the entire fiasco under the rug in favour of a more corporate-friendly tale of unmitigated success. It's the Trespasser community that has kept the game alive ever since its release in 1998, who have got it running on modern hardware, who have conducted the interviews I've been quoting this whole video, who saw what it was trying to do and loved it despite its many flaws, who are, I think, its greatest legacy. Chapter 21, The Ascent Part 2. The journey around the base of Mount Watson is one of the most scenic in the game. All throughout this level I found myself stopping to take in the view, at least when I could get away from the hordes of mountain raptors creeping through the hills. There's beauty on all sides, from the jagged slopes leading back the way you've come, to the forest rising at an angle out of the hills. But the real joy is the mountain. The scale of the thing is unmatched by anything else in the game, and the fact you actually get to climb it is level design at its best, at least if you don't get hit with another bout of slowdown. I have no idea what I did this time to make the game chug down to 3 frames per second. My best guess is that after this idiot crushed himself under a wall, the physics kept spawning in blood effects beneath the stones until my computer couldn't handle it anymore. At least it was funny. Look at him up there. Get pressed, idiot. Serene as the scenery can be all throughout the level, the beginning of the Ascent Part 2 can be quite intense, given the nearby raptors will gun for you the second you spawn in, and it's a mad rush to find a weapon before they get too close. It's a neat little bit of chaos, but I kind of wish the rest of the journey around the base of the mountain had been left absent of enemies. This part of the game is conspicuously quiet. Hammond doesn't even start talking until you're halfway up the mountain road. Instead, you're left to enjoy the natural splendor in perfect silence, to reflect on all you've been through and how far you've come as you make the final leg of the journey alone. The raptor attacks aren't bad, but the encounters do disrupt the mood of the moment. Sometimes less is more, you know? Though it is very funny every time a raptor falls out of the sky trying to ambush you because their AI does not comprehend the idea of elevated terrain. The jumping puzzles already do enough to kill the mood anyway, though to call them puzzles, I think, is pretty generous. In any other game, these rocks and rotten bridges wouldn't warrant a second thought, but the awkward movement controls make it hard to get across without slipping through some crack into the chasms below. They alone would have been enough to create a sense of looming danger. The crap InGen left behind is still more than capable of killing you, even if it's in the form of a dilapidated bridge, rather than a hungry dinosaur. Even if the dinosaurs do kill the vibe around the base of the mountain a bit, the terrain is so interesting I don't really mind. The slopes are steep in ways that feel very true to life, in ways that feel very unlike anything else in the game, and you can always tell where humans have come along in the past to shape the landscape to our benefit. Aside from old bridges spanning crevasses, there are paths that zigzag up and down sharp inclines, and flattened ridges where Isla Sorna's Mayan population built structures in their heyday. It might not be on the same scale as the city from the Ascent Part 1, but the field of Mayan pillars you come across at the bottom of the path leading up the mountain feels like the perfect farewell to that aspect of the island's history, almost like you're physically climbing out of the past, up through the millennia, out of the Mesozoic era in the hills below, out of the pre-Columbian period at the base of Mount Watson, and finally out of InGen's rule of Isla Sorna in the late 20th century. It's why I appreciate how quiet Hammond and Anne are for most of the climb. It's just you, the wind screaming against the mountainside, and all the distance you've travelled stretching out to the horizon. The views are just as incredible from up above as they are from down below. They make the journey tangible, even once the base of the mountain fades from view into the draw distance fog. The climb is such a great moment that I don't even mind the gauntlet of puzzles the game throws at you along the way. There are more of these weird pumice rocks that are impossible to climb. There's another shoot the crate down from up above to mantle a simple ledge puzzle. There are more old bridges to leap across. All of them nothing the game hasn't thrown at you before, but all also more than enough to keep things from getting stale on the ascent. They make it easy to slip right off the side of the mountain too. One wrong step will send you tumbling back down to the base of Mount Watson, though I was surprised to discover it's actually pretty easy to survive the fall. The Raptors have an even easier time of it. For how many blindly hurled themselves over the edge trying to get at me, none of them ever seemed to take any damage whenever their accidental drops ended in a sudden stop. About the worst that happened to them as a result of a fall was a bit of self-inflicted folding, but that never seemed to slow them down much either. I guess I don't call them mountain raptors for nothing. But the main reason I don't mind the puzzles is that they provide such a perfect juxtaposition to the plot. It's at this point, halfway up the mountain, that Hammond finally returns to recount the Jurassic Park incident and all that ensued.
I'm sure you've heard the rest of the story on the television news or in the tabloids. In 1989, the park was nearly complete. Our investors demanded on-site approval, and I, idiotically as it now turned out, believed we were ready.
The government inquiries, the way InGen was ripped out of his control by Peter Ludlow, his own bankruptcy. He doesn't go over the details of what happened in the films. He doesn't need to. The focus remains on Hammond alone, left standing by himself in the wreckage of his failed ambition with no idea how to answer the question of what went so terribly wrong. Each snippet of story is paired with some sort of puzzle, having to weigh down seesaws with rocks as Hammond brings up Jurassic Park, which itself collapsed under its own weight, having to clamber across a crashed truck as Hammond recounts the government inquiry into what happened on Isla Nublar.
They walked up the aisle towards the stand. I was being called to account, but I had no clear explanation to give.
Having to spin a wooden platform balanced on a column to jump a gap after Hammond brings up the legal shitstorm that befell him and InGen.
The debacle of August 27th, 1989 is now quite well known, and the legal consequences were, as you may well imagine, rather extensive.
My favourite has to be this demountable building which collapses right over the side of the mountain as you run across it, while Hammond laments how InGen was turned over to the whims of the free market.
I gave myself over to the strange, lonely discipline of the market, investment strategies and profit. I stood apart, master of codes and lost worlds of heat and cold, and the sleep of 100 million years.
The final tipping point that saw any hope of restoring his dream destroyed. It's really good stuff, and it gives you a glimpse into what the puzzles might have actually looked like had the physics model been finished before release. There's still some fun stuff to fuck around with along the way. This old Jeep is balanced perfectly on the edge of the mountain, and if you can show me anyone who has ever played Trespasser without trying to shove it off to watch it fall all the way down, I'll show you a liar. They don't exist. Everyone shoves this Jeep off the mountain. Not that it ever falls very far. I guess the driver left the handbrake on. Oh well. Aww. There's another great moment where Anne says,
"Bet you can see all the way to Costa Rica or Panama."
though, ironically, you can't actually see anything through the draw distance below. There's one last mounted gun placed at this turn along InGen's mountain road, and it's the only one I've ever managed to down a raptor with because the game lines them up like bowling pins right in front of it. The recoil usually sends a few of the stacked crates flying all over the place too. It's almost like a swan song for Trespasser's goals of emergent interactivity, and to the game's credit, it's pretty fun. No wonder triumphant music swells as soon as you wander past it. I imagine the music is more to signify how you've left the unmarked mountain path behind for the paved road InGen laid while putting in the radio station at the summit, that you've reached the absolute final stretch of your journey across Isla Sorna. But I also like to think it's there to celebrate the one bit of properly designed emergent interactivity in the entire game. I like how the game lets you check out the road leading back down the mountain too, though it doesn't go very far. It ends in a landslide pretty soon after the turn. Given you just know players would have followed that road wherever it led regardless of the distance, maybe that's for the best. Still, it would have been fun to hide some dumb Easter egg at the end of the road, or to make it lead you all the way back to the beach from the start of the game, without any sort of dangers or obstacles, with evidence that Anne missed a rescue helicopter since she left or something. Like you could have avoided all of this if you just stayed put. Oh well. Hammond sounds absolutely defeated as you reach the end of the road, and who can blame him?
My work lies where I left it. If there was anyone brave enough and clever enough to take it and return the keys to time, perhaps the foundation of a new empire.
The devs saved the absolute worst of the physics puzzles for last. Getting this lift to work is, by far, the easiest puzzle in the game to softlock yourself on. It looks simple at first glance, and that's what makes it so insidious. InGen might have been an innovator in genetic engineering, but their electrical division needs to be taken out the back and shot, or maybe strung up along the perimeter fence of the T-Rex paddock over on Isla Nublar for how well the enclosures work to keep the prehistoric attractions in captivity. It takes two buttons to operate the elevator. One makes it go down, the other makes it go up. Getting it to lower is the easy part. You just hold the button and wait for it to clip into the ground. But sending it back up again is an exercise in frustration, and it really shouldn't be. You need to keep something on the button at all times to send it back up, and the developers kindly left these boxes right next to it so you can knock this board over and off you go, but it so very rarely works out that way. Hit the board with anything powerful, or with a high fire rate, and more often than not, it'll just go flying off in some unexpected direction, or it'll flop over to hit the button before sliding right off it onto the ground, and at that point you might as well restart. There is no force on the planet capable of setting that board back in place, and certainly can't, and even if by some miracle you manage to pick the board up and lay it vertically on the button, the lift will just fuck off without you. The only way to reliably fix things is to reset the puzzle, and there's just no way to do that without loading a save game. If you fuck about with the stack of boxes before bringing down the elevator, you can softlock yourself in a different way too. It's so awkward, just like stacking the crates in the port warehouse is, and I can't even imagine how much worse it must have been at release. It feels like the sort of puzzle you either breeze through without even thinking about it, or you get stuck at it for an embarrassing amount of time, with absolutely no middle ground between the two extremes. I remember brushing right past it on my initial playthrough. I have the recording to prove it, but on every subsequent run, my brain just breaks at this point, and I end up soft-locked multiple times. And if this is an example of a simple puzzle that they couldn't or chose not to rip out of the game, imagine what some of the shit the developers did remove looked like. It's easy to daydream about what the geothermal plant would have been like, and in terms of level design, I'm sure it was great. But if these are the sorts of puzzles that part of the game was filled with, I'm not surprised they decided to take it out. You get one last look over Mount Watson as you ascend the elevator to the mountain's summit. You may not be able to physically see the path you've travelled across Isla Sorna. The draw distance has left all that buried under a layer of mist, but you feel it. Every step, every stumble, every curious raptor, every near-death experience, every abandoned building. It's been a journey, and if the game has grabbed you, it's not one you'll ever forget. Chapter 22. Round the decay of that colossal wreck. But why is that? If the game design is lacking, if the physics model is broken, if the AI is brain dead, if the puzzles are tedious, if there's no challenge to the combat, if there are long stretches of time spent walking from place to place, if there's no emergent interactivity, if there's no reward for exploration except for more weapons, if the present tense plot of Ant's fight for survival is simple, if Hammond's recount of Isla Sorna's history is told in a fragmentary way, if the only aspect of the title really working as intended is the sound design, if the performance was so legendarily poor at release, if it's such a bad video game, why is Trespasser so compelling? How was it able to captivate so many even back in 1998, when the backlash was at its fiercest? A pitch-perfect adaptation and stunning vocal work can only carry you so far. Other Jurassic Park games have managed that, and still been forgotten by history. The answer is something I've been talking about the whole video, and it's so simple I could probably just end this chapter here and now, because I don't think anything more needs to be said. It's the atmosphere. That's it. Trespasser fucking nails it, despite being unfinished, despite being broken, despite lacking film-accurate dinosaurs, despite all these issues that should hold it back and prevent it from feeling like a proper experience, let alone a faithful adaptation. Trespasser captures a feeling that is so self-evident and yet so hard to put into words of its own, because it permeates every aspect of the game. The realistic scale and construction of the level design, the unpredictability of the dinosaurs, the believability of building floor plans, the layers of history and decay, the sheer distance you travel from start to finish, the sense of journey as you find a way to escape, even the way you can reach through the screen and interact with the digital world. It all comes together to create an atmosphere that I can't describe as anything other than perfect. It feels so unlike any other game I've played, and that's true in 2024 as much as it would have been had I played it in 1998. There's just something about it, something that goes deeper than the joy of exploring such an interesting space. Other titles have moved me with their depictions of decay, Outer Wilds, the works of From Software, Bioshock, but none will ever hold a candle to this game because they lack the tragedy of Trespasser's history. One of Trespasser's best known secrets is the game's alternate ending. Not much changes, you don't go anywhere new or see anything different, but you do get to hear the poem Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley recited by Richard Attenborough in character as John Hammond, as he reflects on the failed ambition of his Jurassic dreams, in a game that, thanks to its troubled production and catastrophic release, is itself a monument to failed ambition.
Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
which absolutely wasn't the intent on the part of the developers, but that doesn't lessen the impact of the moment. It's simply impossible to not engage with Trespasser on a metatextual level anymore, even if you go in casually just to see what all the fuss is about. 1998 was over a quarter of a century ago. You can't play Trespasser today without knowing at least some of the context behind its development, because that's why people talk about it. That's why it's so infamous, even outside the Jurassic Park community. That's why I've spent over 50,000 words, more than in any other video on the channel, trying to untangle the knot that is this game. When you play Trespasser, you're not just exploring InGen's Lost World, you're exploring DreamWorks Interactive's too. The unfinished systems and broken mechanics sit decaying, no different from Burroughs or The Port or the Computer Lab, yours to explore, yours alone. I can hear Seamus Blackley and Austin Grossman and Richard Wyckoff and so many others talking through their triumphs and mistakes and odd little anecdotes, as surely as Anne can hear Hammond speaking about his. But even if you haven't read the decades of interviews and articles written about the game like I have, you can still feel the presence of the developers everywhere you wander, and their absence. It's impossible not to sense their ambition radiating off the screen, to see what they were aiming for shining through the layers of jank. There are still moments all throughout the game that are just as breathtaking and majestic as the developers intended, and like so much of Trespasser, it's more often than not the little things. The way it lets you explore beyond the confines of the film set in Burroughs, the way Mount Watson rises up into the sky, the peace and calm of watching clouds roll across the oncoming sunset, the shock of catching sight of a raptor stalking through the jungle toward you, the unconscious connections between Anne's journey and Hammond's narration, the spectacle of a T-Rex Triceratops showdown, a bloody handprint on a whiteboard, a jeep perched on the edge of a cliff, a corpse hidden inside a dam, a tugboat scuttled off the coast, a plantation house left to fester in the sun on some random hill, waves crashing against some cliffs, the stillness and the quiet where once empires worked to etch themselves into history. Trespasser is a monument to failed ambition, and that resonated with players even in 1998, before any of the game's production troubles had come to light, before any fan patches existed to iron out the worst of the title's performance issues, before anyone had any idea that it would end up becoming such a cult classic. It might not be a terribly good game, but the experience of it is unlike anything else I've ever played. Jurassic Park has always been a film franchise built on big moments, be they thrilling or frightening or emotional. Even at its calmest, there's always big drama of some kind, big orchestral swells, big vibes. It's rare anyone in those films gets to slow down and actually rest without consequence, which is fair enough. They are meant to be action-adventure movies. Jurassic Park 3 is the only one to indulge in moments of genuine calm all throughout its runtime, and it is regarded as aggressively mediocre. The books are more evenly split. Crichton does focus on the little things like the layout of the resort's hotel rooms and the ruins of the Site B labs, but the dryness of his prose keeps them from matching the emotional depth of the films. As an adaptation, Trespasser sits somewhere in the middle. It's a game built on nothing but little moments, and it's able to inject so much atmosphere into each and every one of them. Indeed, it lets you revel in them. You can spend hours exploring a space, experimenting with one thing or another, and it'll never force you to move on. It lets you linger. If you want to bask in the rot of Isla Sorna's ruins, you can, for hours. If you want to hear the rest of Hammond's story, you can do that too by charging on ahead. If you want to experiment with the physics model, or the arm, or stop and take in the view, or try to explore some out-of-the-way place, or even fold up some dinosaurs, the game won't stop you. Hammond won't chime in with a "get on with it" if you take too long, because the lingering is the point. All the big moments have already happened. That's what the films are for. There's no reason to contrive urgency anymore. Not here. Not now. Hammond can take his time recounting the little moments of InGen's history, the triumphs and the failures, unsuited for film adaptation. Anne's fight for survival is down to earth, moments of extreme violence separated by long periods of travel and exploration, all the better to soak in everything that InGen left behind. There's a moment at the end of Jurassic Park the movie, where everyone is safe and all the violence has passed, and the helicopters have arrived to evacuate everyone to safety. John Hammond pauses as the other survivors go aboard. He turns around, and he looks back at what's become of his lifelong dream. The idea was flawed. It was never going to work. Mistakes were made at every level of development. The warning signs were ignored at every step. No expense was spared at the cost of common sense. And the end result failed spectacularly before it was even released to the public. But the end result still got so far, achieved so much, came so close, that the failure is still a tragedy. The look on Hammond's face in that moment, that mix of burning disappointment and quiet pride, the tragedy of what could have been, mixed with the impressiveness of what is, despite it all, that's the atmosphere of Trespasser. That's why there can never be another game like it. At the start of the second part of this retrospective, I spoke about what separates The Lost World from Jurassic Park in terms of theme, and how those differences saved the sequel from sinking away into the ocean of conventional dinosaur stories. The Lost World is a ghost story, and Jurassic Park is the revenant haunting every moment of it, but its rage has faded by the time we come to Trespasser, whether you consider it a sequel to the movies, or the books, or somewhere in between. All that's left is the melancholy, a longing for the little things in life, and the recognition that for all the things that went wrong, a lot of them went right too. DreamWorks Interactive promised the universe, and delivered an unfinished video game, but between the jank, and the odd design decisions, and the gremlins still fighting for control, and the outdated visual style, there are little slices of a lost world hiding in the code that do what the films with all their big moments never could. If you've ever been lucky enough to visit places like the Temple of Apollo at Delphi in Greece, or Cahokia in the United States, or Uluru here in Australia, places that were once thriving and important in their own times, but have now since gone to ruin, or been abandoned, or been removed from their place in culture due to imperialism, places that are no longer inhabited and haven't been built over with something new, I think it's impossible not to be struck by the thought that people lived here, which seems obvious when you say it out loud, but if you think about it, isn't that wild? Hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, maybe even tens of thousands of years ago, people lived their whole lives in and around these places. People who we'll never know about because they lived in the little moments between the wars and the famines and the cultural upheavals, between the big things history remembers. But that doesn't mean they're completely gone. Some part of who they were and what they held dear remains in the temples they left behind, and you can feel it when you're there, and you can imagine the ways they might have lived in those little moments, the same way future historians and archaeologists will for us as well. For how much doubt and uncertainty there is about the future right now, there's something almost comforting about those places that let you linger in the past, in ways that visiting historically important cities that are still inhabited can't, because they're living in the present, same as us. I think that's why Europeans of centuries past were so obsessed with the civilizations of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, with the statues rising out of the desert. Look at how far they rose, look at all they achieved, and yet still the low and level sands stretch far away. That doesn't mean the people who built those places didn't live though. They had their own idea of normal. They have their own little moments that have gone unrecorded by history, and it's only when I'm actually there, walking the same streets, wandering the same places as those people did hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years ago, that it really clicks, in a way that just reading about the period in a history book doesn't, and no video game, no work of fiction, no piece of media has ever made me feel the same way, except for Trespasser. That's why it's perfect. That's why it's exceptional. That's why it is the Jurassic Park game. That's why people keep coming back to it over and over and over again. Chapter 23. By God, they're flourishing. It's a testament to Trespasser's pitch-perfect atmosphere that so many were able to see what it was trying to do, even at release back in 1998, but that doesn't mean the community emerged fully formed before the turn of the millennium. Like any cult following, it took years to build, and just like the history of Trespasser's development, it has its own triumphs, its own tragedies. If you're wondering why the Trespasser community has been noticeably absent from the narrative of this video, it's because I've been saving them for last. I meant it when I said the community is Trespasser's greatest legacy, the one thread of its narrative not to end in disappointment or Pyrrhic victory. But like everything about this story, that didn't seem so certain at the start. The game had its fair share of fan sites, certainly, but it also had a good number of hate pages too, and the vast majority of both are now lost to time. Indeed, they often went through long periods of downtime back when they were active due to server costs. Others, like Trespasser Territory, seemed to fade away due to waning interest from the authors. Quote, "I'm starting to come to the same realizations as Tres Central. Games are hard to do pages on. Trespasser, as fun as it is, and as revolutionary as it is, can only provide you with so much to do a page on. I recently got an email telling me all Trespasser pages are the same, and although the sender seemed like a bitter jerk, I saw he was right," end quote. All that remains of sites like Planet Trespasser and Trespasser Central and Project Trespasser are the references to them on pages that actually have been preserved by the community, and the ones that have survived thanks to the community or archival projects like the Wayback Machine are exactly the sorts of things you'd expect from the era. Nice screenshots, crunchy video recordings, old school forums, creative projects like BJP3E's adaptation of the game into prose, and an already ravenous hunger to document what went wrong through developer interviews and pre-release materials. RF Blasco managed to secure interviews with developers like Brady Bell for their site Trespasser.net, interviews that were then archived on the Trescom forums, and that I've been referencing all throughout the video. 1999 also saw the rise of the Trespasser Hacking Society, a group of tech-savvy fans who wanted to pick up where DreamWorks Interactive left off, and get the game working as the developers intended. The group came together quick enough after release that Richard Wyckoff even gave them a mention in his Gamasutra post-mortem in May 1999. Quote, "A group of fans on the net have proclaimed themselves the Trespasser Hacking Society, and have taken up the lunatic task of trying to figure out how to do a mod for an engine which was barely usable with its in-house tools," end quote. The Trespasser Hacking Society consisted of Soul Seclusion, Penguin 42, Iguana Man, Jonathan, Doc, Trash, Bomey, how do you say this? Brad, and others not listed on their archived website, and they definitely made a little bit of progress. Another archived fan site mentioned how they were able to extract textures and sound assets, and they were even able to dig up an unused compy model, or threw one together themselves. But ultimately, it wasn't to be. Richard Wyckoff's pessimism was proven correct. Trespasser was just too big a mess to get working, much less mod. On the 12th of June 1999, less than a month after the online publication of Wyckoff's post-mortem on the 14th of May, the Trespasser Hacking Society announced that it was ceasing work on the project and disbanding. Quote, "Someday, when the hardware is available, maybe a Trespasser can exist, but not today," end quote. The dream of a patched and moddable Trespasser seemed pretty dead, so imagine everyone's surprise when, just over a month later on the 19th of July, Trespasser Hacking Society 2 rose from the ashes. Quote, "We are a bit surprised, but wish them the best of luck, and hope they succeed in their mission. Good luck guys, Brad," end quote. Quote, "On another note, it seems that another group of amateur programmers have taken on the enormous task of hacking Trespasser. That's right, Trespasser Hacking Society is dead, long live Trespasser Hacking Society 2, end quote. The The second Trespasser hacking society consisted of Kyle, Cody the Raptor, Wired Al, Drew64, Terrell Mighty, TS Ord or Sword, Lobster and Shrimp, TH Perkins, who incidentally had been the founding member of the original THS, and Raptor 9. THS2 was just as short-lived as the original iteration of the group, but it had a far greater impact on the trajectory of the community thanks to one member in particular, TS Ord, or Sword. Sword kept a record of the community's progress on his own Trespasser fan page, Trespasser Secrets. It's through him that we still know the community had a dedicated performance measuring system hosted on InGen Net that Mark Grant, or Mr. Laggy, put together a screen size patch in 2001, and that RF Blasco, or maybe RB Flasco if that isn't a typo, was the one to crack Trespasser to get it running without a CD in October of 1999. By the time the 2000s rolled around, Sword had ceased making references to THS2, but work on the game was still ongoing. He, along with New Blood Andre James, and Old Guard Penguin 42, aka Ken Taylor, were making huge inroads into understanding Trespasser's junk pile of an engine. Quote, Andre has been able to pull some modelling and texturing information from the game files to create a few images. My own Trespasser decoding program is capable of pulling audio and texture files out now. End quote. That update was posted on the 6th of January. By the 29th, the community had its first big breakthrough. Quote, Andre has successfully created Geom X V0.1. It's a program to extract models from Trespasser into the 3D Studio Max.3ds format. While this is not a quantum leap forward in decoding the Trespasser level formats, it is a very important proof of concept, end quote. By March, they had a working level audio editor. By April of 2001, he was making progress on a proper level editor. A little over a month later in May, the level editor was available for download, albeit still in its alpha state. In August of that year, he announced he was moving to Texas with his family, and then he vanished. The last thing Sword posted to Trespasser Secrets was an update on the 9th of September 2001. Quote, still looking for a job. My wife and children are already in Texas. Very, very busy. Anyone know Richard Garriott? I'd sure like to work for him. End quote. It wouldn't be until 2005 that the community would learn what happened to him. A family member would confirm Sword, or Charles Hughes to use his real name, was killed in a car accident on the 4th of October 2001. Sword's disappearance was a blow to the Trespasser community. It certainly slowed down work on getting the game fixed and moddable. Indeed, his contributions were almost lost forever when Trespasser Secrets went down in 2002, but thankfully a new fan site was there to archive it for the sake of history. After the explosion of websites and hate pages in the wake of Trespasser's release, the fanbase was about to contract into a single consolidated and dedicated online space, Trescom. The site launched in April 2002, and Mad P. Piper, or Paul, posted the first news update on the 27th, or 28th, which is it, of that month. Quote, Stardate, 2002 2804.23. We just faced major... No, wait, wrong movie. This site is Trespasser related and opens today. Yes, we finally finished it. In the near future we'll hope to offer you all the information you need around Trespasser, to open a gateway to other Trespasser sites and to give people the feedback they need to keep on working for this fantastic game. End quote. A little over a week later, Trespasser Secrets went dead, and Trescom uploaded a mirror of their own for the sake of preservation. Otherwise, Trescom's members were committed to getting the game working as intended and, more importantly, moddable. Big Red worked hard at patching the game to run well on newer hardware around 2004 and 2005, but before that, Andre returned to finish what Sword started by completing a working level editor for mod support, called TresView, and later TresEd. The final version of TresEd was released in 2003, and since then Andre has gone on to have a career in the gaming industry, like so many others in this story, but the very first fan level, made by Troodon, dropped on the 14th of September 2002, and Trescom's own first mod released at the end of January the following year. By 2004, the website was getting shoutouts in mainstream publications like PC Gamer, and for good reason. It wasn't just that opinions on Trespasser were starting to shift with the arrival of games like Half-Life 2. Trescom's modding community were pulling off things Richard Wyckoff never would have believed possible in 1998, like brand new dinosaurs. Never mind a dedicated level editor. Creative works like BJP3E's prose adaptation of Trespasser continued as well, and one, an arrangement of John Hammond's narration into an audiobook called Jurassic Time, got its author Scalinger a heartfelt thank you from Austin Grossman in 2007. Scalinger, or Derek, is a pretty active user of Trescom, but his own website Jurassic Time is still up and is the home of several important resources I referenced while making this video, such as interviews with Austin Grossman and Seamus Blackley, along with a bunch of pre-release materials, which is really cool. Austin Grossman isn't the only member of the original development team to give a shout out to Trescom. Seamus Blackley, Richard Wyckoff, Philip Salas, and pretty much everyone they've ever reached out to has said the same. After all the blood, sweat and tears shed back in the 90s during development and the ferocity of the backlash upon release, it must be such a relief to know some people got what Trespasser was trying to do, and love it enough to carry its torch into the future. So said Seamus Blackley in a 2013 interview with Trescom, quote, "When your site was pointed out to us, we felt pretty good that we had helped make something that made you guys happy. I want to really sincerely thank you all for that, and to tell you that I am really impressed by all you have accomplished. It means a lot to me, and it's very cool." End quote. Someone was apparently so grateful they even leaked Trespasser's source code somewhere online, though maybe I'm reading too much into it. The community definitely has it, and has had it since at least 2009, but I've never been able to track down an answer on who actually leaked it. Whatever the case, the community certainly hasn't wasted the opportunity to put it to good use. With access to the source code, modders have been able to keep Trespasser running on modern hardware all the way up to the present day, and I could probably spend another 5.5 hours deep diving through all the mods and levels the community has made over the years, but this video has to come out at some point. Aside from new levels, the community's focus in the 2010s has been on fan remakes, one of which at least was high profile enough to get an article written about it. The article is dated to 2014, and since I can't find any more recent info about the project, I'm going to guess it's been abandoned, or blown out of the sky with cease and desist missiles from EA, or Universal, or someone, which is a shame because the pre-release screenshots look great. But hey, it wouldn't be the first time that happened with Trespasser. I'm just kidding, of course, but even if the fan remake is dead or buried under mountains of legal documents, the developer is still hard at work in the 2020s on making Trespasser VR compatible. Now that the performance issues are fixed and mods are more than possible, I can't think of a better direction to take the game. Trespasser already feels like a VR game in so many ways, especially when it comes to the arm, that this just feels right. VR is where Trespasser was always headed, even if none of the team at DreamWorks Interactive could have imagined it back in 1998, and that's not to downplay the other fan remakes currently underway. I wish them all the best, and safe harbour from Universal's legal team. As of 2024, the Trespasser community is still going strong, still updating patches, still making mods, still finding ways to drop bombshells about the game's history even decades after its release. Trescom has stood the test of time as the community's central hub. Indeed, the site has even outlasted one of the companies that once hosted its servers, the GameSpy network. Just like Trespasser itself, it's one of a kind. No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk 2077 have their own fandoms, in spite of their botched releases, but those games were given a second chance by the teams that made them, which Trespasser wasn't. Even Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines has been embraced by the franchise overall, is still available for purchase, purchase, is still, allegedly, getting a sequel. It's been over a quarter of a century now since Trespasser was given any sort of official support, to the point where Jurassic Park as a franchise seems content to let it be forgotten, but the community is still there, keeping it alive for current and future generations to enjoy. That's a legacy worth talking about and taking pride in. In a story full of disappointments and failures, the Trespasser community is a triumph. Chapter 24, Summit. Trespasser's final level begins at InGen's old wind farm, but you're not given much chance to enjoy the view. The raptors that call the mountain home are already on the warpath, and it is very easy for them to sneak up on you if you linger by the start of the level without triggering the action music nearby. The wind farm isn't much of a maze, but it's still somehow enough to hide the raptors if they take a strange route through the place to get to you. There are free prowling around the place, but I'm usually only able to find 2. The third is always able to get the drop on me, or I have to go looking for it because it's got lost. At its best, this moment actually manages to evoke the feeling of being hunted by raptors as depicted in the films, with one getting in close as a distraction while another tries to get behind you, even if it is all just by accident. Once the raptors are dealt with, you still have to find a way inside the radio shed to call for help. The door is locked, but years of disrepair have opened the skylights for anyone able to climb up onto the roof. It doesn't take much searching to find a way up, and in any other circumstance, I'd call the simple solution a little contrived, but looked at within the context of the entire game, it almost feels like the universe is finally throwing Anne a bone. Though maybe that's just me. Within, you finally find a working radio. You finally make contact with the outside world. You finally find a way to escape. It's such a little moment, but the game makes it into a big event through sound design. It's the first time Anne sounded genuinely happy the whole game too, and it's impossible not to share in her relief at almost being free of Site B.
Hello? Hello? Anyone out there? I need help.
This is a United States Navy priority channel. Identify yourself or clear the air.
Ha! I mean, yes, I'm here. I'm on Site B.
Right. We get this a lot. Listen, please clear the channel.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm on Site B. I'm on the dinosaur preserve, for God's sake.
Be advised, we're triangulating your location, and that transmitting on this frequency is a violation. Sir, this is coming from the top of Mount Watson.
Ha!
Sorry, ma'am, hold tight. Are you in any danger?
I'm fine. Just get me out of here.
Hold your position, ma'am. We've got people in the area. We're dispatching a helicopter to your current location.
Thank you. I mean, roger that. Over and out.
It's impossible not to notice how the conversation will continue even if you leave the radio shed and start climbing up to the summit either.
Ha! I mean, yes, I'm here.
But hey, that's all part of the Trespasser charm. The bridge leading up to the mountain doesn't lower until you make the call either, but you know what? DreamWorks can have a little scripted event here, as a treat. They've earned it. The rest of Summit consists of a long climb up rickety old staircases and steep cliffside paths to the helipad at the very top of the mountain. The raptors are out in force, though if you stick to the cliffs, they won't prove much of a threat. Most of them accidentally hurled themselves off the side of the mountain just trying to reach me. Oh fuck. The worst they ever managed to do was somehow slow the game to a crawl again, glitching over this old bridge. It might not be a victory lap of combat and physics, but it's certainly a swan song for Trespasser's janky charm. There's just something magical about the juxtaposition of the wind farm so far below, mixed with the swarm of raptors sprawled out across the cliffs like a herd of very confused mountain goats. As in the Ascent Part 2, Hammond is noticeably quiet all throughout the level, and that makes sense. Now that he's caught up to the events of the movies, his tale is told. There's not much left to say, but he does provide one last little epilogue to bring the story home as you climb the final set of ramps up to the helipad.
A few weeks after we landed, We went to the summit to put up a crude satellite link. We went by helicopter. Young technicians scrambled to set up the dish as the wind howled. High-speed uplink. State of the art. If we succeeded, the InGen technology would be historic. We were planning to conquer time's power over life, its power to extinguish and erase. It would change all our lives, as profoundly, as irrevocably as the atomic bomb.
Like so much of Trespasser, there's a tragic quality to this statement that extends beyond the context of the game itself. At the time, I imagine it felt all too appropriate, but looking back on it now, with the knowledge of the Jurassic World trilogy and everything else Trespasser inspired, Hammond's right. Even if the Jurassic World trilogy never actually engages with the idea of the dinosaurs escaping captivity or confinement, they still do. And it is something this universe will have to deal with for decades, if not centuries to come. And as for our world, the comparison to a nuclear bomb is a little extreme, but I can't imagine what entertainment would look like today if not for Trespasser, or even Trespasser's failure. Similar, certainly, but not the same. It's a fork in the river of history, just one invisible from the vantage point of 1998. So, naturally, Trespasser follows it up with one of the most infamously terrible boss fights in gaming, which I think is a little unfair. It's very janky, but the fight is no better or worse than anything else in the game. Instead of one last big showdown with a T-Rex or any sort of big predator, you're thrown into a helipad arena with the Alpha Raptor of the mountain tribe along with its two betas. The Alpha is big and red and fast and an absolute bullet sponge, and I'm pretty sure it can down you in 1 or 2 hits, but it's still just a raptor, and you've been fighting them the whole game. It was the ads I usually had more trouble with since they always got to me first. The summit isn't really built to be a good boss arena either. It's somehow both too open and too cramped at the same time. It's easy for the raptors to stay right up your ass, even if you bunny hop away to try and create some distance between them and Anne, and forget using crates to climb out of harm's way. The raptors are more than capable of ripping you right back down into the mud, and there's no chance in hell you'll ever be able to build a stack to escape, or at least there isn't for me. The area is littered with powerful weapons, but in my experience, they're actually a trap. The big shotguns and rifles are all too long to be useful when the raptors get in your face, and they are going to get in your face, to say nothing of the slow fire rates and tremendous recoil. Maybe you'll get lucky and have the Alpha Raptor freeze in place like it did here on this successful attempt, but why gamble with such high stakes when there's a much safer, surer bet? What you want are the handful of submachine guns littered across the level. Oh, well that's gone. They don't do as much damage, but the stats of every individual shot don't matter as much when you're unloading 40 of them into an enemy's head in the space of 5 seconds. Anne holds them close to the body too, so it's harder for the raptors to knock them aside. Or, if you don't want to deal with fighting them at all, you can just leave the arena and let the final boss hurl itself right off the side of the mountain. Hell, if you're looking for an even greater challenge, you can just jump your way around the outside. The electric fence surrounding the arena can and will kill you, as will any munched inputs if you happen to press jump on even the slightest slope, but it can be done. You can just bypass the final boss entirely, and boy does it get them fucking pissed. Hopping around the outside of the helipad also saves you the trouble of having to suffer through the game's final puzzle, building one last stack of crates to climb over these boxes to reach the helipad. It's a sour note to end on, especially if you try to jump your way down and immediately die when Anne's legs shatter upon hitting the ground, but at least Hammond's narration remains stellar.
On that last day, I stood apart from the rest of them. The helicopters were setting down. Before me the jungle spread out, and I saw that a savage, primal age had begun again.
After one last monologue from Hammond, a helicopter arrives to rescue you. An InGen helicopter rather than a military one, incidentally. I'm going to put that down to the game being unfinished. And finally, Trespasser ends the way it began, back in Anne's apartment.
The person you're trying to reach is unavailable. Please leave a message after
message I'm leaving you? I'm sensing some sort of pattern here. Come on, Anne, quit being the antisocial and pick up the phone sometime. Oh, and by the way, don't even bother calling me unless you have a damn good excuse.
I think it's a satisfying ending on its own, but we can do better. If you turn around and run right off the edge of the elevator at the start of Summit, you'll land on an invisible platform leading out into the sky. It's impossible to navigate without cheats. You have to turn on bone mode in order to see it, but if you follow the platform to its end, suddenly you'll be teleported up to the final boss arena, and it's here that Hammond will recite Ozymandias before smash cutting to credits.
I met a traveller from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert."
Summit is less a climax and more a denouement. Out of every level in the game, it feels the most unfinished, and that's reflected in the fact it's also the shortest, the most linear, the least mechanically complex. Bits of level geometry don't fit together in ways that feel unintentionally broken rather than as purposeful representations of decay. There's another remnant of some scrapped puzzle high up on this communications tower in the boss arena too, and if you climb high enough to reach it, you'll also notice the buildings are missing roof textures, but the story and writing, as always, remain incredible, and despite being unfinished, the game is still able to slip in one or two more vistas before the credits roll. It's a bittersweet ending to a bittersweet game, and like everything about Trespasser, I wouldn't change a thing.
Come on, son. Get us out of here.
Chapter 25. What went wrong with Trespasser? Trespasser is a story about failed ambition. It might be a cautionary tale of cutting-edge technology gone wrong, but with a little rearranging, the pieces to make something great are all still there, and it very easily could have been. The game gambled pretty much everything on realistic physics to bring its prehistoric stars to life, and when the model didn't work out, it was met with hatred, the likes of which were unheard of at the time. It torpedoed the development team overnight, and pushed back physics and large open environments and certain storytelling methods in video games by years. It got some things right in terms of sound. The narration is so good it still holds up today, but the overwhelmingly poor performance killed any chance of it achieving mainstream success. It is a monument to mankind's hubris. But could you imagine what the world would look like if it had worked? If the developers had been given the time needed to finish it? The game's a hit. The industry is changed forever. Workable physics and large open levels arrived decades early, to say nothing of how the ARM UI may have been iterated upon over the years. Hell, what if the developers had been able to crack the dinosaur AI, and provide monsters as smart as their cinematic counterparts? On a slightly less technical note, what if Austin Grossman's planned callbacks like the InGen Hunter Camp and the geothermal power plant had made it into the final release? Gaming looks different with a finished Trespasser. It's weird to say out loud, but it's true, though I never knew how much until I sat down to play it myself. It's also where so much of the franchise's future comes from. I spoke at length about how Trespasser's failure eventually led to the success of the Jurassic World trilogy, but even Jurassic Park 3, released only 3 years later in 2001, shares a lot of its DNA with this game. It just sucks that the franchise seems so content to bury Trespasser's contribution to its ongoing legacy. When even the official history books are leaving out Trespasser, something has gone wrong. It may not fit into canon the way something comparable like Alien Isolation does, but that doesn't make Trespasser any less important a step in the history of the franchise. Jurassic Park, The Ultimate Visual History by James Mottram, and its sequel regarding the Jurassic World trilogy are very comprehensive looks at the franchise, but their omission of Trespasser isn't just a flaw, it's a failure. Trespasser doesn't even get an offhand mention, not once in either book, and why would it? They're a celebration of the franchise, a retelling of how Steven Spielberg and Industrial Light and Magic and Stan Winston's studio changed the way modern blockbusters are made, despite the reliance on then untested technology, despite natural disasters out of their control, despite the parallels to be found in the subject matter of the film they were making. Jurassic Park is a success story about failed ambition. Trespasser, by contrast, is a cautionary tale that failed to heed its own advice. But that doesn't mean it should be forgotten. Trespasser might not fit into Jurassic Park's narrative of runaway success, but then neither do most of the films when looked at by any other metric than box office returns. What is it about Trespasser that the franchise seems so intent to bury then? Is it the 3-year-long nightmare production cycle? The scathing reviews and unprecedented public backlash? The poor sales figures? The way it was quietly abandoned after release by the higher-ups at DreamWorks? The callous way with which Universal has scrapped it and its unmade successor for parts? Or is it just because it's a video game? Sure, Trespasser even made it to the top of at least one worst games of the year list, and the low scores weren't unwarranted either, which doesn't exactly reflect well on the product, but look at all it aimed to be. The Trespasser team at DreamWorks Interactive aimed for the stars, and despite the title releasing as a broken, buggy mess, they still landed on the fucking moon. It was a victim of its own hubris, a spectacular failure, comparatively the biggest bomb in the franchise's history, a disaster that at first glance doesn't fit easily into the story of Jurassic Park's ongoing success, and still it's remembered as a cult classic, still it's got a thriving fanbase, still it inspired so much as the original Jurassic Park itself. Other games, lesser games, are paid their dues in James Mottram's books, and yet Trespasser's failures are apparently enough that the official franchise histories have scrubbed it completely from the record. So, what went wrong? It would be easy to point fingers and say the devs were arrogant in their handling of the project, or their film industry sponsors smothered the game in its infancy, but look at all that's come to pass as a result of Trespasser's failure, and look at all it got right in spite of those issues. What went wrong? Everything. It's broken. Nothing. It's perfect. It's a one-of-a-kind kind of game, with a one-of-a-kind kind of story, one completely separate from the franchise that spawned it, that doesn't fit easily into runaway success or stunning failure, because it's both at once, and that's hardly Trespasser's only duality. It's a game that was decades ahead of its time, and yet is also obviously a product of the 1990s. It's a game that can be genuinely moving and extremely silly, often at the same time. It's a game that doesn't and has never fit into the established canon of the Jurassic Park movies or the books, and yet fans have embraced its additions anyway. There will never be another game like it. There can't be. Trespasser was a grand experiment in video game design, and not every aspect of it worked. The parts of it that did were picked up and refined by other developers in other titles, but the parts that didn't have never been made anything more than novelties or gimmicks. And that's the thing, a game would need both to feel like the next Trespasser. It just wouldn't feel right without the jank, nor would it feel right without the story of its own troubled production, and everything that came after. It's a lost world, more so than any other tie-in to the second film, more so than any other Jurassic Park game I've ever played. In the process of making this retrospective, I've unearthed some hidden gems, but none hold a candle to the experience of Trespasser. It is, without question, the best of them, in spite of, and because of, everything that went wrong. Chapter 26. Conclusion. If The Lost World only works as a sequel to Jurassic Park because it frames itself as a ghost story to the original's failed ambition, it just makes sense that its own sequel, Trespasser, would be a graveyard full of restless spirits all of its own. It's a game haunted, sometimes literally, by its own mistakes, and the parallels between it as a product and the themes of the franchise it's adapting only make it that much more compelling. It is also the last gasp of the franchise's original golden age. The next Jurassic Park video game to release would be Warpath in 1999, a title I covered in the previous part of this retrospective, and the wind had gone out of the franchise's sails by that point. Trespasser wasn't the first Jurassic Park game to aim high and embrace cutting-edge ideas. You can find developers shooting for the moon as far back as the SNES game, and with the same encouragement from Steven Spielberg, but that changes after 1998. Spielberg and original writer Michael Crichton stepped back to focus on other things, and Jurassic Park as a franchise entered a slump of a middle period from which it wouldn't emerge until the release of Jurassic World, for better or worse. The games released to tie in to Jurassic Park 3 were far fewer in number, and far less ambitious than any of the titles made to coincide with the first two films. Jurassic Park 3 often gets the blame for kicking off the franchise's wilderness years in 2001, but I would argue it's Warpath that signalled its arrival in 1999, which leaves Trespasser, battered and broken as it was at the time, as Jurassic Park's last hurrah for many years to come. An overly ambitious triumph out decades ahead of its time, a diamond in the rough that would one day rise to stand in the eyes of many beside the films that inspired it, a celebration of everything Jurassic Park was at the very height of its early age. Despite what people back in the 1990s believed, there is no end to history, and this is not where Trespasser's story concludes, but, at least for now, it's as far as we can go. Having caught up to the present day, this is where I get off. I don't know what the future holds for Trespasser, or everyone in the community, or even the people who worked on the game back in the 90s, but I do know that they'll be remembered for a long time to come, even if Jurassic Park as a franchise would apparently really prefer if they weren't. Here's to another 26 years. And just before I go, if you'll allow me one last indulgence, and you've made it this far into the video, so you might as well, I want to do something real quick. Trespasser's inclusion of the poem Ozymandias by Percy Bysshe Shelley was so appropriate back at release, to the point I couldn't help but refer back to it all throughout this video. But a lot of time has passed since 1998, and that piece of writing no longer fits as well as it once did. It needs an update, and given this is a story about giving credit where it's due, I'll be using the original lyrics written by Claire Harner, first published in 1934. Anyway, I'm no Richard Attenborough, but here we go. Quote, "Do not stand by my grave and weep. I am not there, I do not sleep. I am the thousand winds that blow. I am the diamond glints in snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. As you awake with morning's hush, I am the swift upflinging rush of quiet birds in circling flight. I am the day transcending night. Do not stand by my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die." End quote. Thanks for watching. And that's the video. Holy shit, we actually made it. First off, I'd like to thank by name the people supporting me at $5 US a month or more on Patreon. Azazel, Hawkwing2652, Hey Matey, Rugbelly, Sarah Bloomer, Sneezy McGlassface, Space Quest Historian, This Sauerkraut, and Zeke the Phantom. Thank you so much. So this project is over a year late, which I think is very on brand for Trespasser, but I'm also sorry that it took so long. I often bite off more than than I can chew with creative projects, and I should have known better than to promise another video of this size so soon after the last part of this retrospective. Even so, I am glad I split Trespasser off into its own video, because I don't think it would have fit well into the previous part. Anyway, it's done, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I did Trespasser and its history justice, and I hope I didn't make too many mistakes. The next part of this retrospective is going to be about the games released alongside Jurassic Park 3, and also Operation Genesis. Look out for that at some point in 2025. In the interim, expect a couple big videos I've been working on forever, like the Tomb Raider critique, and a bunch of other smaller projects. Thanks so much again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Holy fuck. Which is why Trespasser is getting a part of this retrospective all to itself. That video was made back to back with this one, so hopefully will be out within the next few months. Well, that was a fucking lie, wasn't it?